Taking Revenge in Another World by Joining the Demon Army. Volume 1. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1, Prologue, For Whose Sake is the Second Life? She stood in the middle of hell. The houses burned in roaring flames. Stone walls and beams collapsed. The stench of charred flesh, the shrieks and screams of despair, only this chaos filled her ears. The sky was painted black with clouds, reflecting a dark crimson glow, its colors making those present imagine an apocalypse straight out of hell. The once proud walls of the fortress city no longer served to repel invaders. Instead, they had become cages, trapping those desperate to escape outward. Looking over this scene was a little girl, about 130 centimeters tall, with hair white as snow and eyes red as blood, wearing a loose black coat and cap resembling a military uniform. She thought to herself, how fleeting and fragile it is. The mood she expected to be more cheerful at such a trivial end hardly changed at all. With an expressionless heart, her footsteps clicked against the cracked brick road as she walked, glancing around her surroundings. Truly, it was a splendid hell. Everywhere she looked was nothing but a mad feast that could only be described as slaughter. And all of it, every last bit, was born from the hands of this little girl. The demons she had brought along seemed to be enjoying their rampage in their own ways. For the residents, it was a nightmare. A man pinned to the road by a demon, forced to watch in despair as his own entrails were scooped out by an arm thrust into his belly and chewed slowly before his eyes. A woman, dragged out from hiding beneath a collapsed house, licked all over her body by several demons as though they were savoring her, trembling in disgust and fear. The girl felt nothing at these sights, merely watching coldly, yet she also held a faint admiration for the demons. When acting on instinct, they became like this. No, perhaps it was simply that their hatred ran that deep, just as deep as hers. This was truly a feast of demons. The residents of this city were likely offerings or sacrifices, or perhaps punishment for having incurred the wrath of demons. That was a fitting way to put it. She clenched her small palm and opened it again. It was oddly fitting, but saying it like that made her seem like a demon herself. No, this was exactly what they had wished for. If so, then congratulations. This is the ending you all desired. She muttered that in her heart, not to anyone in particular. In the burning city, echoing with the revelry of demons, the little girl called the child of the demon grinned. Section. That day, before the sun had fully risen, in the dim light, I tied 2 old buckets to the ends of a pole and left my shack to fetch water, as part of my daily routine. My malnourished body was small and thin compared to other girls my age, so the task of fetching water was grueling labor. In our home in the slums, the woman named Reborn was still asleep. She was my birth mother, yet for certain reasons I did not call her mother. I addressed her with her name and the honorific San. Reborn. It was my habit, and my small way of consideration, to finish fetching water before she woke. Barefoot, I stepped across the dirt to the well, lowered the bucket, turned the pulley with all my strength, and hauled up the water. The old pulley often tortured me. My small hands would lose their grip, nearly dropping the bucket over and over, until finally I managed to fill both with water. Unsteadily, I hoisted them and started walking. I kept watch around me, making sure not to run into anyone, as I walked back along the road I came. Doing this so early in the morning was not only for Riame's sake. Another reason was simply that, with my weak body, the task took too long. I wanted to be home before sunrise. Once the sun rose, the people of the slums would be awake. I wanted to avoid being seen by them as much as possible. To be honest, saying I did this for Riame was only half true. More than anything, it was to avoid meeting people. Because. At that moment, pain struck my back. Damn it, I thought. I had taken too much time fetching water. A stone hit my back, making me choke back a cry, nearly dropping the buckets. When I turned, I saw a few early-rising children staring at me with mocking grins. Year 37 of the Earthsalar Demon War Calendar. The world, this continent of Earthsalar, had been in a state of war since the Demon King's army declared war on mankind. It was into this world that I was born for a second time, now 12 years old. 12 years had already passed since I was born in Autana, a fortress city on the frontier of the Kingdom of Faltmere, the largest human city-state on the continent. Time had flown. I had grown used to many things, very much so. That a 12-year-old girl like me could feel such weariness beyond her years had a reason. To put it plainly, I had lived 12 years in this world. But counting my life as a whole, I had already lived over 40. Because 12 years ago, before I came here, I wasn't from this world at all. And I wasn't even female. In what they call my previous life, I had been a plain office worker in Japan. Not accomplished, not elite, just an ordinary, insignificant salaryman. One small cog in the machine, completing assigned work mechanically. I had subordinates, but whether they admired me or not, I couldn't say. I never cared. I wasn't interested in what others thought of me, nor did I have any memory of caring about them. Chased endlessly by work, I came to see people only in terms of achievements and expected to be judged the same way. I had no memory of ever being kind to anyone. I resented people themselves. Unknowable, unreadable, unknowable things. I hated the existence of others, which I could never fully grasp. An empty life, a hole in my heart. What was I living for? That was all I thought of, a gray life. One night, as I walked absent-mindedly, a drunk truck driver drove onto the sidewalk. That was the end of my hollow life. As my consciousness faded, the world slowed. I vividly felt my limbs bending wrong, my insides spilling out. Ah, so this is death. My thoughts grew duller. Sirens, screams, the sound of smartphone cameras clicking echoed faintly. My empty life ran through my mind like a slideshow. Born, raised, employed, worked, exhausted, slept, ate, died. But the slideshow didn't end there. After the truck crushed me, I suddenly saw a blonde woman holding a baby. What was this? These weren't my memories. Bells rang. Layers of incomprehensible voices overlapped. Ah, so noisy, I frowned at the voices, but I was dying anyway. Hearing meaningless hallucinations wasn't strange. I was dying. That was fine. My life had meant nothing. To end meaninglessly was fitting. Light engulfed my vision. My body grew cold. The end was near. And just before my consciousness faded completely, I heard someone's voice. My 30 meaningless years ended in a meaningless accident. I had never once thought about where my soul would go. Yet when I awoke, I knew this wasn't the afterlife. When I came to, I was lying on an unfamiliar bed in an unknown room. My body felt strange, my limbs uncooperative. I couldn't even move my neck, so I rolled my eyes as best I could, seeing several men and women around me. They all looked dark and grim. Eyes red as blood, the demon aspect. One man whispered as he looked at me. Then one woman broke into tears. What misfortune, poor Cocotte. Cocotte, that was the name directed at me. Through the teary eyes gazing down at me, I saw myself reflected as a baby. I understood somehow. For some reason, with my hazy mind, I knew. I had inherited my memories and been given a second life. Why? By whom? I had surely died. Then this must be what they call reincarnation. The logic was unclear. Yet I had sometimes wondered, where do memories go when people die? Perhaps this was the answer. I was oddly impressed. I had indeed died. Now I was named Cocotte, reborn as a female in this world that was not modern Japan. Why female? I wondered, but if reincarnation existed, perhaps I was fortunate enough just to be born human again. I could have been an animal or plant. Maybe being reborn male was the rarer outcome. But whether man or beast, it hardly mattered to me, because this was not the rebirth I wished for, neither for me nor for this world. Chapter 2, An Unwanted Life. It seems I, Cocotte, was born into the family of a famous noble, who was the lord of the city. At first, by the arrangement of Count Otana, I was raised hidden away deep in the mansion as his blood daughter. But by the time my snow-white hair had grown in, those around me began to fear me. Holding over 30 years of memory and personality from my previous life, I was seen as unnaturally composed for a child, no, too composed, to the point I seemed lifeless. This only made me all the more disturbing to them. Even as a newborn infant, I had not raised a cry, not even a wail, but simply stared blankly into empty space. That must have looked deeply unsettling. I had no vitality at all. I had never wanted a second life to begin with, and now I had been born into a world that could only be called another world, with even my gender changed. It was no wonder I lacked any will to live. Even if I was told this was my father, and this was my mother, my true parents had been left behind in my previous life, with whom I had little involvement anyway. I also carried the memory of my own death. I was, in every sense, a living corpse. I still remember the sensation of my body being crushed and mangled in that accident. At first, I really thought I had ended up in the afterlife. I had always believed that wherever I went after death, it would be hell. That's what I had thought. Never did I imagine it would be another world. And yet, that was correct. This world truly was hell. Life in Count Atana's mansion was not inconvenient, so long as it was merely about survival. Those around me feared me, yet as the daughter who indeed carried Count Atana's blood, I was never deprived of clothes, food, or shelter. But that was all. Clothes and meals were left in my room without anyone ever showing their face. The clothes were plain, the meals were bread and soup, sometimes leftovers. If I ever slipped out of my room out of curiosity and wandered the halls, whenever I crossed paths with a maid, I would hear whispers and words of fear. Soon after, knights of the mansion would appear from nowhere to escort me back to my room. And so, my existence, born with the demon aspect, was never made public. I was also strictly instructed never to leave my room. It was little different from house arrest. No doubt Count Atana did not want it known that his lineage had produced a demon. I was thoroughly cut off from the outside world. I was told very little about what the demon aspect meant, but from reading a few of the books I was permitted, I learned enough of this world's circumstances to understand. Namely, that children born with white hair that evoked death and red eyes like blood were proof of being a demon's child. In this world called Earthsalar, humanity was apparently at war with the demon race, so it was no surprise they clung to such superstitions. But to think it would manifest in me, a reincarnated soul. So this was it. An outcast child. Understanding the situation, I played with my bangs with my fingers and thought this could get me killed at any time. To gain a second life only for this, it was hardly something to laugh about. But in the end, I learned that I was only kept alive thanks to the desperate persuasion of my birth mother, Riame. Riame, the woman who gave birth to me, was Count Atana's concubine and his favorite, a beautiful woman with golden hair. I had heard she was originally a slave. She was purchased by Count Atana, who took such a liking to her that he raised her to the position of concubine. And Count Atana, in his political marriage with a wife he did not get along well with, desired a child with the beautiful Riame, wanting to make that child his heir. Riame often came to visit my room and spoke to me about many things. With my childlike body but adult spirit, I could not behave like a child with her, only silently listening. Yet she always smiled at me warmly. Even when told she was my mother, my feelings remained complicated, and I kept her at a distance, treating her as a stranger. Even so, she never complained once, and of all in the mansion where I lived under what was essentially house arrest, she alone showed me kindness. That was Riame, and yet I could not even bring myself to show a smile to her. One night, after the so-called family and servants were asleep, I secretly explored the mansion. As someone forbidden to leave my room, it was a small adventure. That night, I even walked into places I was always told never to enter. I thought, surely no one would be there anyway. I sneaked into the library, pulled dusty books from shelves no one ever touched, carried them back to my room, and read them. It was one of my few pleasures. It felt like plotting mischief, and I think I felt a bit excited. I wondered how those in the mansion who avoided me would react if they knew I was casually wandering around. I suppose there was some mischief in me. A sudden impulse after having been as quiet as a ghost until then. Tired of being treated as less than human in this unwanted life, I finally felt, for the first time in years, maybe I should try to look forward a little. My body tugged at me, awakening childlike impulses, and so I walked cheerfully down the hall toward the library. By now, I had grown used to this body. At first the differences in physique and even gender had troubled me, but I had since adapted. But walking lightly down the hall, I still hadn't realized then that there was nothing fun to be found here. On one such excursion, I noticed light leaking from the door of a bedroom, and unable to resist, I peeked inside. Inside, Count Atana was pinning Riame down on the bed. I had no experience or knowledge of such matters even in my previous life, so I immediately averted my eyes and hurried back to my room. It was a childish reaction, unbefitting my 30 years of memory. For me, with the mind of an adult, to blush and flee at the sight of a man and woman's intimacy. When I returned to my room and buried my face in my pillow, for some reason tears welled up. This is absurd. Am I some adolescent child who stumbled on my parents' affair? I laughed bitterly in my heart. True, my body had been born from those two, but I had only ever seen them as strangers. And yet, from the one woman in this mansion who looked at me with kindness, my heart, which I thought dead, had been nurtured with genuine affection. I realized I liked Riame. I couldn't see her as a mother. It wasn't romantic love either. In this nightmare of a second life, she was the only one who treated me as a person. Simply, considering her age, she was younger than me in truth, but she was someone I felt I could trust my heart to. And that was why it was painful to see her being pinned down by the panting Count Otana. From that day on, I stopped sneaking out of my room. Later, I learned that Count Otana was determined to have Riame bear him a second child. Since I had been born a girl, it was difficult for me to be made heir. Above all, the existence of a demon child could not be made public. I understood then. I, who had been single in my previous life, could not understand the desire to have a favorite concubine's child. But perhaps that was what power was. At the same time, I began to harbor a certain fear. It was tied to the reason I had been kept alive, namely, that at this point, I was the only legitimate child of this house. But once that was no longer the case, what would become of me? And in time, that day came. The life I had thought of as a nightmare had not truly been the real nightmare. Chapter 3, What was given to me was hell. Hell began to quickly walk toward me from that day on. Before Riame could give birth to a second child, the Count's legal wife bore him a son. My half-brother. I was 6 years old then. Count Otana's expectations were betrayed, and there was no sign of Riame conceiving a second child. The moment my half-brother was born, my treatment visibly worsened. Days when meals never came became common, and the door to my room was locked from the outside. Even Riame, perhaps strongly forbidden by Count Otana, could no longer come to my room every day. From there, everything went fast. In the blink of an eye, 5 years passed. By the time my younger brother could walk freely around the manor, I was 11 years old, and I had become completely unnecessary. Dragged out of the room I had been confined to, I was thrown into a dungeon beneath the manor and chained. A quick glance around showed several other cages with monsters inside. Count Otana's hobby? No, it was probably his wife's. Strange as pets, I thought, but in the end I was treated no differently than them. And so my second hell began. With chains fastened to my feet, I couldn't move around freely, and of course there was no place to relieve myself. I had completely lost my dignity as a human being. From time to time, a servant assigned to manage the dungeon would bring scraps of food along with the monster's feed. While doing so, he would splash water around to clean the cell, but once that was done, he always assaulted me. "You demon, because of you I've got more work to do." Struck by unprovoked violence, I took a blow to the cheek and split my lip. I could feel the red liquid flowing out of the wound, dripping from the corner of my half-open mouth. Perhaps out of a shred of pride as a noble household servant, he went no further than violence. My clothes were worn down to rags that could hardly be called clothing, practically leaving me naked, but I was filthy enough to be repulsive. Desire had no place in me. Beaten, kicked, yanked around. I showed no resistance, no screaming, only stared blankly into nothingness. I didn't understand why this was happening to me. Even when my unkempt white hair was grabbed and I was forced to stand, I gave no reaction. My passivity seemed to irritate him all the more. Struck in the stomach, I retched and vomited bile. If I had screamed and cried, perhaps he would have enjoyed it more. Such vague thoughts crossed my mind as I curled up, clutching my stomach. "You creepy brat." He spat after kicking me once more, as if satisfied, then left. Another kick to my stomach rolled me over, and I lay sprawled on the ground. The pain was unbearable. My mouth was filled with the taste of blood and bile. The sour stench of vomit on the floor stung my nose. Even so, I lay there, staring at the overturned plate the servant had kicked before leaving. The scraps had scattered across the damp floor. When the pain subsided and hunger became stronger than pain, I dragged myself along the ground and, like livestock, put my mouth directly to the scraps, swallowing them without using my hands. Like a beast, I gnawed the scraps, slurped the floor, chewed what I could. I fell ill countless times, never given medicine, fouling the cell, and every time the servant would come and torment me all the more. If I could have simply wasted away and died, it might have been easier. I wished for death many times. I wanted to be freed from this suffering. But against my prayers, no matter how often I fell ill from the foul food, no matter how much I burned with fever in that wretched environment, my small heart never stopped beating. One day, I heard footsteps when the servant shouldn't have been coming. Curled on the floor atop scattered scraps after another session of abuse, I slowly turned my head toward the sound. Riame stood before the dungeon. The moment she saw me, she opened the cell, came inside, and held me in her arms, not caring about the filth. She had apparently borrowed the key from the servant. Probably bribed him with money. But the key to my chains, she said, had not been given to her. Apologizing, she wet a cloth with water from a pot she had brought and gently wiped my body. Cold, yet warm. After that, Riame came to me in the dungeon every night. Somehow she smuggled in small amounts of bread and soup, and she would clean me. I lived like a doll, moving only when Riame came. The servant still beat me when he came to feed the monsters or clean the cell. But when night came, Riame was there. In my hell, only Riame's presence was warmth. Yet I had already abandoned even my will to think. And so a year passed. I turned 12 in the dungeon. But even those days changed when my younger brother, now 6 years old, was formally presented to the people of Autana as heir. Suddenly I was dragged from the dungeon and forced to walk. My legs trembled from disuse, and I stumbled many times, each time shoved by a servant as I staggered forward. Passing servants pinched their noses at me. Disgusting, filthy. Wondering what this sudden escort meant, I was finally brought before Count Autana and his wife. With an heir born, the wife now had a voice. No longer able to dismiss her, Count Autana declared, just as she demanded, that I, Riame's child, would be exiled. Until now, my treatment had been at least this much, because Count Autana tolerated Riame's pleas. But that tolerance had run out. Glancing awkwardly at Riame, who stood to the side, he declared it. The wife could no longer bear even my presence in the manor's dungeon. Though she maintained appearances, her true motive was obvious. It was to torment Riame. Of course, she also wanted the child with a demon aspect cast out of the house, but more than that, she hated Riame. Exiling me, the child Riame had borne and still showed compassion to, was a way to see her grieve. No one tried to stop it. Everyone in the manor hated me. Their eyes said it all. Finally, we don't have to share the same roof with that creepy child. The fact I wasn't secretly killed was a small mercy. As I blankly listened to their voices, I thought about how I would live now. My mind was still mostly male, but my body was female. Could I earn a living somehow? I had no confidence I could endure the disgust, so I didn't want to. But if I couldn't work, I couldn't eat. Would I become someone's slave? Or simply die in the gutter? Most likely, I would die. I accepted walking this path alone, while at the same time resigning myself to not surviving it. But Riame came to my side and gently put her arm around me. She had rushed to me from Count Autana's side. Holding my shoulder, she looked straight into his eyes and said, "If my beloved daughter Cocotte, whom I carried and gave birth to, is to be exiled, then I will go with her." That was her declaration. Count Autana looked bewildered, but his wife only saw Riame as an obstacle. If she could get rid of the Count's favorite concubine as well, so much the better. She immediately declared Riame too would be exiled. Count Autana could no longer resist. The wife hid her mouth with her fan and laughed. "Do as you like, both of you filthy things, be gone at once." When the two of us fled the manor in the night, I looked back once. From the large front window, I saw Count Autana, his wife, and my brother watching us coldly as we left. Chapter 4, The Defiled Ones. And so, we arrived at the third hell. When we drifted into the slums, Riame used the little money she had taken with her to buy a shack. I had half-abandoned thought itself, but perhaps I still had a desire to repay Riame. I searched for something I could do. But of course, there was no kind of work I could take on. So at the very least I thought I could help around the house, and despite Riame's attempts to stop me, I somehow managed to fetch water for the shack. Naturally, my body had dulled from the long life in prison. I was thin, and I had even forgotten how to put strength into my limbs. Above all, whenever I was seen outside, the The slum children looked at my hair and eyes and called me a demon, throwing stones at me. The adults whispered their slanders. Just surviving while hiding myself was all I could manage. And today again, I fetched water while being pelted with stones and returned to the shack. The places where the stones had hit me hurt. I returned late, and Ryume, already awake, greeted me. Ryume-san. Good morning, Cocotte, you've worked hard. Good morning. I answered without changing my expression. After Ryume showed a slightly lonely face, she noticed the bruise on my arm and beckoned me closer. Obeying, I put down the water bucket and walked over to her. Ryume sat me on the bed, then stood up, dipped a cloth in water, and returned to wrap it around my bruise. The cold dulled the pain. At her hands, so full of affection, I felt a faint gratitude within my frozen heart. My parents in my previous life had been work-obsessed, so I had almost no memories of being raised by them. They had only put me in school, then at my university graduation, I got a job and lived alone. I realized it had been years since I remembered that I had never once been cared for when injured. Compared to those parents, Ryume's kindness should have pierced deeply into me. But after withering away over these years, all I could do was remain silent. The fact that I had become an adult unable to say even a single thank you, that alone I wished to apologize for to my former parents. And for Ryume too, who had done so much for me, yet whom I had never once called mother, I offered a small apology in my heart. Cocotte, you've done nothing wrong, nothing at all. Ryume held me on her lap, stroking my head as she said that. Someday we'll escape from this life, build a house by the lake, and the two of us will eat delicious cakes. That was the dream she spoke of every day. I neither agreed nor denied those dreams, only listened in silence. Ryume smiled gently at me like that and said we should have a meal. She brought out some stale bread, and we shared it. I quietly shoved the bread into my mouth, chewing mechanically. The hard bread tasted like dirt. After finishing our meal and resting a little, Ryume prepared the bed. Cocotte, I'm sorry. Leaving me those words of apology, Ryume sat on the bed. Without saying anything, I left the shack. From now on, Ryume will be working. While she worked, I would go outside and hide. From behind, as I left through the back, I felt someone entering the shack. Ryume's client. After a while, the sound of cloth rustling and the creak of the old bed. When I could hear Ryume's voice mixing with the man's, I couldn't take it anymore and started walking away. Thanks to Ryume, we somehow survived. In exchange, she received food. I lived only because she defiled her own body. It was nothing but empty. It was unbearably shameful. The reality that I could not live without forcing a mother younger than me to suffer. It was deeply, painfully sad. For a time, that was how the days passed. Ryume's beauty remained undiminished even after falling into the slums, so even with me around, she never lacked for clients. Sometimes, even wealthy residents from outside the slums would come. My guilt and sadness only grew, but thanks to Ryume's devotion, we were able to eat enough to survive. And while Ryume was working and I went outside, I was exposed to strange stares and bullied by children who should have been more than 2 cycles younger than me. Demon, they called me. Amazing, isn't it, to bully a demon? I made that sarcastic thought in my heart, but as a 12-year-old little girl, all I could do was crouch and endure. Bruises kept multiplying on my thin, white body every day. It was common for me to bleed. They grabbed my hair, hit me, kicked me, and threw stones. Sometimes what they threw, under the name of target practice, was livestock dung. I silently endured it. One day, at the order of the fat bully, who was the slum's gang leader, 3 boys pinned me down and stripped off the rags I wore. They seemed curious about the naked body of a demon. Even if it was the emaciated figure of a poorly fed child, a completely bare female body was still too stimulating for children. Their hands, breathing heavily, groped my body all over. My protruding ribs, the chest that had just begun to swell, the sunken stomach. Even my upper arms and thighs were crawled over without hesitation by their lustful hands. Disgusting, disgusting. For the first time then, I screamed like a real girl. They immediately forced my mouth shut. It is often said that the heart is pulled by the body, and certainly at that moment, I felt revulsion toward the small boys who freely touched my body. No, perhaps it was the same sex. It had been some time since I changed gender. More and more, I had grown uncertain of which I really was. In the end, they seemed not to know adult play yet, so fortunately their attention was only on my small, swelling chest, and I was spared worse than being groped all over. After they had thoroughly toyed with my body, finally bored, the children released me. I slowly stood up and began to walk. On the way back to the shack, perhaps because the man I once was violently rejecting what had just happened, or perhaps because of a female body's natural revulsion, I vomited once. When I returned to the shack, Riame turned pale at the sight of my naked body. Cocotte, oh, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Riame embraced me, crying, apologizing over and over. I said nothing, only stared vacantly with clouded eyes at the damp sheets of the bed. Chapter 5, Burdened, Hunted, End It. I fetched water, and Riame sold her body. Somehow that was how we kept living, but the end came far sooner than expected. Because the battles with the demon race had intensified, to rouse the people's spirits, they put children bearing the demon aspect on display. I was caught by soldiers and dragged to the central square of the city. I didn't resist at all. It happened while Riame was at work. On the stage built in the square, besides me there were 2 other children. 1 girl, 1 boy. All around 16 to 18 years old, while I, the youngest, stood out as the smallest. And all of us had snow-white hair and blood-red eyes. Our legs were bound with rope so we couldn't escape. The boy was still resisting, and the girl was still crying out that we weren't demons. To watch us, the people gathered in the square, and from a higher place Count Autana and the others looked down at us. I looked up at Count Autana with vacant eyes and held his gaze. For just a moment, Count Autana looked at me with an awkward expression, but it wasn't sympathy. Since I was Riame's daughter, he might have felt a bit guilty, but more than anything, it was the look of someone seeing their own stain. Eyes that judged everything in terms of gain and loss. His wife and my younger half-brother looked at me as if mocking. The boy even pointed at me. When our eyes met, my younger brother gave me a vile smile and a glance unfit for a child's face. It was the look of someone sneering at garbage. Before long, the station knight commander declared his intent for thorough resistance against the Demon King's army. And at the same time the main event began, the show of tormenting us demon children. Demons are nothing to fear so long as we knights and the walls of Autana stand. For 10 years the demon hordes have surged upon us again and again. But, short-sighted and incompetent, without strategy or tactics, every one of those foolish demons we have driven back. It was true. The walls surrounding the city of Autana had repelled every attack from the demon race up to now. All of this is thanks to the strength of us humans, people of this city, rise to strike down the hated demon race. Pass judgment with your own hands upon these demon children. At the knight commander's voice, all eyes of the people turned on us. Ah, so that's how it is. Curses were hurled at us, and stones, eggs, fruits were thrown indiscriminately. Extravagant, considering it was wartime. Such a public show was something I'd only seen in fiction or history textbooks in my previous life. A tomato struck my temple, the red juice spilling like blood and staining my long white hair. The jeers grew more violent, and I could feel on my skin a murderous intent as if they were facing real demons. The people couldn't fight for themselves, so they scorned those weaker than themselves as demons, made them stand in for the demon race, and attacked them. Humans really are ugly. There was a dull thud. I looked beside me and saw the girl who had been desperately insisting we weren't demons collapse forward. From her head blood was gushing endlessly, and at her feet lay a fist-sized stone. The corner of the stone was smeared with blood, so it was obvious it had struck her head. The blow must have been fatal. The girl would move no more. Even though they had just killed a child, the people cheered as if they had felled prey. Count Autana and the others nodded in satisfaction. The faint disappointment in their eyes was probably because I wasn't the one who died. Since I was the noble house's stain, they must have been hoping to see my skull crushed by a thrown stone. That would be fine too. I looked vacantly at the girl who had just died. From her white hair blood still flowed endlessly, and her wide-open eyes stared at me. Those eyes, filled with grief and anger, demanding why she had to suffer this fate, felt as if they were condemning me. Are you giving up? Don't look at me like that. I can't do anything. Even when I recognized she was dead, my heart felt nothing. These 12 years had been more than enough to grind down my spirit, a spirit that even in my past life hadn't lived with much self-awareness. The other two, even as stones and fruit were hurled at them, screamed and cried. That was normal. They were trying to live. I was different. The blood spilling from the dead girl's head spread to my feet. The face reflected in that red blood was vacant, lifeless. Then the boy screamed. Looking, I saw several knights beating his slender body. Apparently his defiance had grown irritating, so the knights themselves moved to discipline him. Surrounding him, they punched and kicked. Even when he coughed blood, they didn't stop. The boy kept shrieking. With those screams in the background, the knight commander continued his lofty speech. Then one knight seized the struggling boy by the scruff, and from behind pierced his chest with a sword. Holding the impaled boy aloft on his sword, the knight roared. A demonstration, a show of having slain a monster. The people cheered. The boy's body was flung onto the stage. I was the only one left standing. If it was going to happen anyway, I wanted it to be quick. I didn't want to end up like that. In that sense, perhaps the first girl had been lucky. No, maybe that was too thoughtless. Was it my turn? A knight drew his sword and walked toward me, cut my head off in one stroke. End this second life of hell quickly. That was when I saw someone pushing through the crowd, hurrying toward me. Ryume-san. Ryume shoved people aside, her face desperate, and rushed onto the stage. She embraced me protectively from the knight. Her body carried a sweet, sour scent. She must have left work midway. Probably she had heard from a customer or something like that. Holding me, Ryume turned her face to Count Otana. Count Otana, this child is my daughter. If you intend to treat her this way, then do the same to me. Count Otana faltered under Ryume's gaze. It was clear he hadn't let go of his feelings for her, so he couldn't bring himself to punish her here. Ryume must have known that, as she glared into Count Otana's wavering eyes. We will leave this city. That should satisfy you. Count Otana tried to stop her, but was cut off by his wife. With a fan covering her mouth, eyes arched like a crescent moon, she looked down on Ryume and said, "You filthy thieving cat. Fallen to a whore as you are, go wherever you please. Go and die like a dog, ahahaha." As her laughter echoed, Ryume untied the rope from my legs and took my hand, leading me off the stage. The crowd's clamor fell silent for a moment, parting to open a path for her. Taking me, marked by the demon aspect and bearing deep wounds in body and soul, Ryume pressed forward through the crowd with firm resolve and determination. I simply followed, hand in hers. Whatever happened was fine. If we were driven from the city, we wouldn't last long anyway. I wanted it to end soon. Chapter 6, Mother. After leaving the city, we had nowhere to go. Ryume said at least if we could reach some settlement it would be enough, so we just kept walking. We had no food, so we survived by eating weeds along the roadside. One time Ryume caught a bird, which shocked me. She had no tools and no hunting experience. How did she do it? I felt a faint doubt, but I said nothing and ate the little bird she gave me. Later, before night fell, she said we should rest somewhere safe. While it was still not yet dusk, Ryume laid me to sleep in the shadow of a rock on the plain, then wandered off again. I was still awake, and for some reason, I quietly followed her. That was when I heard singing at the edge of a nearby forest. It was Ryume. She was singing with a beautiful voice. Around her gathered small animals and little birds from the forest. Even I, with a heart frozen stiff, found myself enchanted by her voice. The little birds perched on her arms and shoulders, chirping in harmony with her song. She looked just like a goddess. But then, suddenly, Ryume moved her hand slowly and snatched one of the birds from her shoulder. The animals all scattered in fright. The bird she caught had its throat crushed by her fingers and died. I instinctively looked at Ryume's face, and there, large tears were streaming down her cheeks. Ryume was catching the birds that came to hear her song, all while crying. So this was the truth of how she got us food. Sorry. She held the lifeless bird to her chest, weeping and apologizing over and over. When I realized that this kind-hearted woman was doing such things only to keep me alive, I felt a pain in my chest. She didn't need to go that far for me. We walked like that for days. But the weak feet of a woman and child never reached any settlement, nor did we find a safe place. The sun set, night fell, and rain began to pour. It was Ryume, not me, who reached her limit first. She had given almost all of the food to me. I had half-abandoned thought, and just ate whatever she handed me, chewing mechanically without feeling anything in particular. I remember how she would smile contentedly, watching me eat, even though she hadn't had anything herself for days. When she collapsed, I rushed to her side, and she held my hand. I bent down, bringing my face close to hers. Riame touched my cheek. That was when I realized the droplets running down my face weren't raindrops. Yes, they were flowing out of me. When I laid my hand over hers, I finally understood. Tears were falling from my own eyes. "Ah, you a mother." The words slipped out without me thinking. When Riame heard, she narrowed her eyes and smiled. At last, you've called someone like me mother." That's right, I had never once called her that. I couldn't. But now, at this moment, the word came out so naturally. Was it the true heart of a daughter for the woman she loved? With trembling hands, I held the hand she had placed on my cheek. I felt my frozen heart drowning in sorrow, regret, and anger. "No, I don't want this, mother, don't die." I couldn't stop the tears that poured endlessly, and just gripped her hand. Seeing me like that, Riame gave me that gentle smile, and with a hoarse voice said, "Cocotte, my beloved child, this time, please live." With those final words, the hand touching my cheek lost its strength and fell to the ground. Her eyes stayed fixed on me even as life left her. Ah! At that moment, emotions surged uncontrollably from within me. They clawed up my throat, spilling from my mouth as sobs. Why, Riame mother." With each word, all the emotions I had kept frozen burst out. The more I screamed, the hotter my chest burned, until my throat was choked. Unable to endure the flood of feelings, I collapsed to my knees and slammed my forehead against the ground again and again. The raging passion rising from my throat became hoarse sobs, wordless cries repeated over and over. Ah, those people of that city, those lords, they are filth that makes me sick, shit beneath shit. And if it was God who gave me this cruelty, then what the hell am I supposed to do? Blood ran from my forehead, throbbing with pain, but I kept pounding. Let it break open. Give her back, give me back my mother's. I pressed my forehead to the ground, never lifting my head. Was I born again in this body just to suffer this, just to see such things, God? If this second life was given only to show me this ending, then it was too cruel. If this world was what had been given to me, who once lived in inertia and died meaningless, then was this God's punishment for me? Was this world the hell that condemned me? If so, then Riame was killed for my sake. The vileness of the people of Atana who drove gentle, pitiful Riame to her death. My own cursed birth with this demon aspect. And the God who reincarnated me with my past life's memories intact. I hated it all. I hated everything so much it hurt. My head pounded. My chest ached. My breath caught. I clawed at my white hair, soaking my cheeks with endless tears. This hair, these eyes, stole Riame from me. For this, humans took her from me. I'm a demon. Kill me, let me die. But her final words, her wish, if so, then what am I supposed to do? Ooh, ah. I could only sob. Then suddenly, the rain stopped. I lifted my head from the ground and looked up at the sky. But what I saw was not the cloudy night sky. It was something like the darkness of night itself wearing clothes. A demon. I understood instantly. It looked human, but it wasn't. Yes, this was a demon, a real demon. The rain hadn't stopped. It was only that this demon standing before me blocked it. He looked like a tall man over 180 cm, wearing black clothes reminiscent of noble formal wear or even a military uniform. His long ears, blonde hair, glasses, and refined face made him terrifyingly beautiful. At first glance, just a handsome man, but his large black hands with sharp claws and the tail swaying from his waist showed, beyond doubt, he wasn't human. And his long eyes glowed red. Like mine. For once, I was grateful to the advanced technology of my past life. After all the movies and anime full of monsters, I had built up tolerance. That was why this demon before me didn't feel real, and I wasn't afraid. A human child. The demon spoke, looking down at me. Humans and demons had long been at war. Seeing the humans of Atana, I understood their hatred of demons. And surely the demons felt the same, so I shouldn't expect to escape. Why were you crying? What? I doubted my ears. Yes, I had been crying and cursing everything, but to hear that question from a demon was strange. The demon's gaze shifted to Riame, still lying there with her eyes open in death. Your mother. Why? The fleeting pity in his eyes as he looked at Riame, seeing that made me furious. I threw myself over Riame to block his gaze and screamed. Don't look at her. I glared at him through tear-stained red eyes filled with rage. Don't look at her. Don't look at my mother with those pitying eyes. My mother did nothing wrong. She did nothing to deserve pity. She didn't deserve such a look. She was pure and kind. She had done nothing wrong. I knew that, so I couldn't stand her being tainted by pity. The demon seemed surprised by my outburst, but soon fixed me with a sharp look. Ah, this is death. I was just a frail 12-year-old girl. I had no way to fight a demon, but at least for Riame, at least let her rest in peace. I wouldn't let anyone defile her further. I'm surprised. You would stand against me. Of course I can't stand against you, but I can't stop hating everything. But she told me to live, so I will. Then no matter what, I must live. My words were nearly incoherent, but the demon frowned in thought, then crouched down to look me in the face. I stiffened. I wouldn't let myself be killed. I clenched my teeth inside. No matter his power, I would struggle. To think such a small child has been driven this far into hatred, by war, by us, or by them. I only came to scout, but his voice was gentle. He laid his strange hand on my head and stroked it. I stared wide-eyed. Why? He could crush me with that hand so easily. Why didn't he? I couldn't understand. He withdrew his hand and spoke to my dumbfounded face. You said you must live. If you stay here, you will die. But if you come with me, perhaps you may live. The choice is yours. My eyes widened in shock. I never expected such words. Back at the noble mansion, every book described demons as cruel and vile. Every rumor I heard from the maids was about knights being slaughtered, villages burned, women taken as broodmares. What will you do? What? Decide. The man gave me a choice, just a short word, but I knew it was final. He stared at me with glowing red eyes. My own eyes trembled as I thought. If he left me here, I wouldn't live long. That would betray Riame's last wish. No matter what, I had to live, so the answer was already decided. Means didn't matter. Please. I forced the words out. Please, let me go with you. I had chosen. With my mind calmed by shock, I remembered to speak properly. Whatever he was, this man now held my life. I had to use the right words. The demon nodded, then gently slipped his arms around me and lifted me up. At the same time, black wings spread from his back. I didn't resist and put my arms around him too. Somehow, I felt he would fly. Sure enough, he spread his wings wide, exhaled slowly, and held his hand out over Riame's body. Before I could ask, purple light poured from his palm, enveloping Riame. The light grew so bright I couldn't keep my eyes open, then faded, leaving a red-violet jewel between his fingers. This is a magic stone made from your mother. No, since it comes from a human, it should be called a holy stone. We demons have no burial customs like humans. We draw a stone from the remnants of life so that it may protect those who remain. He placed the stone in my hand. I had heard of this. Humans claimed demon stones from corpses as proof of victory, even sold them. But knowing their true origin, it felt barbaric. This demon had drawn a stone from Riame, just as from his own kind. Looking down, I saw Riame's body dissolve into white sand. Ah! I almost cried out, but then from the red-violet holy stone in my hand, I felt Riame's warmth. I understood. This was her grave marker. This was her funeral. Even though in my past life I never believed in souls, at this moment I prayed that her body was purified and her soul at peace. Clutching the stone tight, I watched her white ashes scatter in the wind and rain. When every last grain was gone, the demon holding me spread his wings and flew into the rainy night sky. Chapter 7, The Birth Cry of Malice. What is this? What the hell is going on? Dragged along by a demon man, I found myself in a luxurious hall. And in my line of sight, seated on a chair worthy of such a grand hall, a man was running his pen across books spread over the table. From that man radiated an aura far beyond the demon who had carried me here, something extraordinary and terrifying. The man standing beside me bowed toward the one seated on the chair. I have returned, Demon King Sama. The Demon King, he said. That presence was certainly not ordinary, but could it be that I am face to face with the Demon King? King of the demons. His name unknown, his power said to be overwhelming, the very leader of humanity's enemy, locked in war with us for ages. I had apparently been brought before an outrageous figure. Long black hair, clothing similar to the one who brought me but far more decorated, narrow eyes, and red pupils. He looked young, but one could not judge his age by appearance. I had heard demons were long-lived. As I swallowed hard, the Demon King stopped his pen and lifted his gaze. You've returned, Alcuro. Yes. Was it worth personally inspecting? The demon who brought me here, Alcuro, bowed deeply again before speaking. That human city Autana, its name as Fortress City is no lie. Surrounded by towering hateful walls, difficult to bring down. However, the inhabitants seem careless, engrossed in feasts. If we are to attack, now is the time. The Demon King placed a finger on his chin, pondering. Alcuro bowed and fell silent. His report was done. From the sound of it, this Alcuro was quite high-ranked. To report directly to the Demon King. Why such a man had been there himself, I still did not know, but apparently it was for inspection. And the contents of that inspection were about taking the city of Autana, where I was born and raised. And then, the Demon King leaned forward. Startled, I looked at him, our eyes met. Yes, the Demon King was looking at me, my body stiffened, my limbs tingled as if numb. The saying about a frog frozen under a snake's gaze must refer to something like this. The Demon King's eyes scanned me up and down, and with interest he spoke. Hair white as snow and red eyes like ours, the demons, I had heard of it, a rare human mutation. Yes, born rarely, their appearance is hated among humans as a demon aspect. And why did you bring this child back? You were never fond of eating humans. Was it meant as an offering for me? At those words I flinched and looked at Alcuro. Could it be that I was brought here to be eaten? That was not the deal. No, that is not the case. Then what? I respect those with worth, but those without, and humans especially, they are of no use to me. Murderous intent filled the Demon King's eyes. I let out a small gasp, glancing desperately at Alcuro. But Alcuro did not look at me, keeping his gaze fixed on the Demon King. So that was it. My safety was not guaranteed. I understood. Alcuro's true meaning. The Demon King's, too, show your value, everything depends on me. But what could I do? I was in a child's body, I knew nothing that might please demons. Even my knowledge from my previous life, I doubted it would be of use. I was nothing but a worn-out corporate slave. But stopping here meant death. That would not do, Riame told me. Live, no matter what. Clutching Riame's holy stone, I desperately searched for a way. What could I offer? What could I propose? How could I capture the interest of this overwhelming presence before me? I spun round and round in thought. Only a few seconds, but it felt eternal. And then suddenly, I came up with just the right idea. Ah, yes, that's what I should do. How simple. Yes, with that it's killing two birds with one stone. Method aside, it was the best idea. There is one thing I can offer. I said that to the Demon King. The Demon King folded his arms, saying, "Oh," and waited for my words. I will bring down that city, the city of Autana, and present it to you. At my words, the Demon King grinned, snorting. Alcuro, too, looked at me for the first time, slightly surprised. But this was best. If it went well, it would benefit me too. Namely, I could show those bastards in Autana a thing or two. That was my revenge. I had been told to live, but I could not just live idly. If I was to live, I would climb up even for Riame's share and become happy. All who stood in my way were enemies. For that, I had to win over the demons. So the people of Autana would serve as the gift. If it is me, that city can surely be taken. I will explain the details later, but it is not impregnable. The problem was whether this proposal would be accepted. Without proof, I would not be believed, but I had certainty. I knew how to bring that city down. I was born there and lived in the noble mansion of its lord. Ah, yes. Unconsciously, I had always thought about the city's weaknesses, its flaws, and how to make those people miserable. My heart, which I thought dead, unconsciously wished for their ruin. Truly, my heart was filthy. And if this wish were to come true, what else could it be called but fortune? Are you laughing? At the Demon King's words, I hurriedly put my hand to my mouth. The corners of my lips were raised. Damn. I pressed my cheeks hard, forcing myself back to a straight face. This was not an expression to show before the Demon King. Winning him over was like dealing with a boss. One who held power over life and death, the head of the organization. A company president, so to speak. Rudeness must be avoided. I feared I had failed, but the Demon King narrowed his eyes and smiled. I see, I see. You hate humans, then. At that word I stiffened. Do I hate them? How could I not? I hesitated over how to respond, but those eyes seemed to see through me. No need for false words. I decided to voice my hatred, rising within me. Yes, I hate them. I hate them so much I cannot stand it. The people of that city, and even the Faltmare who birthed such a thing, even God, I hate it. Please let me do it. For that I will. I cut off, took a deep breath, and declared to the Demon King, gladly abandon being human. At that, the Demon King widened his eyes a little, then burst into loud laughter. I did not see it, but Alcuro was very surprised, and at the same time watching me with cold sweat. Ha ha ha, I like it. Such hatred in one so young, and such unchildlike bearing and courage, I like it. Very well. Alcuro. Add this human to your army. Let her bring down Otana. But Demon King Sama. It is fine, Alcuro. Won't it be entertaining? If she fails, we can feed her to the orcs. They like humans. A chill ran through me, but I stood firm. Failure meant death. That much was clear. I had expected it, but hearing it aloud was still terrifying. But I would show them, for my survival and revenge. You there, what is your name? I am Kokot. Imitating Alcuro's bow, I gave my name. Alcuro again looked at me, astonished. The Demon King, perhaps pleased by my manners, leaned back in his chair and spoke. Kokot. I shall welcome you into my Demon King's army. At the same time, I shall grant you the rank of general, temporarily. Why? Even Alcuro raised his voice in shock. I even understood that granting a general's rank to a mere child, and a human at that, within the demon army, was madness. And that was why it was both an opportunity and a deadly risk. The army granted me both my pawn and my surveillance. Fail and I would be torn apart by them. The Demon King had given me, and yet taken from me. This Demon King was indeed a strange and cunning figure. Unpredictable. Sweat on my brow, I only said thank you. Alcuro, take care of her. Give her food and clothing. Yes. Alcuro bowed, his expression complicated. And Kokot. I had intended to take Otana soon. How do you propose to do it? Facing the Demon King, I met his red eyes and answered. Yes, the fall of Otana, I would carry it out immediately, before dawn, in the dark of night. The plan and arrangements were already decided. I had studied demons somewhat. The Knights of Otana placed too much faith in their walls. True, they were strong, but the demons' attacks until now had not been effective, if only the right pieces were gathered. Therefore, as necessary, I ask you to lend me skilled demons. Then without fail I will show you that city engulfed in flames. The Demon King nodded. Permission granted. Perhaps he thought of it as entertainment. If I succeeded, good. If I failed, only my death would be the outcome. But I had no intention of dying. Above all, what mattered was gaining approval here. I will not die, no matter what. For now, I survived. Next, revenge on those bastards in that city. Chapter 8, Becoming a Demon. I ate the meal Alcuro had prepared for me, changed into new clothes, and walked down the halls of this place that could hardly be called either mansion or facility, for convenience. Let's call it the Demon King's castle. My long, detestable, frizzy white hair was cut roughly at the shoulders when I was forced into a bath because they said I smelled. It was partly a fresh start, but also because now that my emotions had returned, my messy hair that once reached my waist was nothing but a hindrance. The food served to me afterward, though I was wary at first, turned out to be the most delicious I'd eaten since reincarnating into this world. Once I timidly tried it. Some demons do eat humans, so I figured it must have been prepared with humans in mind, but even that alone was a rare luxury. According to Alcuro, demon food isn't really that different from what humans eat. Eating humans, he said, is simply a matter of taste. Not exactly a pleasant thought. I rubbed my swollen belly, wondering how long it had been since I'd last eaten this much, and felt myself relax in spite of everything. Alcuro cleared his throat, and I hurried to fix my softened expression. He told me I looked better without forcing a straight face, but I couldn't make sense of his words. The black outfit and hat I was given looked like a fantasy-style military uniform. Since no uniforms were made to fit someone my height, it was naturally too long. The sleeves especially were so baggy it made me look like a hopping corpse. Apparently, the Demon King's army uniforms were designed to resemble military dress uniforms for anyone ranked captain or higher. It really gave the impression of an evil organization. With food, bath, and clothes taken care of, the next issue was my subordinates. Demons vary. Some are no different from humans in intelligence and emotions, while others are lesser. Broadly, they are divided into higher demons and lower demons. And given the demons I would need this time, the obstacle was obvious. Even if I had been granted an officer's rank directly by the Demon King, no demon would suddenly obey the orders of a human child. There was only one way to deal with that. Alcuro explained the military structure to me in simple terms. The Demon King stood at the very top. Beneath him were the 4 heavenly kings, each commanding their own army. Below them were generals commanding divisions, and then captains of smaller units. In our short talk, I learned that Alcuro himself was one of the 4 heavenly kings. Just realizing that I was being looked after by one of the highest demons made me shiver. This time, I had been made a provisional general and given command of one of the divisions under Alcuro, which meant I had to establish myself with the captains. Alcuro told me this on the way here. We demons despise humans. Be prepared to be eaten on the spot. I arrived at the demon army outpost, stepped before the gathered captains, and looked over them. For now, leaving out the lower demons, almost all appeared human. Demons generally take human-like forms, changing to their true forms only in battle or when necessary. That said, unlike the Demon King or Alcuro, most of their racial features showed faintly even in human form, so you could usually tell what kind of demon they were. The demons who had been chatting and eating stopped the moment they noticed the small figure of me. I straightened and spoke firmly. Gentlemen, my name is Kokot. I have been tasked with leading the assault on Otana. I will also be your superior for this mission. I'll be counting on you. I didn't use polite speech. In the military, hierarchy is everything. It's much like a black company. In operations that require absolute coordination, dissent can't be allowed. Establishing a clear hierarchy from the start was essential. My position as provisional general was like a section chief. The ones before me were like assistant managers and their deputies. They wouldn't be easy to handle. As expected, there was backlash. The demons first murmured, then burst into loud laughter. It was only natural. A tiny human girl declaring herself their superior was laughable to warriors of the demon army. I'd anticipated it. Demons are said to be a proud race. They would never obey one they didn't acknowledge. The leader among the captains, a dragonute named Quatra, stepped forward and glared down at me. He commanded the other dragonutes. His eyes brimmed with murderous intent, sharpened like knives, mixed with contempt. Frankly, I even felt fear at such close range. I stared back into his eyes. You said your name was Kokot, didn't you? What is a human brat like you saying, suddenly showing up here? Do you want to be eaten? His words were serious. Behind him, other demons muttered threats. Kill her, eat her, strip her first. Their hatred for humans ran deep. Ideal, really? Quatra, good timing. Let's have her as a snack. Human brats are soft and tasty. Another demon, a massive high ogre named Zoff, laughed from where he sat with a mug in hand, his horns and fangs showing as he licked his lips. Others followed his lead, eyeing me hungrily. Me, I like kids. I want have. Shut up, you dimwit. You're fit only for scraps. The hulking, ugly orc that had drooled over me sulked off after being barked at by Zoff. So these were the 2 captains under my command. Quatra commanded the skies, Zoff the ground. First, I had to win them over. Quatra ignored Zoff and kept glaring at me, his killing intent sharp enough to pierce the skin. He looked ready to strangle me at the slightest provocation, but I folded my hands at my waist and held firm. I was scared, but my hatred and will to survive burned stronger than fear. Keeping my expression steady, I spoke. I was appointed as an officer directly by the Demon King himself. That makes me your superior. Watch your tongue when you speak to me. If you take issue with that, then your quarrel is with the Demon King. Isn't that so, Alcuro-sama? I called out to Alcuro, who had been waiting outside. It was bold to summon a demon like that, but Alcuro sighed and entered the outpost. Relief washed over me. If he hadn't come, my words would have lost all credibility, and I'd have been torn apart on the spot. The moment they saw Alcuro, the demons bowed their heads. Quatra and Zoff looked between him and me in shock. Alcuro-sama, is this true? It is true. With Alcuro's confirmation, the outpost erupted. A 4 heavenly king was like a division head. His words were absolute. That was enough to guarantee my safety, at least for now. More importantly, it made them ready to listen. Winning their hearts would be next. You lost your daughter to humans, didn't you, Quatra? The room fell silent at my words. Quatra's eyes widened, his teeth clattering. He trembled, as if I'd forced him to recall something he desperately wanted to forget. I held his gaze without blinking. I had asked Alcuro beforehand for information about the captains participating in the Autona assault and studied the dossiers thoroughly. Family, race, age, temperament, and bitter memories. I memorized it all. It felt like preparing for a job interview, but it was absolutely necessary if I was to fight alongside them. Yes, I did. That's why I loathe humans so much I can't stand it. Quatra growled, baring his fangs, his expression murderous even in Alcuro's presence. I frowned faintly, but his hatred I understood. I too stood here burning with the same fire. So do I. What? I rubbed the holy stone of Riamet in my pocket. Humans stole someone precious from me too, my mother. I despise them for it with all my heart. And even the gods as well. The fury burning in my red eyes, unnatural for a child's face, made even Quatra falter. I passed him by and walked up to Zoff. Zoff had once lost his entire unit when defeated by humans. When I told him I'd help him avenge that, his eyes showed a glimmer of hope. I went on to speak with each demon present about the source of their grudges, about what they hated humans for, what had been taken from them. I wasn't sympathizing out of kindness. Empathy is useful for showing yourself an ally, but too much would be self-destructive. Losing loved ones is hardly rare in wartime. I simply made sure to understand why they fought. That way, my stance would prove that I wasn't their enemy, but a comrade in their vengeance. The demons, starting with Quatra, began to raise concerns, not about me anymore, but about the campaign. They said Autona was an impregnable fortress, one that had withstood countless attacks. They feared it couldn't be taken. I narrowed my eyes, raised a hand, and declared with confidence, "Leave it to me, I promise you this. You'll rip those hated humans apart with your claws and fangs, and you'll make them taste hell itself. But you're a human too." No, it's not anymore. My words left them stunned. You may think it's nonsense, but I've lived my whole life being called a demon by humans. The only one who ever treated me as a fellow human was my mother, and they stole her from me. So I'll show them as a demon. The demons fell silent. Now I had to see how they would respond. I needed their trust, at least until Autona fell. Without it, I risked sabotage or assassination during the operation. Autona would not fall without me. They had to believe that. The lord of that city called me a demon because my appearance reminded him of demons like you. Humans and us are enemies, not hard to understand. Zoff snorted. I grinned. Exactly, enemies. And what emotions do you hold for enemies? Hatred, rage, fear. That lord was a coward who trembled at the shadow of demons even in a child like me. The demons paused, then laughed. So Autona was a coward's fortress. I began outlining the operation to take Autona. I had prepared the ground for my presentation. Whatever they thought of me, none ignored my words now. At least, our goals aligned. That alone made my plan meaningful to them. When I finished, the demons buzzed with excitement. My plan had stirred them. Their eyes burned with hope, with the long-awaited chance for revenge. Alcuro had stepped back during my speech, watching in silence. I felt a flicker of loneliness, but relief too. Then Quatra approached me. My daughter was about your age, help us avenge her. I believe in your hatred. He knelt before me. One after another, Zoff and the rest followed suit. I thought a salute would suffice, but this was beyond expectation. Still, it meant success. Now they would follow my command during the operation. With that, the assault on Autona was as good as won. I found myself grinning without realizing it. Behind me, Alcuro looked astonished. That girl, a child's body with such skilled words, such nerve to stand unfazed. This is more than just cleverness. What have I picked up here? What exactly is she? But I only fixed a black smile on my face, my red eyes blazing with the fire of revenge, my heart racing at how solidly I was cementing my place in the Demon King's army. Chapter 9, The Fall of Autona. We set out well before dawn, while the darkness of night still covered the world. Even the moon was hidden by dark clouds, and there was almost no light to guide us. Quite literally under a jet-black sky, I was flying mounted on the back of Quatra, who had transformed into his dragon form. Looking around, there were about 30 dragonutes like him. On their backs rode skeletons clad in armor, called demon swordsmen. On the ground below, I couldn't see clearly in the dark, but Zoff was leading a decent number of demons marching forward. That said, from what I had heard, even if we went straight at Autona, we couldn't bring it down. While stuck outside its walls, the cannons mounted on top would wipe us out in one strike. And if we tried to enter from above, a swarm of archers would be waiting for us. So then, how do we take it? Well, what comes to mind right away is the order of attack and the combination of forces. In games or anything else, when fighting a strong opponent, there's always a theory. There's always an order to beat them. In this case, since we don't have the firepower to destroy the walls, it all comes down to how much we can reduce the forces stationed on top. If we can do that, then we can land troops on the wall, manipulate the mechanisms of the gate, and open those tightly sealed doors. Once that happens, the ground forces can flood in and it's over. Autona placed absolute trust in those walls. I knew the Lord had cut costs by skimping on strengthening his troops, leaving the security and manpower inside the city weak. If we could just get inside, it wouldn't matter. But that was the problem. Winged demons like dragonutes might make it past the archers to get in, but whether they could subdue the place was questionable. They weren't that numerous, and there would be losses just in the attempt. There was also the idea of sneaking in under cover of night to seize the Lord, but he kept his own guard thick around him, so one way or another, it was necessary to get ground troops inside. Autona sat on a plain, but its flanks and rear were bordered by a river and a lake, making it a natural fortress. The ground army couldn't surround it and attack from multiple sides. A frontal assault was the only option. That was why the most crucial point was how to destroy the forces stationed at the main gate and above the front wall, where Autona concentrated its defenses. And I had thought of a plan to make that possible. This kind of plan, I never would have imagined it. Quattro muttered, "Was that really so?" To me, it didn't seem like anything special, or maybe it was just a matter of perspective. I had assumed demons and monsters were allies, but apparently that wasn't really the case. To demons, too, monsters weren't so different from how humans saw them. That was why everyone had been so shocked when I suggested making heavy use of monsters in the plan. Besides the demon swordsmen they carried, Quattro and the other dragonutes were also transporting something else. That was what made him uneasy. What Quattro was holding looked like a round boulder, but it pulsed, showing that it was breathing. We had drugged it into sleep, but it was a genuine monster called a rock bomb. A fragile yet dangerous creature with the habit of self-detonation. In other words, a living bomb. When I ordered them to carry these as part of the plan, Quattro and the others had truly hated it. Well, who could blame them? The same faces were probably being made on the ground too. After all, not everyone down there was a demon. I'll accept being called vile for this. I am, after all, a demon. I laughed as I said that to Quattro. He shook his head. I didn't know a thing about military strategy. I had been nothing but an office worker. This was my first time attacking a city, and I didn't understand any strategy at all. The only thing I could do was use whatever I could. Knowing the city's internal layout and its forces, I was convinced that if we just got past those walls, conquering it would be easy. The only issue was how to eliminate the wall's defenders with as few sacrifices as possible, and open the gate to let the ground troops in. Then, let's use monsters. Back when I was at the Lord's place, while I still had a little bit of feeling left in me, I had read monster bestiaries like one would read game strategy guides in my previous life as a child. I hadn't been interested in studies, and though I had tried history books, I quickly tossed them aside. Even with my heart dead, what I still found interesting were the bestiaries of demons and monsters. So then, using them was the only thing I could do. Thinking back, maybe even back then the signs of my despair in humanity were already starting to show, I thought with a chuckle. Before long, the city of Autona came into view. That meant the ground forces who had gone ahead would soon begin the operation. Do it well, monsters, be the decoy. Soon, it began. From the top of Autona's walls, cannons fired down at the ground. But my demon subordinates weren't at the end of those blasts. Every target was a monster. In the dark of night, a raging horde of monsters charged straight at Autona, kicking up clouds of dust. There is a monster called Hornbaugh, which moves in herds of more than 200, relatively docile, and sometimes even domesticated by humans. As far as I know, its form could be described as a giant buffalo. They have a strong herd instinct, and if even one of them is harmed, the entire herd will attack the assailant with ferocity. This time we made use of that. We captured calves from several herds and used them as bait, then drove a frenzied horde of more than 500 hornbaws straight toward Otana. The demons released the calves in front of the walls, then immediately withdrew. But when the soldiers on the wall saw the herd and fired cannons at them, the herd's target shifted to the walls of Otana. One after another, Hornbaugh began ramming into the walls, throwing the soldiers into confusion. They made for good decoys. The main demon forces on the ground watched from a distance. That cocotte, to think she'd come up with such a terrifying plan. Zoff, commanding the main force on the ground, muttered in astonishment. Of course. For the sake of revenge, and for the sake of my own survival, I would use everything. Demons, even the feelings of monsters for their young. There was no hesitation in me at all. After glancing down at the scene below, I gave Quattro his orders. The cannon's attention has been drawn away. The archers will be the same. It's time. Let's go. Yes. At Quattro's response, the Dragonoot squad tilted their bodies and swooped toward the wall. One archer finally noticed, shouting out, and soon many soldiers were looking up at us and firing arrows at our diving forms. I tapped Quattro's back twice. The archer's arrows were still outside effective range. This was the perfect distance. Drop the rock bombs. At my command, the Dragonoots hurled the rock bombs down at the soldiers gathered around the cannons atop the wall. To the archers, it must have looked like boulders falling from the sky. A few loosed arrows reflexively, even knowing it was useless, but their hard hides made it meaningless. We pulled back once, using the falling rock bombs as shields. The rock bombs landed heavily like cannonballs, crushing some soldiers and smashing some of the cannons with their sheer weight. But it didn't end there. Jolted awake by the impact, the rock bombs opened their eyes all at once. At that sight, the soldiers finally understood what had fallen. Monsters, they dropped rock bombs on us. Their faces turned pale as the rock bombs started cackling gleefully, their bodies heating up red hot. When the heat reached critical, the rock bombs began exploding one after another on top of the wall. The tightly packed soldiers were blown away, killed in the blasts. Even those who survived the initial explosions were flung off the high wall, falling to their deaths. Even if I knew nothing about warfare, history in my previous life had proven how devastating air raids were to ground troops. There was no way I'd be stupid enough to go for honest close combat. We had wings that made this possible. If bombing or airborne assault could be done, then there was no reason not to. Taking the explosions as our signal, we swooped down on the wall again. The archers, stunned by the rock bomb's blasts, reacted poorly. A few arrows flew, but Quattro and the other Dragonoots weren't foolish enough to be hit by such half-hearted shots. The soldiers trembled in shock. The defense captain on the wall broke into a cold sweat. This attack was of a different nature. Before, when it was brute force, the ironclad walls had held, and with a few cannon blasts, the enemy had retreated. Even when they had flown in before, coordinated archers had been enough to shoot them down easily. But now, on the ground, monsters rammed endlessly at the walls despite cannon fire, and from the sky, self-detonating monsters were dropped as living bombs from beyond arrow range. To humans, demons and monsters alike had seemed unintelligent, barely different from each other. They had never imagined they would come up with such a clever plan. And at last, our claws reached the humans' fortress. The Dragonoots latched onto the top of the wall. From their backs, the demon swordsmen dismounted one after another. The skeleton warriors clad in black armor rattled their bones in delight. The defense captain saw it clearly. A human little girl, riding on the back of an especially large Dragonoot, looking down with a devilish grin. The demon swordsmen, in coordination with the Dragonoots, drew their swords and clashed with the soldiers who also drew their blades. The demon swordsmen had the upper hand. Soldiers who relied on equipment and training could not match born swordsmen in skill. The wall was narrow to begin with, so the soldiers couldn't make use of their greater numbers against the 20-odd demon swordsmen. On top of that, the Dragonoots' fireballs burned and killed more soldiers. To think that something called an iron wall could be this fragile once broken made me laugh uncontrollably. I felt no particular emotion at the lives being lost before my eyes, only the satisfaction that my clumsy plan had worked. The exhilaration like when gaining the upper hand over a boss in a game filled my chest. And that was necessary. Demons follow the strong, then I too must play the strong. With overwhelming brutality, I would cement my position. Atana would be the foundation for that. Don't waste time on small fry. Our goal is to open the main gate. The ground forces are waiting. I knew the structure of the main gate. Just a little way past the soldiers was a lever, connected to countless gears. All it took was pulling that lever and the iron door would open easily. The very automation of the mechanism was its weakness. If it had been old-fashioned, with dozens of men pulling pulleys, this wouldn't have been possible. We reached the lever quickly, and one demon swordsman kicked it down hard. With that, the great door began to creak open. The horde of Hornboss surged into the city. Watching from afar, Zoff gave the order to advance, shocked that the gates had truly opened. The ironclad fortress of the hated humans now had a hole. This was the moment for vengeance. Ravage, destroy, slaughter, burn. At his command, with battle cries raised, the demons charged. Their roars must have sounded like the very call of hell to the people of Atana. Watching the ground forces storm in from atop the wall, I laughed, the hem of my black garb fluttering. Suffer, you scum of Atana. For everything you took from me, I'll take it back. The defense captain saw that sight and was shaken. That demons were being led by a human, and worse, that the one doing it was such a small girl, even younger than his own daughter. This same captain was the knight commander who had given the speech at the show held recently in Atana, when they exposed the children with the demon aspect. The white hair and red eyes of the girl brought to mind the child they had toyed with and killed for amusement. At that time, there had been one girl spared from execution. She had been cast out of the city, escorted by a beautiful blonde woman. But no, that couldn't be. The captain shuddered. In that moment, his eyes met the girl's. She smiled coldly at him. That black-clad figure, with white hair and red eyes they had called a demon aspect and despised, smiling with such beauty it was almost bewitching. Terrified, he stammered. "A demon, princess." Those were his last words, before a demon swordsman's swing sent his head flying. Chapter 10, The First Step of Revenge. The fall of Atana had reached its final stage. As I remembered, the garrison inside the city was nothing significant. From the start, the rampaging Hornbaugh herds had charged ahead, so the soldiers, unable even to properly form a defensive line to deal with them, could hardly be expected to stand against the following wave of demons led by Zoff. The Hornbaugh were troublesome in that they also attacked demons, but in the end they were herbivorous beasts. Now that their role as decoys was over, it mattered little if they were slaughtered by humans or demons. We had planned for their disposal from the start, so the matter was dealt with smoothly. All that was left was to widen the wounds they had opened and tear them apart. Ah, what a simple job this is. To think that shattering humanity's illusions could make things this absurdly easy. Well, demons have always been a force of reckless charges, each fighting with only their individual traits, never with tactics or strategy. That they once struggled against even this level of human resistance is not so strange. If the enemy simply charges straight at you, then towering walls and cannons that rely only on brute force without aim are more than enough. But look, see what they are reduced to now. They carried themselves with absolute confidence, mocking, scorning, sneering at others, and this is the price. They scorned me, they scorned the demons as beings beneath their notice, and now they can do nothing. I watched the burning Atana with a faintly pleased smile. In truth, thanks to the demon's onslaught being far beyond my expectations, it could no longer even be called a battle. Riding on Quattra's back, I circled the skies, watching the slaughter below. Zoff and his men seemed to be in high spirits. The houses were set aflame, hell made real. Soldiers were butchered one after another by the demons. Residents were dragged out of their homes, the men slain on the spot, the women stripped bare. I had not ordered it, but children too were being thrown into cages prepared alongside the women, whether as slaves, toys, or food. I ordered Quattra to descend to the city square, the very square where I had once been displayed before the people. Some of the townsfolk had been gathered there. Among them, Count Atana and his family. I had told Zoff in advance to gather a portion of the people here, including the Count. When I dismounted Quattro, the residents stared in shock. Of course they did, seeing a human descend from the back of a demon. Zoff approached to report. Fua, suppression's more or less done. All that's left is these bastards here. Ah, I see. Zoff's body and the double-bladed axe in his hand were drenched in blood, but his expression was refreshed. He must have rampaged well. The way he looked at me had changed too. A good sign. I placed a hand on my hip, boots clicking as I walked, and approached Count Autana and his family, pinned down by demons, surveying the devastation around us. When Count Autana saw me, despair, rage, and a voice of shock far greater than both spilled out. Why, you? Smiling kindly, I greeted him with a tone of familiarity. It has not been so long, so perhaps long time no see is not right. But how are you, father? I bowed in exaggerated formality. Then they understood. That I, with demons at my back, was the one commanding this attack. You mean to tell me you commanded demons too? That's misleading. Taming is not the word. They are my kin. They and I came of our own will to burn the city. Why, you traitor, murderer, demon who sold her soul. The Count's face was soaked with spit, tears, and snot as he screamed at me. Don't shout so. You were the ones who wished it of me, were you not? That I should be a cursed demon. My smile vanished. I looked down at him with eyes devoid of emotion. His face twisted further. Back when I lived in his house, I had been a ghostly child, never showing emotions, barely speaking at all. He had never imagined such words could come from me. It was your city that taught me emotion again. Why are you doing this? This is nothing less than killing your own parents, an unforgivable sin. His wife screamed at me, eyes full of hatred. Killing one's parents, she said, what a joke. My only parent is Riame, the one I loved. And she, the very one who stole Riame away, dares ask why? I glared at her with eyes filled with killing intent. She flinched for an instant, but then glared back, defiant. Hateful eyes. I wanted to kill her at once, but calm down. That would not be fun. So, your mother, my concubine, Riame? What of Riame? That gentle woman would never have allowed this against me. The Count spoke with a faint smile, as if trying to trouble me, to shake me. Indeed, Riame was kind. She would never wish for this. Had she herself stopped me, perhaps I would have paused. But now, such things mean nothing. Because Mother is dead. I said it coldly, without a flicker of expression. The Count's mouth fell from its false smile. To hear of the death of the woman he had loved, however selfishly, shocked him. I sighed. If he truly cared, he should have saved her long ago. That he did not prove his so-called love was nothing but lust. Ignoring the Count's bowed head, his wife shrieked. A fitting end for a filthy slave whore, and you, child of a whore, are a demon indeed, to betray mankind and commit such barbarity. Cheap provocation. At Riame's mention, my brows twitched, but I would not take the bait. Still, that she could remain so bold even now, surrounded by demons, was because she faced me. How she underestimated me. She, the very one who cast out Riame, is my greatest enemy. Filthy demon, cursed wench. At her cries, my half-brother and the surrounding townsfolk also spat abuse at me. That I, born with the demon aspect, scorned as subhuman, now stood above them was intolerable even here. So, a beaten dog cannot stand its master's bite. The demons behind me watched in silence, but I could feel their rage. For worthless humans to act so high, they waited only because I had commanded it. They were ready to kill. Then let us make these fools a little wiser. You misunderstand, all of you. It was you who raised me into a demon. Congratulations, this ending is your own doing. Lies, she shouted as I declared this to the townsfolk. I grabbed her hair, forcing her to bow. She screamed, but I did not loosen my grip and spoke into her ear. Would you beg for your life? I could negotiate with the demons for you. Whether they agree, I cannot say. She ground her teeth in frustration. Beside her, my young half-brother desperately hurled abuse at me. Well-educated, I see. Such a fine little brother, I'm proud. At his words, the demons growled. I even find it irritating to hear a child like this. Madam, let us put on a show. Everyone, please enjoy it. That time, I was the spectacle. So this time, my half-brother shall take the stage. I ordered the orc holding him down. The very orc who had once begged Zoff to eat me, I would not give him me, but my blood kin I could. More than a fair reward. The orc, delighted, lifted my half-brother into the air. His mother screamed, he cried. A fine scene, may the demons enjoy it too. The title is The Marionette's Waltz. I spread my arms and shouted. At that cue, the orc dislocated his shoulders with a snap. My brother's scream rang, his mother shrieked. Ah, poor marionette, dance, dance, you are but a pitiful doll, ordered to dance until you break. I spun and stepped as if in a dance, arms wide. With each movement of mine, the orc broke my brother further. With each of my steps, his screams echoed. Stop it, stop it, stop. His mother shrieked, held down by goblins. I danced, the orc continued. It hurts, mother. Mother, help me. His cries filled the burning city. The orc was too stupid to understand my art, only playing with the toy given. But the demons loved it. Zoff and the others roared with laughter. To humans, the demons' laughter around them is terror. Quatre too was pleased, watching humans taste despair as he once had when his daughter was taken. When I stopped my steps, my half-brother was nothing but a broken doll. His mother collapsed weeping. I ordered the orc away. He happily carried the corpse off, no doubt to feast, enough fun, and yet my heart was not satisfied. Emptiness. Hollow. No matter what I do, Riame will not return, I know that. Perhaps that is why. I'm getting bored. At my words, coldly spat, the Count widened his eyes and clutched at my shoe. Wait, please wait, I don't want to die. Spare my life, I beg you, mercy. He looked like a child robbed of his toy, pleading weakly, pathetically. His trembling hand clung to my shoe, eyes begging. If I told him to lick it, he would gladly. Amusing, but I would not soil my clothes with his spit. Seeing him grovel was enough. Still, since I said it, let's have some negotiation. Well then, everyone. I spread my arms to the demons growling behind me. They beg for mercy, so I ask you, do they deserve mercy? Smiling, I asked. The demons grinned, stomping the ground. Kill, kill, kill. They shouted as one, and the townsfolk shrank in terror. They begged, save me, spare my daughter, anything, but I did not hear. This world is cruel, you taught me that. After letting their pleas and the demons' shouts ring a while, I sighed, raised a hand. The demons hushed, drooling in anticipation. I turned back to the Count, crouched low to meet his eyes. Father, if only my kin knew mercy. But it seems they do not. He wept, clinging to my foot. Tired of his sniveling, I stood and looked down coldly. Tell me, in your common sense, does a demon like me possess mercy? I will give you anything. Money, status. Pathetic. What is worth such things? I sighed deeply and pulled my foot from his hand. His eyes shifted. I signaled Quattro with my eyes and gave the order. You may kill them now. With that, I turned away. That was the signal. Demons passed me, drooling as they closed on the Count. Behind me, I still heard his pleas, his wife's curses. Repeated words, dull now. You demon. At last, his scream. Yes, I chose to live as a demon. Soon the townsfolk screamed, bones cracked, flesh tore. Old, young, all alike, the feast had begun. Ah, boring, truly boring. Still, with this, I had shown my worth. A fine result. The fall of Atana is complete. Section. When it was all done, I rode Quattro back toward the Demon King's castle. Looking back, I saw Atana burning red in the night. I felt little, but kept it in my sight. This was only the beginning of my revenge, a sacrifice to Riame. A beautiful fire. Our hatred is the fuel that blackens that city. Quattro raised his head and said, with that fire, I would burn all that was human in me. My humanity I would gladly cast into those flames of hatred. A laugh escaped. Ah, perhaps I was wrong, saying I felt nothing. I took out Riame's holy stone, gripping it, thinking of her, my mother of this life, avenged. Those who defiled me and her were reduced to ash. I looked once more at Atana, and with an evil grin spat out. Serves you right. Chapter 11, Epilogue. The day I stopped being human. Phew haha, well done girl no cocotte. To think you would actually bring down a human city, with the body of a mere human. The Demon King was greatly pleased upon hearing my report after I returned to the Demon King's castle. While he laughed like a child as he praised me, Alcuro widened his eyes in shock. And as he listened to me, standing firm while reporting the details of the fall of Atana, and watched me burn my own kind without hesitation in the fires of vengeance, Alcuro truly felt a trace of fear toward Cocotte, this human. Was this little girl perhaps dangerous? Completely unaware of Alcuro's gaze, I puffed my chest with confidence before the Demon King. His pressure still almost made my knees buckle, but this time I had brought a real gift. His cheerfulness was surely no lie. Looking at me acting so confidently, Alcuro let out another sigh and spoke with a dubious expression. But you really burned it in quite the flashy way. My lord, we should quickly send garrison troops to Atana afterwards. Ah, do as you like. Still, you certainly made quite the find, Alcuro. The other 4 heavenly kings will envy you. I am honored, my lord. Alcuro bowed his head. At that exchange, I felt a brief pang of regret. A city as large as Atana, had I seized and delivered it intact to the demons, my evaluation might have risen further. I held no regret for burning it down along with them, but as a point of reflection, I would make use of this next time. The demon king, still in a good mood, interlaced his fingers and pressed them under his chin, leaning over the table to smile at me. Cocotte, you are quite the find. It seems there was no falsehood in those words you spoke before, about giving up being human. Of course not. The demon king nodded at my reply. Therefore, Cocotte, do you intend to remain in my ranks? Eh? The demon king looked straight at me as he said that. A scout, no, it felt like a final interview. I have taken a liking to you, Cocotte. If you wish, I would keep you in my army as a general. What do you say? He made it sound like a question, but there was no right to refuse. And besides, I had no reason to refuse. I drew in a deep breath, let it out slowly, then snapped to attention and declared to the demon king. Nothing could make me happier. Fuhaha good. The demon king laughed with satisfaction. Alcuro adjusted his glasses, pressing his fingers to his brow as he let out yet another sigh. Then, Cocotte, I hereby appoint you anew as a general of my army. I look forward to seeing how a little girl in a human body, who hates humans, will perform. I will live up to your expectations without fail. I bowed deeply, a smile on my face. I did it. At last, I had formally been granted the position of general in the Demon King's army. A great promotion. The trial period was over. Now I am officially a full employee. Then Alcuro stepped before me. I lifted my head, careful not to let him notice my smirk, and looked up at him. He looked down at me with a complicated expression. Had I made some blunder? The Demon King had seemed so pleased. Perhaps Alcuro was angry because I burned Atana so thoroughly that the Demon King's army couldn't use it immediately. Still, sturdy structures like the Lord's mansion might have survived the flames. While pondering that, my heartbeat quickened under Alcuro's stern face. I will prepare your quarters later. A private room for a general. Once it is ready, I will send it to you. Until then, act as you please. Why, yes. A room, he would prepare a room for me. Relief flooded me at not receiving scolding words, and at the same time my eyes shone with expectation. How wonderful. My own room, a room of my own. A room I had one. Not a prison cell, not a shack. A private chamber for a general could only mean something grand. I couldn't help but let my face sparkle with joy. That is all. You may go. Yes. I bowed and left the room. My steps were light. After the door closed fully behind me, Alcuro looked at it and muttered quietly. Pitiful girl. Once the doors of the Demon King's office shut completely behind me, I broke into a wide grin. Ah, how wonderful. I felt like humming a tune. With light steps, I pranced down the hallway. Inside, I felt relief, triumph at my success, not just in the fall of Atana, but in being recognized by the Demon King's army. Now I had gained both the Demon King's protection and the means of vengeance. A splendid start. After vengeance, I had secured the first step toward a happy life. I spread out my arms, twirling as I moved forward like in a dance. While I was grinning and smiling to myself, Quattro and Zoff called out to me from behind. I quickly straightened my posture and pulled back my slackened expression. Thanks to you, we've accomplished a small revenge. We acknowledge you, ma'am. We'll follow you. The two said. I simply answered with a short, I see. Please continue to lead us and bring nightmares to the humans. Our demon princess. Princess? What kind of title was that, I thought, but Quattro explained that some humans had called me that. A name far too grand for me. It made me squirm. I was only a demon, nothing glittering. I shrugged my shoulders and just said, cut it out, before parting ways with Quattro and Zoff. Even walking alone down the hallway, my excitement wouldn't settle. I walked lightly, lost in bliss. Ah, how full I felt. For the first time in this life, I was overflowing with such elation. Even I, a frail little girl, had destroyed an entire city. I was no longer powerless. But as I skipped lightly along the hall, I suddenly faltered, staggering and leaning against the wall. What? With a question mark in my mind, my body slid down the wall, my legs weak. Then nausea welled up in my chest, and I nearly vomited. I forced the unpleasantness rising up my throat back down with my hand over my mouth when I noticed drops falling at my feet. What? Touching my face, I felt tears streaming down. 1 line, 2 lines, what was this? My heart was bright, refreshed, filled with joy at the splendid start I had made. I had even crushed those loathsome people of Atana. Why were tears falling? Ha. So this was it. I was happy. These must be tears of joy. That had to be it. Ha. I burst into loud laughter in the hallway. The burning city. My brother twisted to death. The faces of the Lord and his wife. The pandemonium of the people. All of it the beloved fruits of vengeance. Ah, how wonderful. Truly, I was no longer human, and that was fine, that was best. But not yet. It wasn't over. The corruption of the Atana people was the corruption of the state called Faltmere itself. Unless I crushed it at the root, I could not face Riame. Ah, how delightful. How many more hells must I create? How many towns must I burn? How many people must I kill? I could hardly wait. For that, I would live as a demon. I had given up being human, and within the demons I would rise up and live happily. That was all. That alone moved me. Revenge was only a means for that, nothing more. Ah, watch me, Riame, from your peaceful heaven, witness my vengeance. Those of the same kind who defiled you, I will turn them all to ash, and then I will be happy. With my hand against the wall, I looked up to the sky. Not knowing the meaning of the overflowing tears, I kept laughing and crying. Chapter 12, Prologue, Ripples. A vast white luxurious hall. At the center of the hall stood a massive round table, upon which many middle-aged men were seated. At the far end of the table sat a throne, and before the throne, a knight knelt, delivering his report amid a solemn atmosphere. The men seated around the table were the ministers of the greatest nation of humanity, the kingdom of Faltmere. Seated upon the throne itself was none other than the king of Faltmere, and this place was the round table chamber within the royal castle of the holy capital, Ifarl. The knight making his report wore armor of pure white, a cloak of blue embroidered with gold, marking his high rank. This knight was none other than Aluedin, the commander of Faltmere's proud holy armor knight order. The ministers listened to Aluedin's report from his temporary return from the front lines, their brows furrowing. The report was this: the fortress city of Atana, frontier bulwark and border defense city, had fallen. Barely 3 days after the fall of Atana, word of it had already reached distant Ifarl. Until now, the war with the demon army had been in stalemate, so the news was immediately deemed grave and urgent enough to be delivered directly to the king. While Aluedin finished his report, the ministers began voicing their opinions one after another. What should be done? Word of new movements from the Demon King's army is already spreading among our forces, and the fall of the fortress city Atana is rippling through the morale of soldiers and knights alike. And why in the world did we fail to notice their great offensive sooner? To take Atana in a single night requires an immense army. Atana was a city entrusted to a frontier noble, but its defenses were strong. Indeed, until now it had repelled many demon assaults, standing as a bulwark. For it to fall meant the long-stalled war would shift, and that shift was certain to be disadvantageous for humanity. But had we gained some intelligence about the enemy's general, it would have helped. Yet annihilation. One minister muttered bitterly. The fall of Atana had been reported by scouts humanity dispatched daily to various towns. The message carried by the carrier pigeon was short. It read, "Atana has fallen." By the time the report came, the battle was already over. With demons already garrisoning the entire city, no thorough investigation could be made, but the report of no survivors made clear the fate of the townspeople. Seeing demons freely roaming the streets, the outcome was plain. No reports of survivors fleeing to nearby villages or to the nearest town Frictera were confirmed either, which meant the people, including Count Atana, his wife and their family, had all been slain, or if not, taken captive or perhaps ended up in demon bellies. To the ministers, however, The survival of Count Otana and his family was not the pressing matter. What concerned them most was that the enemy's forces and commander remained unknown. The demons now occupying Otana were merely stationed there. The main army had surely already withdrawn, leaving little clue as to what exactly had struck Otana. Had it been a normal offensive, the fortress should have held for some time, long enough to gather intelligence on the enemy general or forces, share it, and prepare countermeasures. But with Otana so swiftly destroyed, nothing was known, and the shock was tremendous. Just how vast was the army that descended upon them? To take Otana overnight was unthinkable until now. Demons were believed to be like monsters, relying only on brute force. Their individual threat levels varied widely, and though many surpassed humans physically, overall they were thought to lack in strategy and tactics. Once there had been demons gifted in strategy, but they were rare exceptions. Demons were overconfident in their raw strength. That was humanity's understanding, and largely true. What stood out in this case was the scouts' report of countless Hornbaugh corpses scattered within and outside the fortress. It suggested the demons had begun using monsters in earnest. Until now, humanity had half-treated monsters and demons as the same, yet in practice, demons hardly ever had monsters within their armies, at most a few trained for mounts. If demons now began employing monsters strategically, the war would change drastically. For humanity, it was a grave situation. This is why Otana's defenses should have been strengthened. Entrusting it to incompetent nobles brought us this. Could it not have been an army directly commanded by one of the 4 heavenly kings? That seems most likely. But at a front far from Otana, the Holy Armor Knights are engaged with the demon star Mir, while the most warlike of them, Strong Arm Uragachna, is being held off by the hero's party. With these 2 battle fanatics occupied, who else could have mounted such an invasion? Indeed, the puppeteer Polinia, formidable as a strategist, has already been defeated by the heroes. The only one left is Alcuro, the Obsidian. Impossible, that one has never appeared on the battlefield. That accursed demon king's aid would never come to the front lines. Yet Otana has indeed fallen. Who but Alcuro could have done it? Could it be that a neighboring country aided the demon army? In recent days, the small nations' confederation has shown us little favor. And what good would that do them? Should we fall, the confederation too would be nothing but food for the demon army. At last suspicions spread even to Faltmer's neighboring states, and speculations swirled throughout the round table chamber. Watching the bickering ministers, Alueddin cursed inwardly. Stubborn old fools. The important question was not how, but why. He could not help but feel concerned, as one entrusted with the front lines, that this hinted at a wider expansion of the demon army's advance. The chamber had dissolved into chaos, ministers flinging theories at one another. The king of Faltmer narrowed his eyes and let out a long sigh. Then he struck the floor twice with the ornate staff in his hand. The sound silenced the ministers, and they turned to the king. This tragedy at Otana, we must take it heavily to heart. The war will change. We must prepare our countermeasures. Alueddin. Yes, sire. Concerning Otana, await further reports. In addition, reinforce the defenses of the frontier towns. Yes, after I deliver word, I will return to the front lines. Very well, you have my thanks. I expect good news. With the king's words, Alueddin bowed and left the chamber, his expression bitter. As commander of the Holy Armor Knight Order, the highest post among Faltmer's knights, he had come here himself to receive new orders. Troops would now be diverted from the front to defend the border. Though undesirable, that was the decision, which meant he himself had no choice but to defeat the 4 heavenly King Mir, whom his knights faced. Yet in his heart, he felt an uneasy, indescribable knot of dread. The demon army's sudden offensive. Otana's fortress, though ruled by an incompetent lord, had withstood years of repeated assaults, yet it was destroyed in a single night. This grave development had shaken the kingdom of Faltmer to its core. The fall of Otana, that the army which accomplished it was led by a mere human little girl from Otana itself, none of them yet knew. Chapter 13, Within the Demons. It had already been a month since the fall of Otana. That morning, I woke up in the bed prepared for me in my room. It was the first time since staying at the Lord's mansion in Otana that I had slept in a warm bed. But since that bed back then had felt devoid of warmth or anything at all, The comfort of sleeping now in this treatment, I had one with my own hands, was in no way comparable. For the first few days after being given this room, the freshness of accomplishment from burning Autona had granted me the comfort of pleasant and deep sleep. Well, whether this place where I had been sleeping was actually safe enough to allow such sleep was another question. If you were to take some random human and tell them to rest easy in this luxurious room like one out of a high-class hotel, they would shake their head in refusal without hesitation. That is the kind of place this is. Maybe I had slept in too deep. Rubbing my still bleary eyes, I pushed myself upright. After running my fingers lightly through my hair, I wriggled across the bed, far too large for my body, and stood on the floor. I moved toward the dressing table to wash my face, but of course it didn't match my size, so I had to stand on the chair to look into the mirror. I had barely looked at my own body like this, so I hadn't noticed until now, but looking again, I really was just a little girl. The white nightgown given to me was soft to the touch and undoubtedly expensive, white to the point of transparency, or rather, actually a little see-through. I looked over my own body and clicked my tongue with a bitter expression. All because I was born into such a powerless body. More than 10 years had already passed since I was reborn as female and had lived as one. I had gotten used to a girl's body, but that didn't mean I completely thought of myself as female. There still lingered a difficult ambiguity in my heart. The spirit and memories dwelling in this body were all inherited from my previous life. As such, my mental gender was, from my perspective, still closer to male. Yet, from birth to now these 12 years, however different from Japan it may have been, I had lived as a girl. My gender now had become ambiguous, something hard to define. No, enough. Thinking about it won't change anything. It doesn't matter. I washed my face with the water jug on the table and stepped down from the chair. I quickly slipped my arms into the military-like uniform. As expected, it was a little big. The waist I managed to fit with a belt, but the sleeves were still somewhat too long. From the sleeve ends, my fingertips just barely poked out. The jacket hem, designed to be above the knee, dragged all the way to my ankles on me, nearly brushing the floor. Now then, once I finished dressing, I pushed the door open and stepped into the corridor. This was the Demon King's castle. I had been calling it that as a convenience, but in reality, this enormous structure was both a city and a fortress. The home of monsters who opposed humanity and devoured them, the demons. Not a place where someone like me, a human, was supposed to be. The Demon King's castle looked as if it had been carved out of a mountain, and within it were layered levels of various facilities. Its total area was comparable to a city the size of Autona. Vast and complex. Even though I had been here for a month already, I still feared getting lost, so I only went back and forth between my room and the military facilities. A recluse state. I was curious about the city, but if I tried wandering about in the name of exploration, I would instantly get lost. Countless demons were actually living here. Because of that, my walking around as a human wasn't just a matter of getting lost, but also a risk to my life. Not only were there high-ranking demons like Quatra with great intelligence, but also low-ranked ones like goblins. Even non-combatants here possessed strength surpassing humans. Even though I had formally joined the Demon King's army as a general, those who didn't know the circumstances, or even some who did, might not be able to restrain their hatred toward me simply for being human, unlike Quatra. Therefore, I did not wander. I had only just begun my path toward peace. I couldn't lose my life over something trivial. I might have become a demon general, but I was still just a human, just a little girl. I possessed no strength beyond that of a 12-year-old girl. In other words, I was a very fragile being. I needed to ensure not only my subordinates, but the entire demon army, and even the demon race as a whole, would guarantee my safety. The fastest way to do that was to earn achievements, or so I thought, but this past month, the Demon King's army hadn't made any major moves. I had expected them to advance boldly, but as it was war, they were being cautious. It felt less like a fantastical story of a battle between humans and demons, and more like a diplomatic war from my past life. The demon army might be humanity's sworn enemy, but they were also a nation. It wasn't just the kingdom of Faltmare they clashed with, but many smaller human states too, with whom they fought small skirmishes and even traded. And another thing turned out different from what I expected. our demon king. I had assumed the demon king would be issuing orders left and right to his subordinates, but he didn't do that at all. Every day he busied himself writing with his pen, but what exactly those duties were, I didn't know. Likely political matters, I guessed. Yet, though he was both head of state and head of the military, he gave no direct orders as commander of the army. He simply listened to operation reports. I was told that my order to take down Atana had been an irregular exception. Most military operations were entrusted entirely to the 4 heavenly kings. At present, there were only 3 left, including Alcuro. One had already died. The other 2, aside from Alcuro, were both at the front lines, clashing evenly with powerful human forces, which was why expeditions were my chance to earn achievements. If I could deal even a small blow to the kingdom of Faltmere, burn their towns, it would cleanse the misfortune that had befallen me. But that chance was being withheld, leaving me restless. So for this whole month I hadn't simply been idle. I learned about demons from Quatra and Zoff, wrote out strategies on paper, and studied tactics on my own. But the lack of visible progress, of clear results, only built up my frustration. Every sortie had been nothing but errands, never combat. Completely unsatisfying. What I needed was advancement. To take towns, to burn homes. That was my vengeance. Walking the corridor, I bit my nails, glaring down at the floor. Ah, how unbearable. Impatience fueled my hatred. I stopped in place, gnawing my nails, staring into nothing. My feelings had flipped from when I was on the bed. That warmth had meant the happiness of survival, which I longed for. But once I stepped away, what moved me was hatred. Even now, while I stood here, the same kind as that bastard still strutted about in the world. I had turned Atana's people to ash, but their root, the kingdom of Faltmere, was vast. Compared to that, Atana was nothing. For this month I had been caught in a loop. Grateful for the safety, shelter, food, and clothing I had now, compared to Atana, swirling back and forth with my impatience at the stagnant situation, fueled by my hatred for humanity. Damn it, my head hurts. I had gotten too irritated. Holding my head with one hand and clutching Riamez's holy stone in my pocket with the other, I gnashed my teeth. My shoes clacked the floor loudly as I fumed, when a voice called from behind. I turned with my face twisted in surprise and anger. There was Zoff, looking flustered. "Young lady, don't make such a scary face. What's wrong?" At his words, I snapped back and calmed my expression, regulating my breathing. When I settled down, Zoff sighed in relief. HMPH, Zoff. At first, he had looked down on me with contempt, but since the fall of Atana, he had been obedient, or rather something like that. I didn't need fear, I just wanted obedience. And while it wasn't fawning, his sudden softening grated on me. Still, from what I learned, once ogres recognized someone as stronger, they were bound by nature and custom to absolute obedience. So I figured that's just how it was. Otherwise, why would demons treat a mere human girl like this just for lending a hand? The hatred demons bore for humans was the same as my hatred. It was no half measure. During the fall of Atana, Zoff had been drenched in blood, grinning with joy. Even if I had shown achievements and declared myself an ally, if he then acted like this, I couldn't help but feel thrown off. Demons had once terrified me, but now their friendliness was in its own way unsettling. Zoff especially, contrary to his rough first impression. I had thought of him as the kind to gnaw on a human child's arm with his drink. Not wrong, but he turned out surprisingly easygoing. Still, he was my subordinate. I was the superior. I couldn't have him killing me on a whim, but with Alcuro and the Demon King watching within the army, at least in public such things wouldn't happen. So I met demons with a firm attitude. In fact, Zoff and Quatra were practically my guards, so while they were with me, other demons couldn't lay a hand on me. Well, some of those vicious impressions of demons might also be human propaganda. In any case, friendliness was fine, but the way he addressed me wasn't. "I told you to stop calling me young lady. Nothing is wrong. It's just been far too peaceful lately. I'm suffocating." "Ah well, I hear the war's reached a stalemate lately." "I've heard that too, but what have we done this month? Supply runs, scouting, rear guard duty, that's all. All this drudgery had worn me thin. If the war was in stalemate, then we should be sent to the front. Surely there were ways. When I said as much, Zoff laughed. "Ha ha ha, then maybe I'll show you around the city next time. I'll escort you." Huh. Well, if you're bored, I thought it might be fun. It's dangerous alone. I was dumbfounded by Zoph's grin. No need, I'm not interested. I answered with a sigh, pinching the brim of my cap. A lie, I was interested. But there were more important things. If you've got time for that, study tactics. All you ever suggest is relying on brute force with your strong bodies. If you really want to trample humans, then use your heads. I ended up snapping at him. This past month, in my talks with Quatra and Zoph about running our forces, I had learned one thing: my subordinates were all muscle-brained. Their only plan was to charge straight in and smash everything. It wasn't just them, it was true for demons as a whole. They relied too much on physical strength. That was why they couldn't overcome human tactics, and why things like Atana happened. But when I said that, Zoph went silent and I froze. Crap, did I go too far? If he snapped, it'd be bad. For a moment I forgot, but he was a demon. Humanity's enemy. He ate humans. If I angered him too much, my life was at risk. I cautiously looked up at Zoph. He looked down at me with a serious expression. His massive, muscular body, his fearsome face like an oni, though dressed in the military uniform of a squad leader, that only made it scarier. High ogres stood easily over 2 meters tall. I was like a small animal before him. Of course, being glared down at was frightening. I put on a firm expression and stared back, but behind that mask my back was drenched in cold sweat. Then suddenly Zoph burst out laughing. I jumped at the loud voice, and he looked down at me as if impressed. "Young lady, you truly do hate humans. That's reassuring. And so, I bring you good news." Oh. So it was fine after all. For some reason, he was impressed. I needed to be more careful handling even subordinates, since they were still demons. Zoph scratched his chin and grinned as he spoke. Apparently, news of the fall of Atana had reached the capital of Faltmere, and though Atana had been remote and away from the fiercest battle zones, suddenly the defenses of towns in its vicinity were being strengthened. Hearing that, I scowled again. How was that good news? Didn't it just make things harder? As I glared, Zoph smiled awkwardly and explained. "This proves the humans are panicking. It means you and I stirred them up good. The news just came in, so I rushed to tell you." "Yeah. I see. I had thought Atana was nothing, but apparently its fall had shaken the kingdom of Faltmere, even if only a little." Indeed, that was good news. A welcome surprise. Though I didn't know it, the round table chamber had been thrown into chaos, far more than just shaken. My mood lifted a little, so it had meant something after all. That city alone wasn't enough to balance out the wounds I and Riameh had suffered. Then a voice called me. I turned to see the burly dragonute man, Quatra. "Princess, Zoph, so you were here." "Quatra, what is it?" "Elkuro-sama summons you." At those words, I adjusted my cap and steeled myself. Chapter 14, The One Who Drinks Tea. I had been summoned by Elkuro and made my way to his reception room. I left Quatra and Zoph waiting outside, opened the door to Elkuro's reception room, and stepped inside. This was my first time meeting Elkuro since the report after the fall of Atana. For the past month it had been nothing but tedious duties, and since I hadn't gone out much either, there was no chance to meet him. Inside, Elkuro was waiting, holding a teapot. He must have just been preparing tea. That a demon would be so worldly struck me as strange when I first saw it. However, Elkuro was without a doubt a handsome man if viewed as human, and the sight of him preparing tea in such a room gave off an air of nobility. More than a noble, he carried himself with a bearing befitting royalty. His clothing resembled a military uniform, but that only heightened the sense of dignity and refinement. Elkuro noticed me. I immediately bowed to him with the etiquette I had learned since arriving here. "You were quick. I'm just about to pour the tea. Wait a moment." "No need to trouble yourself. I came upon some good leaves." "I see." I thought the gesture unnecessary, but refusing further would be rude, so I decided to accept it. Elkuro sat at the round table draped with a white cloth and gestured for me to sit as well. "Sit down." "Excuse me." I bowed and sat across from him. The chair was high, so even sitting was a bit of a struggle. I had to half climb up into it, and when I finally sat, only from my chest up was above the table. But I couldn't exactly kneel on the chair like a child, so I had to endure it. The many inconveniences of moving around in this small body only deepened my frustration with it. As I silently cursed my small frame, Alcuro poured the tea and set a cup before me. The tea set looked expensive. On the table besides it were sugar, honey, and other things. I found myself staring at them, wondering if perhaps he simply enjoyed entertaining when Alcuro spoke. "Feel free to relax." "Yes," I answered, but there was no way I could relax. He was my superior. And a demon. One of the 4 heavenly kings at that. The etiquette I had been taught and the memories of my previous life kept me outwardly calm, but fear was still fear. Alcuro might just as easily lop off my head for the slightest misstep. The Demon King had said that Alcuro didn't like eating humans, but that didn't mean he couldn't. And even if he didn't eat me, that was no guarantee he wouldn't kill me. This was nothing like being with Quatra or Zoff. When I first met him, I had been consumed with hatred, which dulled my sense of dread. But now, watching him gracefully hold a teacup and savor its aroma, I was reminded that this demon before me was, if not on the level of the Demon King, still of a different order of existence entirely. After seeing Alcuro take a sip, I nervously lifted my cup with both hands to keep from dropping it, and sipped. What did he want to talk about? If it was about the next campaign, I could be eager. But this could hardly be just a casual tea gathering. I might fear demons, but I saw them all as tools for my revenge. What I needed was battle. What I sought was the sight of them suffering and dying. I had already begun striving for that. Honestly, I had no time to waste sipping tea. I didn't even know the proper manners, and it wasn't as though anything had happened this past month. Even Quatra and Zoff, fired up after Atana's fall, had started to voice complaints. I too felt like I had been stalled. So, keeping my posture rigid and not touching the tea after the first sip, I waited. Alcuro soon got to the point. As you know, the fall of Atana seems to have greatly shaken the humans. Fearing that a major offensive would begin far from the main battlefront, they've apparently fortified even the frontier. Yes, I also heard just now that this has forced Faltmare to spread out their forces. It should also ease the efforts of Lord Mir and Lord Uragachna, who are still pressing on the battlefront. Alcuro looked a bit surprised at my words. I had heard about the state of the war from Quatra and the others, and dispersing enemy strength was obviously key. While the main armies clashed head-on, movements from the flanks, like from the frontier, were always a major concern. That was why fortress cities like Atana existed. But now that it had fallen, the humans feared our army's penetration into their interior, and so had tightened their defenses and troop allocations there. Still, to hear such reasoning come from the mouth of a mere child like me was surprising. That was why Alcuro looked surprised, but he quickly continued. Exactly. Since the humans must divert soldiers from their main force, the stalemate at the front should gradually shift. Of course, that's only if we continue to convince them that we're mounting an offensive from Atana. Mir was facing the Holy Armor Knight Order, the strongest unit in Faltmare, while Uragachna fought the army led by the so-called heroes. If we could make them believe that battles on the frontier were as threatening as those, then the humans would need vast manpower to hold all those lines equally. That would scatter their strength and weaken their heartland. The Holy Armor Knight Order and the heroes. Back in the Lord's mansion, I had heard of them countless times. Even though in my past life I wasn't into fiction, I had felt some admiration for the Holy Knights, guardians of discipline, and the heroes who wielded extraordinary powers said to be enough for 4 of them together to even defeat a heavenly king. But now they were nothing but obstacles. They never saw people like me, the oppressed. Heroes weren't for the people, they were for the nation that raised them up, which meant they were beings I had every reason to kill. I silently cursed those so-called heroes. Alcuro went on. Therefore I intend to continue pressing from the flanks. Here it comes. So from Atana's route to Ifarl, even if not a full-scale offensive, they would need a contingent to secure results. I couldn't help but grin. From the flow of the conversation, this task was bound to come to me. Of course, Alcuro was talking about harassing operations, prodding at the enemy to force them to respond, a decoy in effect. Harassing the 2 armies from the side to draw their focus. That kind of role. If that was the case, I could do it. But when I calmed down, unease crept in. As a decoy unit, if I were used up by the demon army, it would all be meaningless. But it was also a chance. After a moment's hesitation, I decided I wanted the assignment. My reasons for being in the demon army were survival and revenge. To live happily, I had to earn merit and rise. Riame's last words telling me to live, and my revenge on the humans who took her from me, both had to be achieved. That was my only happiness. Therefore, I want to hear your thoughts. The essence of this decoy operation is what? Alcuro looked at me as if testing me. He was measuring me. Seeing my chance, I began with, if I may be so bold. With my limited knowledge, I laid out my thoughts on the purpose, problems, and required forces of such an operation. The aim of a decoy operation is to divert the enemy's main force at the front. If they take the bait and shift their troops, Lord Mir and Lord Uragakna's main armies can break through and penetrate inland. That is the true purpose. The problem is if they don't take the bait. But in that case, the decoy force can simply continue advancing and strike the capital as a main force instead. Ahem. As for the required numbers, that is a difficult point. Our side would also be spreading our strength thinner, and since a decoy would need to march far from the main front and take a wide detour, speed would be key. Thus, an elite force emphasizing mobility would be ideal. Still, to make supply and presence felt along the way, we would need to capture towns when possible, so the numbers can't be too few. What was needed was a swift, powerful elite force. A competent commander leading just enough troops to capture towns. Yes, the fruits of my self-study these past days let me say all that in a flow. Though it might be off-target coming from an amateur, I thought it reasonable. There was a front line, and it was impossible to spare too many troops for a decoy, but as a strike force as well, it made sense. Advance until discovered, then retreat after drawing the enemy. If undiscovered, keep going. I pictured it in my mind. To march through and set ablaze the lands of the human great kingdom, Faltmare, was a vision that filled me with ecstasy. I could also unleash monsters. I remembered the old lord once grumbling about how complacent and soft the humans of the interior were. I wanted to show those fools hell. To show them what they sacrificed for their easy lives. The bones they trampled on, if gathered together, could form a poison, and I wanted to watch them writhe in agony from that poison they themselves had birthed. I see, you've understood my thinking well. Honestly, I'm impressed. I am honored. Good, it seemed promising. Alcuro looked at me with interest, though also with a hint of something complex. I exhaled, relieved. This was perfect. I had the merit from the fall of Autona. Alcuro touched a finger to his lips, thinking. So I waited, for him to entrust me with the mission. But then... However, a full-scale deployment will wait. First, my subordinate General Tson will depart as an advance force. What? Troops will move from Autona to the next town, Frictura. If Tson can take it, then we will use Autona and that region as a foothold for a true invasion. Whether Frictura falls or not, it all depends on the result. What about me? Tson was another general under Alcuro, if I remembered right, a vampire-type demon. I had never met her, but had heard some rumors, said to be ambitious for promotion. But what did that matter? The chance for deployment was being handed away. I blurted out in panic. Excuse me, but what about me? It felt impolite, but I had to ask. I had been certain the role was mine. After sipping his tea, Alcuro replied. Cocotte, you will handle logistics. I am entrusting Autona to Tson for the Frictura campaign. You will oversee supply transport and the construction of a command post there. That is. Afterward, remain in Autona and wait. That's absurd. Unbelievable. Not even a supporting role, but completely a shadow. Just a stepping stone for Tson. Do the groundwork and then hand the stage to someone else. Even worse, I was to give up Autona, the city I had burned down with my own hands, to someone else. To carry supplies only to watch Tson march off to attack Frictura, leaving me behind. This past month, I had carried out multiple supply transports to Autona, to reuse the conquered city for the demons. Even though it had burned and buildings collapsed, I had mobilized my subordinates to clean it up as best as possible, for evaluation's sake. And so, I had thought, somewhere in my heart, that Autona would be given to me. That was why I endured all that drudgery. I stood up and shouted at Alcuro. I am a fighter, Lord Alcuro, under your command. It was I who burned Autona. My subordinates are restless too, they long to burn towns again, to crush the enemy, to shatter the humans' peace. And yet, more menial work again. My revenge was still only halfway. My comfort, my food and lodging, though tolerable, were still far from true safety or peace. Both could only improve by advancing. If not now, then when? Alcuro replied. We are not savages. At those words I lowered my head, biting my lip and clenching my fists. So burning Atana had been a mark against me. This was war, not mere invasion, so Alcuro explained. Naturally, I couldn't accept that. I understood. War was politics. Rules existed. But how much did they mean in this world? To raise humanitarian ideals in war and expect me to forget the treatment I once endured and say, yes, I understand. Humans stripped even their own kind of rights. Why should we treat them with honest decency? Alcuro looked at me, trembling and gnawing my lip, and sighed. Cocotte, I do not yet fully trust you. In that instant, the cold words made sweat burst down my back. My anger instantly turned to fear. Had I gone too far? I dropped my gaze and gripped my clothes tightly. Alcuro's words felt like a direct threat to my life. Your merit in Atana's fall was splendid. But you are human, a woman, and a child. You should not be learning only how to fight. What was that supposed to mean? That I was unreliable because I was a little girl. That because I was human, that I was useless. That was how it sounded. I couldn't even protest that I wasn't a woman. I panicked. To gain both happiness and revenge, I had to rise. But for one of the 4 heavenly kings, Alcuro, to say that, it was like a death sentence. The thrill of Atana's fall was gone, and sweat began to bead in my palms. Alcuro gazed down at me with an unchanging expression and crimson eyes. I quickly averted my gaze and looked down. A human, he said. I am not human. The words slipped from me. My declaration of abandoning humanity was only that, a declaration, mere words. The Demon King had found it amusing, but Alcuro intended to keep seeing me as human. And he was right, I was human. But the fire of hatred against humanity that burned in my chest threatened to consume every trace of human nature in me. So, if his reason for distrusting me was that I was human, I couldn't stand it. I knew it was childish, just a child's tantrum. Alcuro's exasperated look confirmed that, a moment of silence. An uneasy air filled his reception room. The chill quickly restored my calm. I had blundered. Let my emotions run. This was not the place. I regretted the words immediately. Forgive me. I bowed deeply, sweat pouring down my face. Alcuro only said, "It's fine," and added milk to his tea. Inside, I felt relieved. What I had said was truly a blunder. That he forgave it in words calmed me. I had to be grateful for his leniency. At least I still had deployment. This demon before me had saved my life, in a way. I had to mind my manners. If Alcuro wanted me to build a camp, then for now I had no choice but to obey. Yes, change perspective. Think positively, do my best with what I have. I steadied my mind. Pathetic though it was, I realized again that reckless emotion only strangled me. I organized my thoughts calmly. In the case of Atana's fall, I could plan since it was my birthplace. But in other battles, I was an amateur. A frail little girl who had only begun to self-study strategy. And the troops under me were pitifully few compared to other generals. I had been given a dangerous remnant unit after its previous commander died, one that only smoldered with resentment. So, as experience, I had to complete whatever tasks were given, even if only as a stepping stone. And then, I see now. I murmured softly, raising my head. Lord Alcuro, our mission is to transport supplies to Atana. And that is all for the sake of the Frictura campaign, is it not? Indeed. Then we must do whatever is necessary for that purpose. I slowly reached for the sugar jar, opened it, and dropped cubes into my tea. 1, 2, 6. Whether Frictura falls or not, it all depends on the result. I stirred them gently and then drank the whole cup in one go. In that sequence, I saw a vision of the coming campaign and felt bliss. When the sugar had fully melted into the tea, it was at its most delicious. All I had to do was drink it down. If that meant being the one to stir the sugar, so be it. I exhaled and looked into Alcuro's suspicious gaze with my own red eyes and spoke. I will take charge of this crucial mission, the stepping stone for our advance. I smiled brightly as I said it. Chapter 15, Alcuro's Sigh. Alcuro, one of the Demon King's 4 heavenly kings, let out a sigh as he cleaned away the teacups he had finished drinking from. It was not exactly a worry, per se. The reason for his sigh was Cocotte, the human girl who, despite her origin, had been granted the rank of general in the Demon King's army. At first, Alcuro had picked Cocotte up out of pity. He thought it would not be so bad to keep her under the pretense of making her a plaything, giving her some care. But that was all depending on whether or not she caught the Demon King's eye. He assumed the Demon King would dismiss her with a single word, leaving Cocotte trembling in fear before being reduced to food or a slave. That was as far as Alcuro's role went. If by some chance she earned the Demon King's favor, she would live. Compared to abandoning her there to certain death, it was the better choice. But never did he expect that the girl would truly earn the Demon King's interest, and even more so, achieve the conquest of Atana, which he had thought difficult to take with the forces currently available. He had suspected it, but Atana was indeed Cocotte's birthplace. Even if she had been abused and branded as bearing the demon aspect, building up layers of hatred, the emotions that girl carried within her were not those of a child. Her intelligence, her capacity, everything was unfit for a little girl. And so was her cruelty. The army once led by Cocotte's predecessor, including Quatre, had been a defeated force from a battle where their general was slain. They had turned into a seething mass of humiliation and resentment. There was no talent fit to command them, and they were too troublesome to be used haphazardly, so they were mostly kept on standby, which only worsened their festering hate. And yet the Demon King had deliberately given Cocotte to them, and she had managed to seize control flawlessly. Though it could not yet be said she had earned their full trust, the several missions Alcuro had her carry out over the past month proved she had them under control. The girl he had picked up like a ragged cloth had turned out to be this kind of thing. Alcuro rested his chin on his finger as he sat down, recalling his recent conversation with Cocotte. That brat had grasped the decoy march plan perfectly. Granted, it was a simple strategy, but the ability to understand its intent was no mark of an amateur. She carried the dignity of someone who had spent years working within an organized structure, carrying out methodical tasks. Alcuro could not understand Cocotte, nor could he understand the Demon King's orders. After hearing the report of Atana's fall, once Cocotte had left the room, the Demon King had commanded Alcuro, "Use Cocotte. Send her out on military duties as much as possible. She is worth observing." Alcuro had bowed deeply and accepted the order, yet he could not come to terms with it. His feelings were conflicted. On one hand, the compassion of not wanting to send a child who should be protected into the battlefield. On the other hand, the wariness of not knowing how the beast dwelling inside Cocotte might bear its fangs once unleashed on the battlefield. Cocotte was, in the end, just a human child. Her body was frail, so weak she could be killed even by a single goblin, a low-ranking demon. And yet from her, Alcuro felt something else. That black smile she had shown him earlier. So over this past month, not wanting to disobey the Demon King's words, he had allowed Cocotte some deployments, but made sure all of them were unrelated to combat. Transporting supplies, scouting, tasks to give her an outlet without risk. As expected, she seemed displeased with such assignments, but Alcuro thought that was fine. However, this time, the Demon King had given direct orders for Cocotte to be deployed in the Frictura campaign. The Demon King, who almost never gave specific instructions, had personally named her. Cocotte clearly had his interest. With that kind of order, Alcuro could not refuse. He summoned Cocotte beforehand and gave her the command. He saw it immediately. Cocotte desired battle. She longed for Alcuro's words to grant her the order to march. The way her red eyes, the same as his, looked at him expectantly was nothing less than the gaze of someone seeking the next war. Yet Alcuro gave her an order akin to rear-guard duty, directly against her will. And then, "I will accept this vital mission that shall serve as the foothold for our advance." Cocotte had smiled and accepted. Behind those words, Alcuro had certainly seen the black beast. Even while incorporating her into the plan, he had assigned her the inglorious task of transporting supplies to Atana and then remaining on standby there, away from combat. But the girl accepted with that smile. At first she had shown open resistance and displayed her emotions, yet how quickly she changed. What was that sudden shift? Even if her abnormality came from the hatred born of her abuse by humans, her eagerness to throw herself into battle was still something Alcuro could not fully accept. Her mother was taken from her by humans. For that revenge, the girl carried within her a pitch black, something worth throwing away everything for. This was not a simple matter of maturing through revenge. No, it was something else. Cocotte carried far too much of what a little girl should not have. Intelligence, knowledge, experience, hatred, none befitting a little girl. And such a girl smiled. She was scheming, without a doubt. Which is why Alcuro entrusted the conquest of Frictura to Tsoan. There was an unease in the air. Tsoan had her flaws, but she was strong. Frictura was somewhat inland, a fortified town, though not to Atana's degree, and its defenses had been reinforced. But if Cocotte had brought down Atana, Tsoan would manage as well. Cocotte should not have a role to play. And yet, Alcuro felt an ominous foreboding. The way Cocotte brought down Atana was a hellish massacre. Considering her background, it could not be helped. But that little girl who burned her own kind in the fires of revenge, without hesitation, was dangerous. Perhaps Alcuro should have ordered her to return immediately after delivering the supplies. No, that would have left them without reserves to move in an emergency. Once Tsoan left for Frictura, someone would need to protect Atana. And then there was Cocotte's reaction. When Alcuro had ordered her to transport supplies to Atana and remain in standby, she had faltered for just a moment, but then instantly smiled that black smile in acceptance. Cocotte had realized it, that they were not just rear guard, but the reserve forces for the Frictura campaign, that she had been given authority. Alcuro had meant his explanation to emphasize doing as little as possible, but she had seen through it and changed her behavior accordingly. Really, why had the Demon King entrusted such a girl with the rank of general? That girl will surely cause something. Her eyes said so. And whatever that something may be, whether fangs or claws, there is no guarantee it won't cut into their own ranks. She was that kind of girl. Perhaps she really was a demon. Since he had been the one to pick her up, he could not simply abandon her, but if she ever truly became a threat, he would kill her with his own hand. She was human, after all. No, that is not good. Alcuro pressed his fingers to his forehead and sighed again. He could only laugh bitterly at himself, realizing how much vigilance he was showing toward one human child. Wasn't I fighting so that a girl like her could live with a smile? A whispered soliloquy. No one was there to hear those words. Chapter 16, I am in a good mood. I left Alcuro's room and started walking with Quatra and Zoff, who had been waiting in front of the door. Walking with two large demons at my side, I was in a good mood this time, unlike before. Humming a tune and stepping lightly, I made Quatra and Zoff, walking behind me, exchange glances. Princess, what kind of discussion did you have? Quatra asked me while walking. I snorted as I gave my reply while moving forward. We are marching. Transport supplies to Atana and wait there. The order is to see off General Tsoan as she goes to capture Frictura. Both Zoff and Quatra frowned at my words. Well, it could not be helped. I had the same thought too, more chores again, huh? And it seemed that Tsoan did not have the best reputation either. So it made sense the two of them were not happy about being put into an operation that would obviously just make them her stepping stone. Zoff, in particular, grew visibly sour and scratched his head. Why, not feeling up to it? If it is an order, I will obey. Why, yes, same here. Orders are orders. They looked clearly displeased. Seeing them like that, I could not help but chuckle, making fun of demons. Anyone who saw this would probably faint dead away. I was doing something terrifying, but now my heart was brimming with hopes and dreams. Ah, if I play my cards right in this next operation, this time I will surely be recognized. What I needed was power, status, and a solid career. Safety and a high standard of living would follow along with those. And with the pawns I gained, I should use them to menace humanity. It was the perfect life plan. Once humanity was wiped out, just as Riame once said, I would live quietly by the lakeside. Riame wished for my happiness too. Rest assured, mother. I will live happily for sure. As I walked, I lovingly stroked Riame's holy stone I had taken out of my pocket. So, why are you in such a good mood, young lady? Zoff seemed curious about my cheerful state. I stopped, tucked the holy stone back into my pocket, and turned to face the two. The two demons seemed puzzled by my demeanor. Why wouldn't I be? A chance has come around. You mean the chance to earn merit. But the operation Lord Alcuro gave you is just being General Tsoan's backup. I don't like it. No doubt they are making us clean up after that stuck-up picky-eater vampire. That was quite the harsh wording. Was this General Tson so hated? Especially Zoff, who, whenever Tson's name came up, made a face like he had swallowed a bitter bug, his high ogre expression almost like a wrathful statue. Terrifying. Come to think of it, weren't vampires a close kin of ogres? And yet they seemed to hate each other. Maybe it was just the nature of their races. But still, since even Quattro did not think well of her, it was safe to say Tson was a problematic general. Not being able to win people's loyalty was a fatal flaw for someone in command. Well, this time I had ended up being her backup, but since El Curo had entrusted me with the task, I should assume she had the ability to handle it. Still, it would not do for my subordinates' morale to drop. If it were low-level demons with little intelligence, that would be one thing, but the morale of key fighters like Quattro and Zoff tied directly to my fighting strength and my own safety. So I ought to give them a little explanation. I smiled warmly, and Zoff tilted his head. Isn't it fine if we are cleaning up after her? Let's wipe all we want. Huh? Looking up at the two, who were clearly saying they did not understand at all, I lifted the corners of my mouth. We are soldiers. Rear guard is not the core of an operation. Our true meaning is as reserve forces for the capture of Frictera. Well, I would be more than happy for that, but if we are stuck in the rear, there won't be any way to earn achievements, will there? Hey, Zoff. Ever gone fishing? Zoff muttered, well, yeah. When fishing, do fools go diving into the water themselves? I chuckled, thinking ahead to the coming day of departure. We are the fishermen. To catch fish, you need bait, and then you wait. When the fish takes the bait on the hook and pops its head above the water, that's when you scoop it with a net or strike with a spear. With my small body, I mixed in gestures as I laughed. At that smile, Zoff shook his head. With such an evil grin, even if he did not fully understand my plan, he sensed it was something no good. A dependable subordinate indeed. I did not know much about General Tson, but from the reactions of the two, she was not a good general. Both humans and demons had people like that. All the better, I should make sure to use her for my sake. Everything around me existed as tools for that purpose. I spun on my heel and spoke. The order for deployment will come later. For today, let's relax. I smiled and started walking again. Yes, the arrangements for departure were set. Then next I would carry out my other goal, living happily. It felt irritating to immediately take back the words I had just said earlier, but I was in a good mood now. It could serve as encouragement. Luckily, I had the two of them here with me, so it should be fine. Quattro Zoff. Yes. The two straightened their posture at once. I spoke to them in a cheerful tone. Show me around the city. I demand an escort. At those words, Quattro and Zoff exchanged glances. Chapter 17, Tourism and Schemes. Walking through the city, I was honestly surprised. The part of the Demon King's castle where I usually spent my time, the military headquarters, was located in the upper levels of the castle. The castle itself was a pyramid-like structure with its central space completely hollow. Inside, it looked almost like a hollowed-out cone, with a city built along the tiered inner walls. The lower one went, the broader and livelier it became. Unlike the strict and solemn atmosphere of the military headquarters, as one could tell from the uniform-like clothing worn there, the middle layer of the castle, where ordinary demons lived, was bustling with life. I walked through the streets with Zoff and Quattro following behind me. The city's structure, so different from human towns, fascinated me. This Demon King's castle truly was a massive fortress, I thought. Its paths twisted randomly up, down, left, and right, constantly disrupting one's sense of direction. A first-time visitor would surely become lost and confused. Once again, I was glad I hadn't gone out alone. Walk these streets by myself, and I'd be lost in no time, eaten, and that would be the end of it. As I walked, I often drew attention. Of course, with those two behind me, but also because I wore a military uniform. It wasn't unusual to see soldiers walking in the middle-layer streets, but when one was dressed neatly in full formal wear, they tended to attract stares. In my case, however, there were other reasons for the looks. They said things like, "What's with that tiny one in a general's uniform?" Or, "Isn't that just a child?" And even, "I smell a human." I ignored all of it and kept walking, while Quattro and Zoff followed. To say I felt secure because they were there would be an exaggeration. I didn't yet fully understand or trust them, but at the very least they had no reason to let me die here. If anything happened, they would defend me immediately. Luckily, Quattro, and especially Zoff, seemed to be well-known faces here in the middle layer streets. They raised their hands in greeting to passing demons and exchanged light conversation as they walked. Naturally, it was all demons. Many different races lived in this castle. Most were not in their combat forms, so aside from size and skin color, they didn't look too different from humans. Princess, regarding the Frictera campaign. Yes, I know. As I said before, I don't intend to simply sit in reserve. But Lord Alcuro instructed you to wait. I already told you, Quattro, we are a reserve force. Besides, Alcuro made it clear that taking Frictera is the top priority, and that we should do whatever is necessary for that. I see. Still, we lack information on Frictera. We couldn't even break through Autana. True enough. But I have a plan for that too. For now, let's just enjoy this stroll. So we talked as we walked, and before I knew it, an hour had passed. Navigating the vast and complex streets took longer than expected. When we reached a path that required a ladder to advance, my legs were too short to reach the first rung, so I reluctantly clung to Quattro's back while he climbed. This city has serious design flaws. Still, Quattro's back in his humanoid form, not his battle form as a dragonute, was impressive. A man would envy such a strong, ideal back. Without thinking, I traced my hand over the hard muscles beneath his clothes. Princess, what troubles you? Nothing, never mind. I answered quickly in a panic. Surely no human had ever stroked a demon's back muscles before me. Soon, we arrived at what looked like an entertainment district, and Zoff became visibly excited. Apparently, this was his favorite area, where he often spent his free time. He started bragging about his favorite taverns until Quattro had to scold him to calm down. That tavern over there serves some great liquor. Quattro, you should drop by sometime. I'll think about it, but Zoff, remember we're guarding the princess right now. Right, my bad. I don't mind, I don't dislike liquor. I had meant it as a casual remark, but both of them suddenly froze with shocked expressions. What? Oh, right, of course. I had drunk plenty in my previous life, but in this one I was still a child. I hadn't touched a drop since being reborn. I had never had casual small talk like this before, so without thinking I spoke as though I still lived my past life. Well, I mean there are some liquors with really pretty colors. Just fun to look at. What a weak excuse. Though as far as I could tell, this world Earthsalar had no legal drinking age. Everyone simply knew alcohol harmed immature bodies, so there was an unspoken rule that children shouldn't drink. So why was I panicking? I hadn't done anything wrong. But when a child spoke as if she were familiar with alcohol and enjoyed it, of course it seemed odd. That was all. There was no law against it. Still, Quattro and Zoff just stared at me, frozen. Two demons glaring at a little girl in the middle of the street. It's scary. Princess, have you ever drunk alcohol before? No, I mean. Please refrain, it's poison to your body. I didn't say I. For some reason, I felt as if Quattro were scolding me. Maybe he actually was. My eyes darted nervously, which only made him press the matter harder, insisting I mustn't drink. What is this? I haven't drunk, not in this life, only in my past one. I don't even feel the desire right now. Maybe it's because of this body, maybe just because it has never known alcohol. Either way, I didn't crave it. I'd even forgotten about it until now. Still, I suppose I was curious. But Quattro's stern look was intimidating. Meanwhile, Zoff was smirking. What's your problem? Young lady, loving liquor has nothing to do with age. If you'd like, I know a good place. I can't say I'm uninterested. Princess, no. The young lady gets it. That shop even serves human arms cooked to perfection. Zoff. Oops, slipped. At Quattro's sharp interruption, Zoff panicked and glanced at my expression. My light mood immediately soured. I sighed. It doesn't matter. Don't bother sparing my feelings. Princess. Quattro, I said it doesn't matter. Do you still want to argue? And no. Do they still see me as human? At least Zoff seems to forget sometimes, if he can slip like that. I'll take that as a positive. Still, an awkward silence hung between us. From their perspective, they might have just angered me. In the demon army's strict hierarchy, open disrespect was punished severely. But not with me. I wasn't angry, just a little irritated, remembering my talk with Alcuro earlier. I'd let it slide depending on how they handled themselves as my escorts from here on. When I made that clear, they finally looked relieved. I was starting to get used to commanding demons. I smirked to myself. My smile only confused them more. We wandered further through the city. Eventually, we stopped at what seemed like a public dining hall where we received meals for our group. I didn't allow alcohol. Zoff looked disappointed, but I wasn't about to sit next to a drunken demon. I wasn't ready to die yet. We found a table, but of course it was too tall for me. I couldn't even reach the food. Muttering in frustration, I called Quattro over and made him place his thick tail on the chair. I sat on it, perfect height. When I ordered him to let me sit on his tail, Zoff burst out laughing. Quattro reluctantly obeyed, sighing heavily. He looked strangely pained. Was he upset? His face seemed more sorrowful. Before I could wonder further, our food arrived. Large plates were set on the table. I had ordered a few dishes I thought I could handle. The one in front of me smelled delicious, but the dish was a piece of tender-looking meat covered in a thick, glossy sauce. It looked tasty, but I couldn't bring myself to take a bite. It's meat from a herbivorous monster stewed, Quattro explained. I had suspected it might be human meat. Relieved, I picked up my knife. It wasn't that I didn't care about humans being eaten. I had simply meant, so long as it wasn't in front of me. My sense of morality had changed so much that I no longer cared if countless humans died or were eaten by demons. But I wasn't going to eat them myself. Zoff, disappointed I'd forbidden liquor, devoured some other type of meat happily. Probably human. I knew well by now that he favored it. I couldn't help but wonder how much of the mouth-watering smell filling this eatery came from cooked human flesh. Still, it didn't kill my appetite. Carefully cutting the meat into small pieces, I popped one into my little mouth. Delicious. This too was part of the happiness I had earned through revenge, and I would savor it. I remembered something Alcuro had said once, that demons and humans basically ate the same things. Demons like Alcuro, who looked almost entirely human, lived refined, cultural lives. If that was true, then I thought maybe humanity really didn't need to exist at all. Life with demons was possible. Watching Quattro, who ate timidly beside me, I thought so. Then, as I absent-mindedly gazed outside the eatery while eating, something in the crowd caught my eye. With a spoon still in my mouth, I asked Quattro, "Is that a slave?" He followed my gaze and answered calmly, "Yes. A captured human." A large demon was dragging a chain connected to a collar, leading a terrified girl. A chestnut-haired girl, looking exhausted, dressed in rags. She reminded me of myself once. And of Riamet, too. My beloved mother had once been a slave. A nostalgic thought, but I felt no pity, no urge to help. My mind was elsewhere. I want to see the human slaves. Quattro looked startled. He led me to a section of the middle layer, where cages were lined up along the streets, an obvious slave market. Slave traders shouted, advertising humans for food, labor, or toys. In the cages, men and women, old and young alike, all sat in fear. Some made noise, probably new arrivals. A trader noticed us and came over, bowing deeply to Quattro and Zoff. "Well, well. Always a pleasure, sirs." Slaves were usually taken by raiding villages, but prisoners captured during military campaigns were often sold too. For traders, soldiers were a valuable source of stock. While I thought about that, the trader kept glancing at me. "Lord Quattro, Lord Zoff, what business brings you here today? Perhaps you've come to sell this human." Despite my uniform, he looked at me hungrily. Rare hair color, rare eyes, and such a pretty face. She would fetch a fine price. I sighed. As expected, there were still plenty who looked down on me. This is why I sought achievements. "Quattro, shall we sell me?" "Zoff, they say I'd fetch a good price. Enough for some drinking money perhaps." I said it jokingly. Zoff just scratched his head, but Quattro's eyes burned. He stepped forward on the trader. "This girl is a general, mind your tongue. Who do you think provided the slaves you profited from after the fall of Atana?" "What, this human brat is really a general." Quattro bared his fangs and roared. The trader shrank in terror, dropping to his knees and bowing repeatedly to me. Zoff scratched his head, exasperated. Quattro turned to me. "Princess, this place is unfit for you. Let's leave." "No, I have business." I ignored the trader and went to inspect the cages. 10 or more humans were crammed in each cage, though they were cleaner than the one I'd once been held in. I sniffed and asked the cowering trader, "Any slaves here from near Frictera?" "Why, yes." He gave a slimy smile and kicked a cage. "Hey, anyone from around Frictera?" At the clanging sound, the slaves flinched, but after a moment, several hands rose. We checked the other cages too. About 20 slaves in total were from Frictera's region. I told the trader I would buy them all. Quatra and Zoff stared at me in surprise. "What do you plan to do with them? Surely you don't mean to free them." "No need to imitate my jokes. They'll be useful in the next campaign. The more bait the better, to ensure Frictera falls." As the slaves were pulled from their cages and gathered before me, trembling, I smiled darkly. Chapter 18, Autana again. A few days later, I once again set foot on the accursed land of Autana. Before the ruined Count's Manor, the house of my birth, I looked around. It has already been more than a month since the fall of Autana. I myself had carried out several supply transport missions, and things were finally taking shape. The corpses of the residents and the Hornbaugh had mostly been burned, the cleanup completed. Rubble from destroyed houses still remained, but it was largely organized. Since Autana would be requisitioned by the Demon King's army, it was better that the place looked presentable. That the city I had toppled with my own hands would pass into others' control was vexing, but orders were orders. I had already resigned myself to that. I stood in the plaza and took a deep breath. The stench had mostly faded. Now it carries the scent of my nostalgic homeland. It was in this very plaza that I had been put on display and called a demon. And just 1 month ago, I had, as a demon, slain with my own hands my father Count Autana, his detested wife, and my half-brother. As I set foot once again in this plaza, it was as if the clamor of those days reached my ears. Those fools who had heaped insults upon me. Well, who is it that now stands in this land? It is me. Chuckling to myself, I turned to look at the manor before the plaza. As expected, the Lord's manor was sturdily built. Though scorched in places, overall its condition was good. With my hands in my pockets, I stepped inside. At last, I returned to my birthplace. What was it one was supposed to say at a time like this? Guess I should say I'm home. Passing through the door, I entered the great hall. Once bustling with maids and servants, now the house bore scars of the rampage. The faces of the maids and servants who had always looked at me like trash came to mind. Their final moments must have been a sight most gratifying. Judging by the scars, it had likely been goblins, orcs, demon swordsmen. They must have indulged in violence as they pleased. Serves them right. The collection of jars Count Autana had treasured so dearly lay shattered to pieces. I sent those beloved trinkets along with him. He can admire them in the afterlife. Smiling, I let my footsteps echo as I walked the hall. Then Quatra, who had entered the manor ahead of me, spotted me and approached. "Princess, the interior cleanup is mostly done. We are now selecting a room suitable for use as a command post." "You are quick, I like that. Competent subordinates are a treasure." "I am honored. However, there is something about this manor that concerns me." "Oh." Following Quatra's lead, I soon understood. The place he showed me was a stench-filled chamber of memories. A hideous underground prison, no doubt built for the late lady's amusement. It was where I, Cocotte, had once been treated as less than human. Even during the fall of Autana, this place had been left untouched. I had thought perhaps someone might be hiding here, but only Count Autana, his wife, and a few servants had known of it. So that was impossible. And truly, such a vile place could never serve as a shelter. Otherwise, the very definition of safety would be in question. Breathing in even the reek of rotting meat and filth with a strange nostalgia, I descended the stairs into the dungeon. Stopping before the cell where I had once been kept, I let my gaze fall upon the chains, shackles, and feed bowls left behind. Quatra, following behind me, called out after seeing me like that. "Princess, did you know something about this place?" His tone sounded almost worried for me as I stood glaring at the cell. To think I had become a human pitied by a demon. Nothing much. I was only kept here for a while, like livestock. "What?" Quatra seemed shocked to the core, looking from the cell to me. Well, ordinarily, even demons would not live in such a place. To confine a child in such conditions was beyond monstrous. That was no doubt what he was thinking. At his speechlessness, I shook my head wearily. "This is nothing you need to concern yourself with. At the very least, my experiences here kept me alive. It was not wasted." "But Princess, you were Count Autana's." That's right, Count Otana's daughter. Cast aside as a demon, nothing more than a count's young lady. Quattro looked stricken with shock. Even if he had guessed my blood ties from the exchange with Count Otana during the fall, to realize I had suffered such treatment was another matter. Learning of the late Count's cruelty, Quattro recalled the sensation of crushing the man's heart with his jaws, and felt he would gladly bite it again. To confine his own daughter, his flesh and blood, in such a place. Wasn't it beneath livestock? For Quattro, who was a father himself, it was unforgivable. I took Quattro's trembling hand. His startled eyes met my red ones. I am alive like this. Therefore, we must do what must be done. I did not come to this hateful homeland to wallow in sentiment. Stared at by my crimson eyes, Quattro closed the mouth that had been ready to argue further, and lowered his gaze in assent. Good, I am glad you are the one who killed my father, I said, turning my head. In the other cells, many monsters were still imprisoned, all just as they had been. Some were dead from weakness, but others, vicious and hardy, though emaciated, still growled and glared at us. They might prove useful, I would remember that. For now, though, use Count Otana's private chambers for the command post. The cowardly Count's legacy. Strongly fortified, spacious enough. There should even be a bottle of his precious wine. As you command. How does the supply transport go? Under Zoff's lead, the deliveries are progressing smoothly. It should be completed shortly. Good. As for the slaves we brought, throw them into these cells. Keep them out of sight. Quattro nodded to my orders and left the dungeon ahead of me. After walking around a little longer, I too went back upstairs. Perhaps I should check on the supply deliveries. Leaving the manor, I returned to the streets of Otana. The piles of crates in the plaza had increased greatly. I could see hulking orcs carrying loads on their shoulders. At the center of the plaza, Zoff sat atop the cargo, bellowing orders. His naturally brutal temperament was showing through. Frankly, he was unapproachable, but as a general I had to confirm the work's progress. When he noticed me approaching, Zoff stood and bowed. The shouting from before vanished instantly, replaced with his usual deference to me. At my inquiry, he reported. Most of the key supplies are already in. But with such a large amount, unloading has been slow. Speed it up, there is still time, but early readiness is the rule. My words were cut off by a sudden loud crash. Then came the ruckus of shouting voices. Looking over, I saw an orc crouched near scattered, shattered crates and goblins yelling at him. As I watched, Zoff clicked his tongue and muttered. Him again? Sorry, young lady. That fool dropped the cargo. It's the third time already. Odd. I see, the goblin's curses were clear. The orc himself cowered with a worried look. With such an ugly face and huge body, how pathetic. He was the same orc who had wanted to eat me when I first met the demons, and who, during the fall of Otana, had eaten my half-brother with my permission. For some time now, I had noticed him behaving strangely timidly for an orc, making him stand out. His particularly hideous face also made him memorable, so I had given him the name Odd from his constant cowering demeanor. Now Odd was on his knees, desperately gathering the spilled cargo, while goblins shouted and kicked at his back. With a sigh, I walked over. Young lady. This too is my work. Zoff, shaking his head as if to say I needn't bother, let me pass. Enough. At my voice, the goblins froze and turned to me. Then they bared their teeth to threaten me. I flinched slightly. That was the problem with low demons. Even with Zoff behind me, they looked ready to spring. Excited low demons were always troublesome and dangerous. Some still plotted to eat me. I remembered the day I had been discussing tactics with Quattro and Zoff. I had tossed my coat on a chair, only to find it gone afterward. Looking around, I saw goblins in the corner, sniffing my coat with bloodshot eyes fixed on me. My blood ran cold. To them, this was nothing more than being teased with bait. That was why I preferred to avoid the low demons as much as possible. But as a general, I was responsible for suppressing disorder within the army. And nothing was more unacceptable than a stall in work. I was not here out of mercy. I exhaled sharply, glaring at the goblins. Enough, get back to work. The goblins screeched in protest, but when Zoff let out a growl behind me, they reluctantly returned to their posts. I relaxed my shoulders and looked at Odd, still fumbling to collect the cargo. He glanced at me with an apologetic face. Lady Cocotte, thank you. At his gratitude, I could not help but sigh again. Coldly, I scolded him. Don't misunderstand. I only prioritize work. I will not tolerate several goblins stopping their work just because of you. Lady Cocotte, but... Silence. Once you finish picking all that up, you will go to sentry duty. Forget carrying cargo. The right role for the right person. I'm sure that your nose works just fine. Why, yes, I understand. As Odd sniffed at me with his twitching nose, I gave the order with disgust and watched him lumber toward the gate. He stopped once, turned back and said again, "Thank you, Lady Cocotte." I was a little taken aback, but told him to get going, and he finally disappeared from sight. Letting out a long sigh, I turned back to the manor. There was still much to do, and then, some hours later, after tidying Count Otana's chambers for use as the command post, I slumped back in his favorite desk chair. I had straightened things around the desk, and it looked presentable. Organizing was satisfying but exhausting. Since the underlings' work alone was insufficient, I had labored with my own hands. For a child, it was heavy work. My strength and stamina were one problem, but the worst was my height. Even setting things on tables was a struggle. Sighing deeply, I slouched back and watched goblins scurry in and out with supplies. This had become a familiar sight. At some point, staring blankly into space, I dozed off. I had meant to stay alert, for it was dangerous to let my guard down among demons, but fatigue overcame me. A voice calling me snapped me awake, and I sprang up in panic. Relieved to find myself unharmed and unchanged, I looked to Quatra, who had spoken. "My apologies for disturbing your rest. I had no wish to wake you." "No, it's fine. Rather, it helped me." "So what is it?" "General Tson has arrived." She had come, much earlier than planned, but I suppose that's the kind of demon Tson is. When I asked Quatra about the progress of the work, he said it was nearly finished. Timeliness was a virtue. With this, we could respond to the unexpected. Pulling my hat down firmly, I left the room with Quatra. Sharp tension filled my chest, for what awaited was that dangerous meeting. Chapter 19, Pride and Lust. What is this tiny thing?" That was the very first thing General Tson said when she saw me greeting her in the plaza. If I had to describe Tson, it would be rude, domineering, arrogant. As if such things had put on clothes and were walking around. A girl clad in a military-style coat similar to mine, with long, glossy jet-black hair reaching her knees, tied up into twin tails. Her mouth revealed sharp teeth whenever she spoke, characteristic of a vampire. Her eyes, slanted upwards in a way that emphasized her strong-willed nature, were red. From the hand placed on her hip and her full chest pushed forward came a sense of absolute confidence, along with her looking down on me. Surrounded by demon swordsmen she kept by her side, her appearance was that of a queen, though her well-formed face still retained a trace of childishness. At that moment, I judged Tson to be the obviously troublesome type. Without greeting me, Tson closed in without hesitation, swaying from side to side as she examined me from head to toe. Then she even sniffed me. Today I was being sniffed quite a lot. Honestly, it was beyond unpleasant, but I stood there in silence, not changing my expression, maintaining a proper stance. Pulling my hat down low, letting her do as she pleased. "General Tson, welcome." The supply transport was carried out without issue. It would be troublesome if it weren't. Tson grinned. Supplying Otana with provisions and constructing a command post are just the work of preparing a cushion for me to sit upon in elegance. At the very least, that much you ought to accomplish. She was completely mocking me. It was true that what we had been ordered to do was merely the opening act for Tson, the groundwork, and the behind-the-scenes labor. Even so, to be this high-handed. Now I understood why Zoff hated her. I thought the Otana we had been rebuilding had turned out fairly respectable, crude though it was, but Tson seemed not to care at all. That said, by now I was not the sort to get irritated at such words or behavior. I had long since grown used to this. It was almost nostalgic. "You are General Cocotte, right? Picked up by Lord Elcuro, the prodigy who brought down Otana, so I heard, yet I feel nothing from you. I am merely overvalued. Compared to those before me, I am still but inexperienced." I spoke in a cold, emotionless expression. I had no intention of seriously dealing with her from the beginning. No matter the conversation, this demon before me wearing the appearance of a beautiful girl was nothing but a tool for my own purpose. "Inexperienced? You're nothing more than a child, aren't you?" And this smell, so it was true. Sone's expression darkened, her eyes shifting from one of disdain to outright contempt. A human as a demon general? Don't make me laugh. Despite her words, Sone did not laugh at all. I let out a sigh, having predicted I would hear these words. A human again, as expected. At Sone's words, Quattro and Zoff, who stood behind me, stepped half a pace forward. They were my subordinates, yes, but Sone was a demon general, equal in rank to me. Meaning, there was even a possibility she might attempt to kill me. Quattro and Zoff must have sensed the same, for they poised themselves to protect me. Yet though they were high demons, they had once told me that if Sone, a general, seriously tried to kill me, they could not guarantee my safety. Thus, even this meeting was a matter of life and death for me. From just a few exchanges, I had grasped Sone's personality enough. For now, protect myself, then flatter. Even though we were of the same rank, that was why I was speaking politely. Forgive me, General Sone. I was appointed a general directly by the Demon King himself. Could you not trust in that alone? That much I am aware of. As expected of the wise General Sone, more than the rumors say. Your understanding is swift, that is of great help. My, what humble words. For a human, you do understand well. How simple. The more prideful someone is, the more they know the power of authority. Just mentioning the Demon King's endorsement had conveyed its meaning. And just a bit of flattery, and she grew smug and pleased. An easy-to-read arrogant one. Though inwardly I broke a sweat, I thought if future demons I encountered were of this kind, I could likely talk my way through. I had no intention of clashing or intimidating. I removed my hat, placed it to my chest, and bowed. I hope we may build a close relationship. We are here to aid you in conquering Frictera, General Sone. I said with a smile, not the kind to leave a bad impression. A business smile, as it were. I recalled how often I had done the same in my past life. This stance of mine was also a move to prevent Quattro and Zoff from making a move. I had to appear calm. Even in this situation, surrounded by demons before battle, I had to hold my composure. Then, Sone trembled. You. Her fists clenched tightly, trembling violently. My spine froze. What? Wait, did I make a mistake? A wrong word, a wrong attitude? Or was she just more of a muscle-headed brute than expected, clearly abnormal? In stark contrast to earlier, Sone's voice itself shook as she quivered. If Sone attacked me now, I would die. No doubt about it. Why, I was sure it had gone well. You. Sone closed in step by step. Her hands suddenly seized my cheeks. Hey. Touched so abruptly, I let out a pitiful sound. At the same time, Quattro and Zoff drew their weapons. The demon swordsmen behind Sone shifted their faces from human to skull, drawing their swords as well. It's a very explosive situation. From behind, the two shouted things like "Princess" and "Get your hands off the young lady." But it felt like Sone and I alone were in a different time, sinking into a heavy, sticky sensation, their voices sounding slow and distant. Sone's eyes were bloodshot, her presence clearly dangerous. Her white hands holding my cheeks felt terribly cold, like ice pressed against me. Her overwhelming strength firmly fixed my head in place. Resistance was impossible. I spun frantically in my head for a way out. But Sone's next words brought that to a stop. What an adorable face you have. What? I thought I misheard, but when I timidly looked up at Sone's face, I saw an expression melted with desire. Her eyes were hazy, staring at me as though to lick me clean. General Sone. Yeah. At my words, Sone seemed to come to herself, releasing me, coughing lightly as she stepped back. At the same time, the demon swordsmen sheathed their blades, returning their faces to humans. From their weary looks, it seemed this was nothing new. Quattro and Zoff still held their weapons, but I, dumbfounded, nearly collapsed. Quattro caught me just in time. Princess, are you hurt? No, I'm fine. Quattro let out a sigh of relief. Though supported by my small body, I managed to stand on my own and looked at Sone once more. As I rose, I desperately pondered the meaning of Sone's earlier words. Adorable face? Who? No, I knew who. Not that I was glad, but the why was the problem. Sone's pale face was blushing red as she kept glancing at me. Surely not that sort of thing. Forgive me, I adore cute girls. After coughing once, Sone admitted it. So that's what she was. As long as they're cute, even humans are fine, huh? If I borrowed from the fictions of my past life about vampires' preferences for women, I could imagine the reasons, but I chose not to dwell on it. It could only be something unpleasant. Still, her tastes didn't matter. More importantly, I was relieved she had not meant me harm. This was only the second time a demon had touched me of their own will. The first had been Alcuro patting my head. Unlike then, this time had been truly terrifying. General Tson, keep your fooling around in moderation. If it were a useful discussion for conquering Frictera, that would be one thing. But such nonsense. My, you're right. In my mind, evaluation for Tson shifted from bothersome to disgusting. For now, preparations for Frictera's conquest await. You do have a command post, yes. Let us talk there. Yes, I will guide you. Doing my best to appear calm, I led Tson to the mansion. Even as we walked, I could feel her gaze on my back. Pulling my hat lower, I chose to ignore it. Chapter 20, not even a discussion. After that, we had some talk inside the Lord's room, which had been set up as the command post. The meeting with Tson, who was lounging in Count Atana's chair, was extremely difficult. Like I said, if it's my army then we can smash through head-on without needing any tricks. The strategy Tson spoke of, a plan to capture Frictera. To put it bluntly, brute force. Whether it was because she had absolute confidence in herself or not, Tson seemed to have no plan other than charging in and scattering the enemy. In every word she spoke, there was blatant underestimation of humans and arrogance. I didn't know how many results she had produced in the past with that approach, but unless it was a clash on open plains, I couldn't believe that mere brute force would work in a siege to take a city. Of course, if that really was enough to bring Frictera down, then things would be simple. But it wasn't going to be that simple. General Tson, we would like our army to be added to this campaign. Besieging a city is different from a field battle. I believe we should exercise caution. Completely unnecessary. No matter how great your accomplishment at taking Atana was, an army led by a human is not something I can trust. I would prefer if you set that aside. Every time she called me human, my brow twitched, but I kept my expression blank and pressed the conversation forward. The more we spoke, the more the atmosphere between me and Tson grew tense, making the demons waiting at the side uneasy. Tson swirled and stared at a glass of Count Atana's red wine, served for guests, as she spoke. This task was entrusted directly to me by Lord Alcuro. Therefore, all authority over the capture of Frictera belongs to me. Looking at me over the red wine, Tson said that. I returned her gaze with my usual blank expression. That is why I am making a proposal like this. With respect, General Tson, you underestimate tactics far too much. Oh my, underestimation is only natural. Tactics and the like are nothing but childish playthings invented by weak humans, straining themselves with desperate little ideas. And humans are nothing but fragile rabble. Just brush them lightly and they crumble to dust, don't they? Besides, even if they are wary, the humans won't imagine we would move to take Frictera this quickly. I do agree on the matter of swift action, but human cities are not so fragile that they can be broken without thought. Is that human sympathy speaking, because you're human? I'm stating facts. The reason it took time to conquer Atana was the neglect of tactics. You're small yet noisy. However lovely you are, it makes me want to kill you. Fiddling with her red nails and not even looking at me as she muttered that, Tson made me let out yet another sigh. I'd lost count how many. I proposed a plan, Tson brushed it aside. This pointless loop went on for some time. Not even a discussion. In the end, it never became a debate. The planning didn't move beyond that endless loop. All we got was having to listen to Tson's fantasies about how gloriously she would perform and how she would parade through fallen Frictera in triumph. We ended up vacating the command post to her. Every attempt I made to propose adding our rear forces into the battle line was flatly rejected. Still, I had expected as much, so I wasn't particularly concerned. Since she hadn't said anything against us being a backup in case of emergency, I still had room to act. Though, from the way Tson behaved, she clearly thought such emergencies were impossible. Overall, the meeting had gone roughly as I expected, so I wasn't in such a bad mood. But since Tson had kept staring at me like a predator even while speaking, I was glad to finally be free. Ha! Is it the same everywhere, I wonder? Young lady. That they refuse to understand the value of tactics and strategy. Well, I mean, even us, before we came under your care, we thought we could crush humans without bothering with thinking. Zoff gave a wry smile. Lord Alcuro is negligent in his duties. It means nothing if only he himself understands tactics. Well, thanks to that, it does make things easier for me. In my mind, I both sighed at and thanked Alcuro's way of educating. If not for that strange hobby of hers, Tson would actually be easy to handle. As we walked down the corridor, Quatra asked me, "Princess, do you believe General Tson can capture Frictera?" There is no way I can believe that, not after what I just saw. If we knew the internal situation as with Atana, then it would be different, but with Frictera's internal state and strength unknown. And with this battle being like a siege, it would not fall so easily. No matter Tson's strength, after Atana's fall the humans would be on guard. A hard fight was inevitable. Unlike Atana, Frictera did not have impregnable walls. But the Lord of Frictera surely, after seeing Atana fall, had gathered a proper fighting force. The capture of that city could not succeed without tactics. Yet Tson ignored my words, and in this campaign I had no say. Still, it wasn't as if my talk with Tson had no value. Tson was, from my perspective, a muscle-brained fool, but that could be said of demons in general. Because of that, I too had ways to form my own plan. An ally whose movements I already knew was easier to use as a pawn. Quatra, if General Tson is defeated, how do you think the humans will react? As I played with my hair with my fingers, I asked Quatra walking beside me. I cannot say for sure, but I think their morale will rise. And with that raised morale, would they launch a counteroffensive as far as Atana? I don't think so, they would judge the risk too high. We ourselves know how firm Atana's defenses are. That's true. I let out words of agreement, but in truth, opposite thoughts ran through my mind. Don't underestimate human greed, Quatra. What they have is desire. That is why a fisherman knows when to cast the rod. Narrowing my eyes, I thought of the Lord of Frictera. Something I had once heard from the late Count Atana might prove useful here. I let out a quiet chuckle, and once again stoked the flames of hatred toward humans within me. Chapter 21, Those Who Crave Bait, Those Who Give It. Damn it, how annoying. Atop the luxurious room's office desk, a portly man sat holding his head, several maids standing by his side. It was Zenbiano, Count of Frictera. The cause of his headache was the spread of documents before him and the recent fall of Atana. The papers held directives for strengthening forces, fearing a large-scale demon offensive from the remote frontiers following Atana's fall. This was what irritated Zenbiano. In short, money. Until now, Atana had taken the burden of frontline defense, so Zenbiano had been able to skimp somewhat on spending for security. But now that Atana had fallen, he was to shoulder the fortress role of frontline defense. Problems piled high. In the past, Zenbiano had been a great noble serving in the capital Ifarl, but repeated bribery scandals and exposed connections to the underworld came to light. Even then, he barely avoided severe punishment by relying on his remaining connections, only to be demoted and sent off to this remote post. Unrepentant, he used his experience in shady trades to play the benevolent lord who took in war orphans, while in truth turning them into slaves to amass wealth. Banished from the capital for years, finally I built my peace, and now they tell me to wage war. Damn it, it's all because of those accursed demons. He slammed his desk in anger. The maids beside him trembled. Most of them were only around 16 years old. They were the products of Zenbiano's slave trade. Just as the environment had finally been set for him to amass wealth by using such goods in this backwater, he was now charged with defending the front line. Of course, he had grievances. It was all because Atana fell. He could still picture the fool Count Atana hosting a party months ago, boasting before gathered lords about his impregnable fortress. Zenbiano had gone, thinking to slip in a jab or two, but the defenses consisted only of that wall, with hardly any knights visible inside the city. Surely he had cut corners to line his own pockets, but what good is that if you lose the city? Putting his own faults aside, Zenbiano spat curses at Count Atana, missing or not, but certainly dead by now. Because that fool blundered, the bothersome duty of guarding the border had fallen on him. Utterly infuriating. Defending the border meant standing on the front lines against the enemy. Though remote from the main battlefield, being given this duty meant his domain would be the first consumed in flames should invasion come. And just a month ago, Atana had indeed fallen. War is nonsense. What meaning is there in acts that earn no coin? Annoying, annoying. His legs trembled as he tapped them, wondering how to answer the orders from the capital. His thoughts were only complaints against Count Otana and worries for his backroom business. Always himself suffering thanks to incompetence. Wasting time sparring with demons here would never let him regain the capital Ifarl. Sweat rolled down his forehead as he anguished. In frustration, Zenbiano smacked the cup on his desk away. It fell and shattered with a loud noise. The slave maids scrambled to clean the pieces. Watching them crawl on hands and knees to pick up shards, Zenbiano stood and placed his hand on the nearest maid's rear. At that moment, the door knocked. What is it? Irritated that his attempt to amuse himself with the maid had been interrupted, Zenbiano shouted angrily toward the person outside. Taking it as permission to enter, the one knocking stepped inside. He wore knightly armor. The fluttering cloak marked him as a commander. Lord Zenbiano, the reorganization of the militia under the Knight Order is complete. Segun. The man was middle-aged, bearing a beard. He was Segun, commander of the Blue Wing Knight Order stationed in Frictera. He glanced at the chaotic room and the frightened maids, but ignored Zenbiano's heaving shoulders and rough breathing as he delivered his report. If reorganization is done, then assign them to patrol. I am busy. Lord Zenbiano. What is it now? Zenbiano made no attempt to hide his annoyance. Segun sighed once, then spoke. Reports from the spy we sent to Otana. They could not probe inside, but there is demon movement. I intend to prepare our defenses under battle readiness. Do I have your leave? Damn those wretched demons. For the sake of my glory, Frictera must not fall. Spare no expense, strengthen the defenses. Understood, also. There's still more. Segun lowered his eyes for a moment, then slowly shifted his gaze. The maids were cleaning shards. One of them looked at him pleadingly for help. Meeting her eyes, Segun swallowed before speaking. Please, act befitting a lord. The words were an indirect reproach of Zenbiano's hands on the maid. Veins bulged on Zenbiano's forehead, his face flushing red as if boiling. A mere knight commander dares to dictate to me. No, I simply. Silence, you peasant upstart. Who do you think gave you your position, who lets you feed your family? You sit in the commander's chair only thanks to me. I understand. Then get back to your work. Damn it, you two, out of my sight. He shrieked even at the maids. The maids, desperate to escape, hurried out. Segun also left after a bow, following them. Ha, damn it. Left alone, Zenbiano thumped the table and pressed his temple with his fingers. I must never bear risk. I must obtain peace safely, perfectly, effortlessly. If so, then temporary investment was necessary. Zenbiano's lips curled upward slightly. Greedy though he was, Zenbiano did not think himself a fool. He swore not to repeat Count Otana's mistakes, all for his own wealth. Unlike Count Otana, who skimped on forces, he had the Blue Wing Knight Order under Segun, fully armed by his coin. He had already drafted militia from the common folk. For days he had not slacked in vigilance. Yes, that's right. This is a turning point. This is my chance to win against demons. Wealth is power, and I have that power. Ha. Zenbiano laughed as he signed papers. A shift in mindset. Quick decisions on losses, lessons from his experience. He would turn this decree into wealth and authority. A victory against demons would be his ticket back to the capital. Otana fell from arrogance. Frictera would not. Ever vigilant, they waited. He would not lose this defensive war. Demons are just reckless fools. Come at me anytime. My Blue Wing Knight Order will crush you all. I will never become another Count Otana. Section, or so he probably thinks. I said, grinning as I looked up at the sky. Zoff and Quatra looked down at me with puzzled faces. Young Lady Cocotte, have you met the Lord of Frictera? No, but I've heard the rumors, and actually I did meet him once. Count Zenbiano of Frictera. I had seen him only once, back when I was treated like livestock in the underground prison. Was it when he came with his wife to see the pet monsters? A portly man who, even seeing me, said nothing, just happily chatting with his wife. He rambled on regardless of my presence. I hadn't cared much then, but I still remember what he talked about. His wife's infidelity and Zenbiano's personality, all useful information in hindsight. His slave trade, his desire to return to the capital. I remember it all. Zenbiano's nature came through in every word. Pure greed. I'd already heard of his vileness from the maids, carrying Count Otana's complaints, but meeting him confirmed it. His wife had even spoken of selling me to Zenbiano, but he dismissed it at once with a laugh that a child with the demon aspect would fetch nothing. Money, promotion, lust. The ugliness of a man who stuffed his belly with such desires was etched into my memory. Yet he was a coward, terrified of losing his wealth and standing, which meant his attachment to such things was obsessive. And so, a city ruled by such a man, an army led by such a man. How he would act was easy to imagine. Human filth thoughts are clear as day to me, same as in my office worker days. Men who are obsessed over promotions, leaping at shady offers only to be used up and betrayed. Humans are creatures that chase only the bait before their eyes. Zenbiano may think himself cautious and shrewd, but what a fool. His goals are simple, amassing wealth and gaining the achievements to return to Ifarl. If he thinks those are in reach, he'll take the risk. He'll bite on my plan. The bait to hook the fool rests in my hand. I stretched my palm up to the sky and slowly closed it as if grasping something. Zenbiano, you're going to dance the same dance as Count Otana. Chapter 22, Schemes Progressing Steadily. We immediately got to work on the preparations. Otana, sometime after sunset. Under the dim light of torches, the movement of transported supplies and the pretense of preparing for departure was underway. But in truth, it was all mostly my own initiative. Fortunately, Tson seemed to have no interest in our work, leaving her army waiting in the square while she relaxed in Count Otana's manner. During that time, I carried out my own tasks. Zoff, how much was there? Plenty, young lady. We'll carry it to the designated spots. Good, I'll leave it to you. What I had Zoff, and the other large demons like orcs and ogres carry, was a massive stockpile of gunpowder. We gathered all the artillery powder that had been stockpiled for Otana's defense, packed it into barrels, and had them transported in bulk to the locations I specified. But what are we using all this gunpowder for? Don't look like you're giving it to that vampire either. When Zoff scratched his chin and asked, I gave him a small laugh and answered, Of course, it's for our victory. Even so, what are we gonna do, hiding this much gunpowder all over the city? Zoff, there is something called the empty fort strategy. I began explaining. Zoff clearly had no clue, which was natural. The empty fort strategy. That was when you deliberately left your castle seemingly undefended, luring the enemy into believing it must be a trap and thus making them hesitate to attack. But that only worked if the enemy actually suspected a trap. In a story from the military strategy of my previous life, a famous tactician once forced an enemy general to retreat by bluffing with the empty fort strategy. This time, I intend to use it in reverse. Normally, it's meant to stop an attack, but if you turn it around, it can force the enemy to attack instead. In other words, the general in that story was cautious precisely because he knew the other strategist's reputation, which made him wary enough to believe there was a trap. But in our case, humans saw demons as mindless brutes without tactics, so if we opened the gates and hit our troops, they would never think there was a trap. They would rush in without hesitation. The empty fort strategy would not work on them, but that was fine. In short, even though there will be traps, they'll think there aren't any and march right in. But I still don't get it, young lady. Why set a trap for when Otana gets attacked, when the plan was to take Frictera? Because we're going to make them attack Otana, of course. Zoff's eyes went wide at my words. His look said, What's this little girl babbling about? What are you saying, young lady? You never told us that. I didn't say it, true. But I did mention fishing, didn't I? We'll reel in Frictera's knights and wipe them out all at once. This is crazy. Besides, even Quatra said the Frictera bunch wouldn't come all the way here to attack. That remains to be seen. I trusted that human, Zenbiano. He was a man ruled by desire, not one to let a chance slip by. If I made him believe that Otana could be retaken, that it was worth retaking, then he would surely come on his own. Which is why we need General Tson to do her job well. Let's give her a proper send-off. I turned my gaze toward Count Otana's manor and let a cold smile spread across my face. Seeing it, Zoff muttered under his breath, Scary little general. Section, and so, 3 days after Tson's arrival. General Tson, may fortune favor you. I took off my hat, pressed it to my chest, and offered the words with a bow. Tson replied with absolute confidence, You needn't say it. Straddling her mount with a long lance strapped to her back, she did look a bit heroic, but the way she gave me a fearless smile only made me sneer inside. Do take good care of things while I'm gone, my cute little general. Preparations for Tsone's departure had gone smoothly thanks to my army. The supplies and mounts had been transported to Autana well in advance. She treated all of this preparation as mere servant's work, laughing down at me from above as though telling me to watch quietly while she claimed the glory. I returned the smile. No worries. If you order me to keep the house and even clean up after you, I'll do it. Of course, I'll expect proper payment. My, how amusing, for a human no less. Perhaps, once Frictera falls, I should invite you to my bed for the night. Disgusting. Tsone's smile was that of a predator. One careless move and she'd drain me dry. That was no joke to make lightly. But in a way, cleaning up after her really did amount to wiping her ass. A fitting phrase. Once the exchange was over, Tsone gave the signal. The demon swordsmen roared hideously, rousing their morale, and at the sweep of Tsone's raised arm, the demon army began its march. After sending them off with due courtesy, I lifted my face, spun my hat on one finger, and smiled thinly. So gallant, she must truly believe she'll win. Quatre and Zaf, who had also seen Tsone's army off, could only chuckle in exasperation at my remark. Once the demon host vanished into the dust clouds of the plains, I looked up at the sky. The sun was at its peak. Noon. From Autana to Frictera is 3 days on horseback, which means a week's time at most. That will be plenty. The Dragonoot scouting team that surveyed Frictera beforehand had reported that its defenses were solid. Many knights were garrisoned there, and its fortifications were strong. With such forces, poor Tsone would find it far too much to handle. Her army lacked the numbers. To conquer Frictera meant eliminating its knights. But in a siege, unlike an open field, they could not be overcome so easily. If the defenders hold up, Tsone's army would need at least 3 times their number. And since her army was mostly demon swordsmen, it was even less feasible. Most likely, Alcuro intended to judge from whether Tsone could take Frictera or not whether to carry out the diversionary march. It was a test to measure the strength required. Tsone's army was a yardstick, a trial stone. That was why this war had to end in victory no matter what. If we failed, the large-scale deployment would be cancelled. I put my hat back on, turned to Quatre and Zaf, and gave the order. Now then, it's our turn to move. Zaf, follow the plan. Quatre, you're with me for the cleanup. Preparations had to begin. To seize the glory of Frictera's fall for myself. First, let's have you make a grand show of defeat, Tsone. Chapter 23, Retreat. 3 days after Tsone's departure. The plains before the great gate of Frictera, it was night. In the darkness, hours had passed since Tsone's advance to conquer Frictera began, and the first sparks of battle were lit. From all around echoed the roars of soldiers and demons, the clashing of metal upon metal. Damn these bastards, no matter how many I kill it never ends. Wait, we're actually getting pushed back. Ha, don't fuck with me, damn it. Tsone cursed. The assault spear in her hands could, when swung, send knights' arms and legs flying, and when thrust, impale 3 men at once. Yet even so, the endless stream of knights forced her to retreat step by step. No matter how hard she fought, the battle as a whole was being pushed back. To charge out alone would be meaningless. She'd only be surrounded and cut down. That left Tsone with no choice but to fall back as well. Infuriating to no end. With just a little pressure, the knights would quickly retreat all the way back into Frictera and hold themselves up for a siege. Then, when the demons grew exhausted from the siege, the knights would surge forth again in waves to whittle their forces down. This push and pull repeated for hours, and the longer it went on, the clearer it became that Tsone's army was at a disadvantage. It wasn't a straightforward clash anymore. The Frictera knights were clearly committed to a war of attrition, slowly bleeding away Tsone's forces without giving them a proper fight. Even demons with superior physical strength couldn't fight properly against humans who dragged them into delaying battles. Once the lines deadlocked, they were exposed to bombardment from cannons. And even if the lines were forced forward, the knights would slip away into the fortress and use defensive machinery to inflict more losses. If they charged recklessly without regard for casualties, perhaps they might break through somewhere. But the Blue Wing Knight Order, the elite among Frictera's forces, would never allow that. You worthless wretches and your petty tricks. Those who dare bar my way will be reduced to dust and ashes. Son, enraged, drove her spear into the ground. The shockwave tore the earth apart, surging like invisible claws toward the knights. The unseen blades cut them down, the collapsing earth swallowed them up. The knights took no small damage. The combat strength of a general-class demon could turn the tide of a battlefield alone. And yet, even so, the momentum of Frictera's defense, led by the Blue Wing Knight Order, would not falter. General Zone. The knight clad in blue cloth fights fiercely. Our soldiers cannot break through. You think I don't know that already, you idiots, damn it all. Shouting down her subordinates' report, Zone raised her spear and dashed forward. Her long black twin tails whipped behind her like a trail as she rushed toward Frictera like a bullet. It was a dangerous overextension, but there was no other way to change this stagnant battle. The line was being pressed so hard she had no choice but to drive the wedge herself. Of course, retreat was unthinkable. That was why Zone slashed her way forward. But then, I take you to be the enemy commander. From above, with a voice, came the gleam of a silver sword. Reflexively looking up, she saw a knight with a fluttering blue cloak descending with a strike from his leap. Zone clicked her tongue and slammed to a halt. Digging her heels into the earth, she braced herself to receive the blow. Heavy. The bearded, middle-aged face, staring back at her, radiated extraordinary presence. I am Segun, commander of the Blue Wing Knight Order. Know that the invasion of demons shall not be allowed. You lowborn trash dare to block me. Veins bulged on Zone's forehead as she swung her spear with brute strength. Segun, knowing he could not match that strength, deflected and flowed with it, pulling back to create distance. Zone and Segun, the commanders of both armies, stood face to face on the battlefield. Zone let out a cough to calm herself, forcing her rage down, then grinned at Segun. I am Demon General Zone. I am not one to have my path barred by garbage like you, so either flee or die where you stand. The same goes for us. If we take you, General, this battle ends. Prepare yourself. At Segun's declaration to take her, Zone's anger boiled up again. How conceited you are! I will show you exactly who should be prepared. Twitching at the eyes, she leveled her spear at Segun and charged. Segun lowered his stance, gripped his sword with both hands, and stood to meet her. Section, clearly on the losing side. I muttered atop Quatre's back, watching Zone's battle from the sky. That knight is quite the fighter. To stand against a general-class demon. Those knights in blue cloaks must be the core force. They seem more disciplined than the others around them. Likely militia for the rest. Their gear looks fine enough, but their movements are sloppy. Though for mere militia, they fight far too well. Their commander's leadership, perhaps, unexpected, but that makes our task simpler. As long as those knights are eliminated, the rest are rabble. No doubt. Quatre gave a low growl of laughter. Below, Zone and the blue-cloaked knight clashed evenly. Though looking closer, Zone was gradually being pushed back. Likely because her temper had run hot and her fighting grew sloppy. Still, the knight's skill was tremendous. Their blows split the earth, the shockwaves flung nearby demons and knights alike away. Come to think of it, this was the first time I'd seen a true battle of this world with my own eyes. That demons had such superhuman power made sense. But that humans too could possess such strength was nothing but infuriating. I thought only heroes or the holy armor knights reach such heights, but to meet someone this strong here. Regardless, our plan did not change. Our preparations were already laid. For now, when the time is right, we'll pull Zone back. Do not attack. Make the retreat as disgraceful as possible. For future strategy, we needed to stage the ideal defeat. No matter the opportunities, no attacks allowed. The purpose of this retreat was to raise the enemy's morale. But will General Zone quietly accept retreat? Quatre's concern was valid, but retreat she must. No matter how foolish, a general must know her role. If anger had made her forget, I would simply remind her. We cannot afford otherwise. Zone's army has lost nearly 30%, a perfect collapse. Normally, at this point, they'd retreat on their own, but it seems Zone has lost sight of the whole picture. Let's move before they're truly annihilated. If that happens, we'll never take Frictera. Understood. I clung to Quatre's back as he broke from the circling dragonutes and dove toward the battlefield. The wind of the dive pressed against me, rattling my small body as the roar of battle grew closer. Princess, hold on tight. You say that now, and don't you dare get shot by some arrow. Huh. To be struck by mere human arrows would be shameful for a dragonoot. The soldiers below noticed Quatre's near-vertical plunge. A dragonoot. A big one, archers ready. Startled though they were by a sudden dragonkin descending from the sky, their formations held steady. At command they grabbed arrows, drew strings, the creak of tension filling the air, then loosed in a volley. Quatre dodged them all with a speed unthinkable for his bulk. Those he could not avoid, he burned from the air with fire from his maw. I held on with all my strength, teeth clenched, eyes squeezed shut against the punishing maneuvers. My child's hands could only grip so long. I was tied to him with a rope as a lifeline, but who knew how long that would hold? Even so, Quatre's evasive flight had its limits, so this was my burden to endure. Flying above the battlefield, we arrived at our target, Zone and the enemy commander. As soon as we reached them, Quatre unleashed fire at the knight. The torrent roared with killing intent, but the knight leapt back, retreating from Zone to evade it. Quatre then swept his flames to form a wall between them. Quatre immediately flew to Zone, who stared wide-eyed at the sudden intervention. You're that human's dragonote. She looked at him with complicated emotions. Why was the human girl's subordinate meant to be waiting at the rear, here on the battlefield? Her eyes asked that. I rose on Quatre's back and looked down at her. General Zone, it's time, decide to retreat. At my blunt words, Zone's face twisted with fury. No surprise. To have someone from the rear appear and demand her withdrawal, an annoyance beyond measure. But she needed to realize there was no time for that. What nonsense are you? Look around you. This fight is meaningless. I cut her off and guided her gaze with my hand. Reluctantly, she looked at the battle and saw the ruin. Her reckless charge had gained no wedge, only thrown her army into chaos, and the result was half destruction. Her face paled as she turned and saw the devastation. Retreat, General Zone. If you continue, you'll be annihilated. It would be wiser to withdraw now. Absurd, I will not suffer defeat to humans again. You retreat so that you do not lose, General Zone. I looked down coldly. Think ahead, General Zone. To withdraw is not shameful. If you continue, Frictera will never fall. If you persist in foolish battles and are truly defeated, you'll have no face left before the Demon King. Zone ground her teeth. She could not argue at the mention of the Demon King. She knew well how dire her position was. Her rash solo charge had made her thoughts plain enough. That recklessness born of desperation could now be turned to justify retreat. In other words, keep going and you lose, so pull back now. There isn't much time, General Zone. We'll cover the rear. Withdraw to Atana at once. All the way to Atana? That's madness. That's not a retreat, that's a total defeat. No, General Zone, a reset. Your army must be reformed. A half-measure withdrawal won't let you advance again. Here is where a bold decision is needed. Zone looked again at the battlefield. Her demon swordsmen, disorganized, were cut down by the knight's discipline. Her army was crumbling. Her shoulders shook, her grip on the spear tight. She knew my words were true. Arrogant or not, she was still a general. She could understand reality. We retreat. I must bring back some reports, no matter what. We'll reset. General Cocotte, you'll cover our retreat, won't you? Of course, rest assured. Zone glared at me once more, then leapt back into the fray. Good, not a death seeker. With Zone falling back, retreat would soon begin. That meant it was time for our next move. And indeed, the line shifted. Zone's command rang out, and her army began to withdraw. At my signal, Quatre roared, and the dragonoots waiting in the sky descended together. The archers' fire shifted to the dragonoots diving from above, drawing attention away from chasing Zone's troops. At that moment, Quatre twisted aside, sensing a killing intent from behind. I nearly slipped as the knight who had fought Zone came leaping through the wall of flames to strike. Quatre rose sharply, soaring upward. I had ducked down, so my face was not seen. The knight below looked up at us, then sheathed his sword. He must have understood our intent to withdraw. Then all that remains is to leave them a parting gift. Quatre roared again. The dragonoots flew after Zone's retreating army. From their talons they released what they carried, dangling from ropes for all the knights to see. Segun, commander of the Blue Cloaks, widened his eyes, then clenched his teeth with fury. Vile fiends! Dangling from the dragonoots' talons were human women and children, screaming and begging for help. Hostages. Bait. At my order the slaves we had brought were displayed as shields and provocation. It worked. Knights who had been ready to pursue froze in place. Whether it was hesitation or Segun's command to halt, the result was the same. I watched with a smile, then glanced at the knights. Let them understand the message in this act. That was the point. That we had captured living humans. Come take them, come save them. Otherwise, you are no different from me, humans. Kyukuku Fufufu. Chapter 24, Segun's Concern. The setting was a noble's mansion in Frictura. The time was 5 days after the demon army's invasion. Segun had just managed to restore order among his men, who had suffered losses in the sudden battle. Fortunately, they had already been on high alert and prepared for war, and the reinforcement of defenses proved effective, allowing them to drive the demons back without much difficulty. At first, he thought the same army that had taken Otana had come, but in truth it had been anticlimactic, so perhaps the one who took Otana was not that demon sown after all. Having cared for the wounded and completed the reorganization of his forces, which had suffered only light losses, Segun was suddenly summoned by Zenbiano. On the way, he decided to report this progress to Zenbiano, and so he walked the halls of the mansion. But in his chest stirred something he could not quiet. During the previous battle, the sight of women and children hanging from a dragonute still lingered in his mind. Those fiends. When he had let the enemy commander Tson slip away, Segun had caught sight, through the wall of fire, of a figure riding on the back of that massive dragonute. The darkness of night and the flames prevented him from even making out the shape, but after Tson had made contact with that mysterious someone, they had suddenly retreated. And then there was that taunting display of the captives hung up. Segun recognized them as hostages and could not issue the order to pursue. He had called for the army to halt. If they had loosed arrows carelessly and struck those people, Segun would have regretted it for life. Besides, that kind of display might have been a trap. The demons' retreat had been clumsy, but at the same time, unnervingly skillful. Had they pursued rashly, who knows what might have happened? Even though demons were supposed to lack in tactics or strategy, Segun had felt an inexplicable unease at that retreat and stopped his troops. He even suspected that the mysterious demon who had spoken with Tson and led the withdrawal was the true culprit behind Otana's fall. With that thought, he was able to call off the chase with calm judgment. If they had given pursuit, they might well have suffered a crushing counterblow. He felt it deep in his bones, and yet Segun's heart burned. He could not forgive the act of taking hostages. He was a righteous knight, one of noble spirit. So why was he forced to bow his head under Zenbiano? There were 2 reasons. One was money. Segun was too noble for his own good. Once, he had been a gallant knight in the capital, even a member of the Holy Armor Knight Order. But because of his uncompromising sense of justice, he had tried to expose Zenbiano's bribes, and in doing so he had stumbled into dealings with the underworld. As a result, since Zenbiano had deep ties to the political world, he had not been able to expose him. Instead, Segun himself had been smeared with false charges, stripped of the title of Holy Knight. A knight bearing disgrace was met with cold stares from society, and with no patron to employ him, he quickly fell into ruin. Just as he was about to flee the capital, Zenbiano, who had likewise been demoted to the frontier, called on him. At first, Segun wanted nothing to do with him. After all, it was Zenbiano's fault that he had fallen so far, but he had no choice. The knights who had served under him were condemned alongside him, and like him, they wandered in despair. To feed them, money was needed, and Zenbiano said he would provide it. So, unable to refuse the man who offered him and his men work, Segun clenched his teeth and accepted. That was how he had ended up here. But did that alone mean he could accept serving a man like Zenbiano with his sword? No, then why? As Segun walked the corridor with his grim face, a voice called to him. Turning his head, he saw a girl of about 16 in maid's clothes standing there. When their eyes met, the maid's face softened with gentle warmth as she walked slowly to him. Segun, too, relaxed his tense expression and called her name. Kiel. The girl called Kiel came up to him and smiled. What troubles you? You look so frightening. Ah, it's nothing, don't worry yourself. But I will worry. With a faintly troubled smile, Kiel took his hand. These hands are the reason I live today. If such hands are clenched so tightly, I cannot help but worry. I see I am sorry. Segun scratched his bearded cheek and answered with a similarly troubled smile. Seeing this, Keel gave a small puff of laughter, then tried to stifle her voice as she laughed harder. Segun looked down at her with a weary expression. Was there something funny? No, it's just you always look so stern. Doesn't your face get tired? After laughing a short while, Keel and Segun began to walk slowly down the lavish halls of Count Frictera's mansion. The pairing of a rugged man and a charming maid looked much like Beauty and the Beast. Their only shared traits were that they both served the same master, and one more. After walking in silence for a time, Keel finally spoke. I am once more overjoyed that you returned safely from the battle the other day. Rest assured, I will not leave you behind. I have decided I will one day set you free. Segun looked into Keel's eyes, the same shade of blue as his own, and spoke with firm resolve. Just endure a little longer. I will achieve glory in battle, wash away my disgrace, and win you back. Then I will send you to school once more. Yes, Keel answered with a smile. Seeing it, Segun nodded in satisfaction. Just then, two maids came walking down the hall from the other side. When they saw Keel, they raised their voices in anger. Keel, you still have work left. Hurry and help. Forgive me, I'm sorry. I'll be right there. Keel flinched as if frightened, then hurriedly trotted off toward the other maids. They sniffed derisively, but when they noticed Segun, they gave a small bow. Just before running off, Keel glanced back at Segun. Until later, father. Leaving those words, Keel quickly left with the other maids. Segun gave a small wave in farewell, then sagged in the now empty hall. Keel, Segun's own daughter. She might be the greatest reason Segun remained under Zenbiano. Feeding his men was one matter, but with Keel serving as a maid in Zenbiano's house, she was, in the end, a hostage. And yet, Zenbiano's mansion was safe, and her needs for food, clothing, and shelter were met. She did not appear to be mistreated. For Segun, there was nothing he could do. But still, Zenbiano was known for preying on his maids, so Segun could not banish his fears. In the beginning, he had even gone to Zenbiano in protest several times. On the condition that Zenbiano never lay hands on her, Segun pledged his sword as her protector. Even Zenbiano accepted the promise, knowing if Segun learned his daughter had been violated, there was no telling what he might do. For now, it was a time of endurance. Having dragged both his men and his daughter into disgrace with his sense of justice, Segun longed to free them from serving such a fiend like Zenbiano, to give them peaceful, happy lives, to regain enough status to free his daughter from that villain and let her quietly return to her studies. That was Segun's wish. And so, for now, he had no choice but to keep fighting under Zenbiano. Segun pressed his lips tight, steeled himself anew, and came before Zenbiano's chambers. He knocked on the door. It is Segun. Enter. With his loathsome master's permission, he stepped inside. Chapter 25, The Bait Has Been Cast. What did you just say? Segun said this as he glared at Zenbiano. Still standing near the entrance, his usual sullen face slightly distorted, he confronted Zenbiano with faint suspicion that perhaps the words he had just heard were a mistake. Zenbiano, however, sat with a maid on each side, their clothes loosened and faces on the verge of tears, puffing on a cigar and drinking without even looking at Segun. Lord Zenbiano, I said exactly what you heard, Segun. As Segun clenched his fists, Zenbiano blew smoke with an exasperated air, speaking with one hand still buried in the chest of a maid. I told you to recapture Atana. Summoned by Zenbiano, Segun was ordered straight out the moment he entered, and Zenbiano now repeated the words irritably. Every time his flabby body twisted restlessly, the maids clinging to him looked troubled and readjusted their arms. With no regard for Segun's will, Zenbiano's hands roamed over their bodies. Segun, having turned the order over and over in his mind, finally spoke out in protest. That's reckless. It's been about a month since Atana fell. The demon army we faced came from Atana in the first place. That city has already become their stronghold, and you order me to seize it. Are you afraid? That is not the issue. The only reason we managed to fight advantageously last time was because it was a defensive battle. If we attack, the situation is completely reversed. We don't have enough soldiers. There will be casualties. Atana is a fortress city. Zenbiano's face twisted with disgust at Segun's heated words. The corners of his mouth sank into his greasy cheeks, and his thin eyes glared sharply. Recapturing Atana meant facing the army that had conquered it. For Segun, who fought to protect, deliberately choosing a battle that would cause needless sacrifice was impossible. Of course, Segun too wanted to reclaim Atana. Seeing the hostages hung in provocation the other day had almost driven him into a rage. But that was clearly a trap. If they marched out of Frictera, it would be exactly what the enemy wanted. Segun, there is nothing to worry about. Thanks to your efforts in the recent battle, the demons have scattered. Their morale must be low. Thinking of demons that way is naive, I must say. Naive or not doesn't matter, Segun. What matters are facts and results. And I have information that confirms those facts. Segun sensed something in Zenbiano's manner as he laughed slowly and drew on his cigar. To Segun's suspicion, Zenbiano spoke gleefully. After the last battle, I gave an order to pursue the demons. What? Even Segun, who commanded the entire army and had withheld pursuit upon seeing the hostages, had not been told. Zenbiano had dispatched his own pursuit unit independently. That alone was enough to shock Segun. You went behind my back. I am the master here, I decide everything. Zenbiano pointed his cigar at Segun. And that pursuit unit found something interesting. And that is... Zenbiano snorted through his nose. They discovered a wagon carrying captives. They attacked it splendidly and rescued the prisoners. What? Segun was honestly surprised. If captives included those very hostages, their rescue was indeed cause for joy. But doubt remained. Why? Where were they transporting captives in that wagon? When he asked, Zenbiano drank deeply and answered. It seems they are moving their base. There are signs they are abandoning Atana. According to the captives, the demons' morale plummeted after their recent defeat, and most have already left Atana. In the process, the prisoners too were taken away. I see. If the prisoners' account was true, then the demons had withdrawn in fear of pursuit. The captives, badly exhausted, were being given rest. They must have suffered terribly. They begged us to kill the demons quickly. Then surely it is our duty to enact justice. Purge the demons left in Atana and reclaim it. Some captives may still remain. Are they not waiting to be saved? Segun fell silent. He did want to save the captives, yet he could not shake the unease gnawing at him. It was hard to believe that Demon General Tson would give up so easily. Nor had the army that conquered Atana shown itself. It was difficult to imagine demons laying such a trap, but his instincts screamed that something was wrong. Even so, Zenbiano, as Lord, pressed the order upon Segun again. Segun, take Atana. This is justice. In the end, if Zenbiano truly gave the command, Segun could not disobey. Without Zenbiano's support, losing his rewards might mean a fate worse than death in battle. More than anything, there was still his daughter Keel, living under Zenbiano's roof. If Segun defied him, even Keel's clean food, lodging, and minimum education could be destroyed. Segun reluctantly accepted the campaign against Atana. However, I will gather the troops. But depending on the strength of the enemy left in Atana, I warn you in advance, I may order a retreat. As you wish. If it can be taken, then take it. I too have no desire to suffer a loss by overreaching. Segun gave a small bow at those words and hurried out to gather the soldiers. The sortie would be soon. After seeing him off, Zenbiano chuckled and drank, staring at the closed door. If I retake Atana, the glory will be mine, my military fame resounding. Then it may not be impossible to return to the capital. Laughing vulgarly, Zenbiano groped a maid's rear while basking in visions of glory. At the same time, he felt only gratitude toward Segun, his convenient tool, for that foolishly earnest devotion to his daughter's happiness. Segun, your single-mindedness for your daughter's happiness makes you all the easier to use, truly pitiful. Fufu, ha 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 ha. Zenbiano reveled in drink, mocking Segun and savoring the glory to come from retaking Atana. Section, at the same time, within Atana. Upon returning, I immediately informed my dear subordinates of the situation and had them pack. Most of my army was no longer here in Atana. Because I had ordered a certain operation, fully 70% of them had left the city almost as soon as I set out to clean up Tson's mess, and they were already gone. The Dragonutes too, all but Quattro, had been sent with separate units. They would remain waiting until the deed was done. So far, things were going well. All that remained was for the final touch of the setup to take effect, and the stage would be set. Rolling Riamez's holy stone in my palm, I walked through Atana's streets, now desolate and lonely compared to when we carried in supplies only days ago. A childlike girl with hollow, vacant eyes walking through an empty town. With those cold eyes, I was making my final checks. Though the houses looked deserted, demons were hidden in every corner. I confirmed with my own eyes that the placements matched the plans. Even when Quattro offered to carry me on his back, I refused. Truly important matters must be confirmed with one's own feet and eyes. That had been my rule since my salaryman days. And when I arrived at the Fountain Plaza, the main stage for this operation, my gaze fell upon the sight of barrels stacked in heaps. This was where they would meet their graves, and every corpse would become my achievement. By doing so, Lord Elcuro would finally come to trust me. Lord Elcuro, I will prove it to you. I will prove what I am, for that purpose. This battle I will win, with my own hand. Sharpening my feelings and expression, I adjusted my hat and left the plaza, returning to the mansion. The 30% of my forces remaining here were already deployed. Zoff had finished preparing the gunpowder I had ordered. The nets and cages were ready too. All that was left was to wait for the fish to bite the bait. When I returned to the mansion, Zoff and Quattro came to meet me. "Young lady, the wagon group just got back. Looks like they spread the bait nicely." "Oh, that's good. Zenbiano, you're quicker to bite than I thought." The wagon, as its name implies, carried goods. Upon returning with Zone, I had loaded certain things into it and ordered it to run a set route. Its return meant my plan had succeeded. I had guessed that Zenbiano, once we withdrew, would quickly send scouts to check Atana's state. The wagon that encountered those scouts had indeed been robbed of its cargo, and the demon driver had returned. "Zoff, you did train the cargo properly, didn't you?" "Of course. Just as you ordered. The ones assigned to watch over them only spoke the lines you told me to drill into them. Then it should be fine. A Trojan horse bearing false information. Now that it's in enemy hands, good. Then all that remains is to wait. Zoff, go join the detached force ahead of time. Make sure you don't bump into Frictera's troops. Quattro, you rest." "Yes, yes." Zoff answered and immediately left Atana on his beast with his men. Leaving Quattro to rest, I too headed to a room in the mansion. Come to think of it, ever since returning to Atana, I had been moving non-stop. Even if it was all for this plan, in a child's body it took its toll. The fatigue weighed on every joint. I had to rest now. Not that I let my guard down. If anything, I was tense. The aim of this operation was to learn from the failures of the fall of Atana. And above all, the ultimate goal of this plan was to earn Lord Elcuro's trust. To win victory in the way he desired, by my hand, and show my worth, that was the true aim. Which was why I chose a risky operation. I had few forces left in Atana. Coordination with Zone was non-existent, but that hardly mattered. In her army's battered state, she would not sortie for some time. That was why I would make her act as my piece. To kill that blue-cloaked enemy knight commander, I needed Zone to fight. Everything is going exactly as I wish. Lord Elcuro, I will show you how much I can terrify humanity. Murmuring to myself, I walked down the dark hall toward my room. And the moment I turned the corner, a shock struck my neck, followed by a sensation of floating. In the next instant, my back slammed into the wall. Ugh! I had no idea what had happened at first. My hat fluttered to the floor. Pain from the impact and the air forced out of my lungs left me choking. Through tear-blurred eyes, I saw black twin tails and red eyes. Zone. Forcing my gaze downward, I met the furious eyes of Zone. Chapter 26, Disgusting. I was grabbed by the collar by Zone and slammed against the wall. My feet dangled completely in the air, my throat squeezed tight, the airway crushed. What strength! I reflexively grabbed at the arm that had lifted me up with a single hand, trying to shake it off, but it didn't budge at all. It wasn't just because I was a frail little girl. It was the absolute difference in physical ability between humans and demons. Their base performance was on another level. Zone, demon girl though she looked, possessed monstrous physical strength that her appearance did not suggest. Still, despite my mind staying calm under the restriction of breath, My body moved on instinct, trying to pry away the hand choking me. Perhaps seeing my resistance, Tson lifted me higher. My throat was squeezed tighter, and I groaned without meaning to. "You filthy human, daring to meddle where you don't belong." Tson said this in a trembling voice as she held me up. The retreat earlier must have weighed heavily on her. In the end, she had to leave me in charge of the rear guard during withdrawal. To think she'd go so far as this, I hadn't imagined it at all. It must have completely backfired, and having to rely on someone she didn't want to rely on had torn at her pride. But the reason I stepped back there was because I rushed in to save her when she was in danger. Even taking on the rear guard was to sell her a favor. Permission or not, I gave her a plausible reason for retreat before she suffered disgraceful defeat. And yet, why am I being grabbed by the chest and slammed into a wall by her now? It's absurd. I, only worried about General Tson's peril. Ha, you were supposed to be waiting at the rear, and yet you had reinforcements prepared that quickly. So, she wasn't as much of a fool as I thought. You knew from the start, didn't you? Tson glared sharply at me as she said this, and here I was wondering what she was getting at. What do you mean? Don't play dumb. You thought this battle was lost, didn't you? Otherwise, why would your army be mostly absent from Atana right now? The question itself I had already expected. My army wasn't acting in coordination with Tson's, I was moving them as I pleased. I figured she'd have something to say about it, so I didn't care much, but I wasn't about to answer her either. I was aiming to outmaneuver her and take the credit, so I had to shift the point. I didn't want to keep arguing with an enraged demon. The hand on my throat was dangerously strong. If I provoked her too much, she might kill me right here. I still couldn't quite understand what exactly she was so mad about, but she must think I was spooked and acted cowardly. I would turn the talk back to her own words and bury my scheme under smoke. With that thought, I forced words from my crushed windpipe. "KH, I warned you repeatedly. You ignored it, so. NGH, so thinking this wouldn't happen is what's unreasonable. You've got a mouth on you, don't you?" Of course, I had issued warnings, but I never once thought she'd listen. This outcome was exactly what I had expected, but here I pressed the point that I was the one in the right. Lord Elcuro, Ga, entrusted me with this duty, and I must fulfill it. Even with my throat crushed to the point I couldn't breathe, I declared it firmly. Tson glared bitterly at me. Mentioning Elcuro's name showed that I had no intention of letting this battle end in defeat. Whether it got through to her or not, I felt her grip waver slightly. Orders are absolute. If I slink back after failing to take Frictura, the Demon King will punish me. That I cannot allow. Her red eyes shook with genuine fear as she glared at me. Then, you must permit our direct involvement in the operation. I said it, though I was already moving without permission. It was necessary to get her words afterward, for proof. For some reason, Tson seemed rattled. Failure wasn't something she could afford either. Naturally. But it wasn't just fear of failure, I sensed something else behind it. Now that I thought of it, during the retreat she had said, defeat again this time. So, she too had tasted bitter defeat before and burned for a comeback. I could understand hatred against humans born of past events. But all the more reason I couldn't leave things to her. Command can stay with General Tson, but the next plan will be mine. Even as my breath nearly gave out, I spoke evenly. You will kill that knight. That got a reaction. From how furious she'd been earlier, she clearly burned for revenge against that knight. That was what I wanted. He was a foe only Tson could really face. Can that be done? It can. I answered without hesitation. I must win this battle, no matter what. Perhaps seeing the fire in my eyes, her rage quieted, her gaze narrowing. The same for me. I have no more chances left. No more chances. You really know nothing. The orders given to the two of us come from Lord Elcuro, no, from the Demon King himself. If I return in failure, I will be judged worthless and cast down. Though she laughed, her red eyes wavered. That's fear. She feared being deemed worthless by the Demon King. I remembered my first audience with him. Yes, he had said it back then, fail and you are worthless. I thought that was meant for me as a human. Apparently not. Even demons like Tson would pay a heavy price for failure. I had thought the Demon King would never waste someone with Tson's power, but from her own, this time as well, she must have failed before. That was why she had no more chances. And above all, that Demon King would not hesitate to whimsically sever even a vassal's head. That was who he was. Smiling to hide her fear, Tson looked up at me, still holding me aloft. This was the moment. Negotiations are to be pressed when the other side is shaken. Once I got her words, I could hold her to them. Then all the more reason you must cooperate with my plan. I promise it will not end badly. At that, Tson hesitated, then looked at me as if realizing something. Very well, I will allow interference. Once I will follow your words. Once only. That's enough. Good. Having her say it herself was huge. Tson was arrogant. Her pride would not allow her to break her own word. But just as I felt a little relief, I was suddenly pulled close again. My feet still dangled, and now the face of the beautiful demon girl loomed so close her breath could touch me. Startled at the sudden closeness, I glared back at her with open caution. And oddly enough, that cold look only seemed to amuse her. But if you fail, I will do things my way. I will trample over your failure and still take Frictera. And when that happens... She licked her lips with a long red tongue. The face of a predator before prey. You will be mine. With that, she dragged her long tongue across my cheek. My expression stayed cold, my eyes fixed on her. Disgust filled me, but what nonsense, how did she arrive at that conclusion? You've heard of the large-scale dispatch plan, haven't you? She licked my cheek and whispered in my ear. The tickling, the disgust, made me almost let out a sound. I glared sidelong at her instead. Yes, Lord Elcuro's faint March proposal. Exactly. I predict that after this war, either you or I will be chosen to command that dispatch. And since there is only one seat, it will determine who is of value and who is not. We are being tested. Tson leaned close with a dreamy look. I understood then. Even while cornered, she had no doubt she'd seize victory. Even after I had to clean up after her, she remained bold, reckless to a fault. She feared failure, yet she doubted her success not at all. Fool. I will be chosen. Then my past failures will fade, my rank will rise again. So when you fall as worthless, I may take you for myself. Better me than being devoured by orcs, wouldn't you agree? A chill sweat ran down my back. At the same time, her grip on my throat tightened. KH. Since I am giving your plan this one chance, this much is nothing, isn't it? She looked at me, chuckled low, then suddenly pressed her lips against mine. My lips, half parted from trying to breathe through my crushed throat, were pried open as her long tongue forced its way in. My eyes flew open wide, then squeezed shut. Suffocated, my mouth invaded, and her face so close I couldn't avoid her gaze, I shut it all out. Time dragged. My eyes burned from lack of air, tears welled at the corners. Her tongue pressed against my teeth, my tongue fleeing, my palate defiled. Finally, when a strangled haiu of air escaped me, she released me. Sliding down the wall, I landed on the ground, air rushing back in as I coughed violently. Ha. She licked her lips as though savoring a meal, looking down at me in smug satisfaction. Delicious. Human children really are exquisite. I want to taste all of you soon, but the main course is after your disgrace. I look forward to it, General Cocotte. Leaving those words, Tson clicked away on her heels and vanished. Watching her back leave in high spirits, I slowly stood, wiped my lips with my sleeve, and glared coldly into the void. Disgusting. Section, Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 27, The Strategy in the Twilight. 2 days later. Some time had passed since sunset. In the twilight, I, Quatra, and Tson stood in Autona's plaza. The other day was spent reorganizing the troops and waiting for Frictera's move. Just earlier, one dragonoot from the detached unit I had deployed returned with a report. There has been a dispatch from Frictera. Zenbiano's speed of action is impressive. He must have realized that I had moved the army. My detached unit had avoided the direct route between Autona and Frictera, taking a wide detour to remain hidden near Frictera. If a dispatch has been sent to Autona, that means the detached unit's movement was only detected up until leaving Autona. The bait served its purpose. The prisoners I had let escape were thoroughly abused in captivity, while I deliberately spread rumors of low morale in the demon army and talked of a retreat. Those who had been tormented that much must be burning with hatred for us. If they heard we had grown cowardly, I expected them to rush to the Knights of Frictera in tears. Humans, when faced with a hated enemy they cannot defeat themselves, prefer to cling to others to drive them out. Their hatred of us was skillfully turned into a vessel to deliver false information to Zenbiano, leading to this glorious dispatch. All that remains is to reap them. However, the blue-cloaked knights of Frictera I had seen before are not so easily dealt with. Especially that commander, only Tson could stop him. I glanced at Tson. After the other day's incident, she stood rather composed. Likely she thinks that whether I succeed or fail, everything works in her favor. People like her only see what they want to see, because they fear what they don't want to face. Those sorts know the risks but cannot avoid them. That's why they get tripped up, unable even to retreat despite being at a disadvantage. Such a person could never take Frictera. I will do it. Having a fool of a colleague, driven only by ambition, makes things difficult. Princess. Nothing, just talking to myself. Muttering low enough that Tson wouldn't hear, I removed my jacket and handed it to Quatra in preparation for the plan. Everyone who saw me during the fall of Atana is either dead or a slave in the Demon King's castle. There should be no particular awareness toward someone bearing the demon aspect. Moreover, those who would respond to that display of hanging corpses would be vulnerable to this kind of tactic. Princess, you're truly going in that attire. Don't worry about unnecessary things. Besides, I've worn this plenty before. It almost feels nostalgic. Quatra grimaced as he saw me remove my general's coat, leaving only my inner clothes, and then wrap myself in a ragged hooded cloak. I smiled at him in response. The more shabby the disguise the better, and this hair must be hidden. There are always possibilities to account for. But Princess, you yourself going in person? It's far too dangerous. Who else could do it? I'm the most suited. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Quatra has been questioning my actions a lot lately. I don't know why. There's no way a demon would be overly protective toward a human. In any case, it's the operation. Once decided, it must be done. The enemy is already here. Then I'll wait in position, make sure everyone knows to hold until the signal. Quatra gave a short reply and went to relay orders to the army. Then I turned to Tson, who stood with arms crossed, looking bored, and gave her instructions as well. General Tson, I'm counting on you to follow the arrangements. I understand, though I can't imagine this will succeed. Such a thing is sheer madness. She still had complaints about the plan I had explained, but since she had already agreed to lend a hand once, she seemed obliged to comply. To deliberately let the enemy inside, it's insane. I'll become a madwoman if that's what it takes for my goal, and its correctness I'll prove by the results. Tson snorted and went to her assigned position. Her forces were deployed as instructed as well. In this battle, it would be her army facing the Knights of Frictera. After all the unpleasantness she had put me through, she must at least work enough to balance things out. I brushed my lips with my finger, glancing at Tson's back as she moved away. At that moment, one goblin came running quickly towards us. It was one of those I had left to keep watch. The fact he came here meant only one thing. They come, knights come. So they've arrived. The goblin finished reporting and immediately slipped into hiding. Tson and her troops also began moving. Then, not long after, the torchlight illuminating the streets vanished all at once. Atana was swallowed in total darkness. The whole army moved in the dim twilight, leaving only me standing in the plaza. I tilted my head back to the sky and grinned. Now then, time to set the stage for these self-righteous knights. Playing the role of a captive princess is a little embarrassing, though. With that, I pulled the hood low over my face. Section, what is the meaning of this? Commander Segun of the Blue Wing Knight Order advanced his army while muttering in a voice that, though steady in expression, carried clear surprise. Before his eyes was the fortress city of Atana, the impregnable stronghold that had repelled countless demon invasions for 10 years. The city that, just a month ago, fell under mysterious circumstances. It was supposed to now be a demon bastion, yet the sight explained Segun's astonishment. The grand main gate of proud Atana, which once never allowed a single intruder through, was wide open. There was not a trace of demons. No torches burned. The city visible through the gate lay wrapped in silence and darkness. The Atana recapture army led by Segun's Blue Wing Knight Order began to waver. Making up 70% of Frictera's military power, the recapture force murmured uneasily at this abnormal sight. What is this? Could the demons truly have abandoned Atana? Even Segun could not hide his unease. To be honest, he had been skeptical of the prisoner's story that Zenbiano had heard. To abandon Atana seemed far too wasteful. Even demons would find it troublesome to face a siege there. And yet, what is this? Not a sign of defense, not even a goblin in sight, and the gate is flung open. After a moment of suspicion, Segun gave an order to his men. Send scouts. Check the main gate area. His vice commander nodded, and around 10 knights entered Otana ahead. Several dozen minutes later, the scouts returned, visibly shaken. Their report matched their expressions. A hollow shell, not a sound near the main gate. They had checked several still-standing houses, but all were empty. Only scattered human corpses, burned carelessly, littered the streets. For a moment, the thought that the demons had killed the captives while retreating crossed Segun's mind, unsettling him. In reality, the burned corpses were simply those from Otana's fall, left unburied, another of Kokot's ploys. Naturally, Segun did not realize this. He never imagined demons would employ psychological warfare. This campaign was never his wish due to its danger, but since they had come, he wanted to save any lives that could still be saved. After a brief hesitation, Segun resolved to advance. The army marched into Otana, arrayed in formation along the main street running through the center. Segun, walking at the front, personally confirmed the state of the city, the eerie stillness unnerving him. No demons present, perhaps the report was true. Hard to say yet. Segun could not bring himself to agree with his vice commander, the unnatural silence too troubling. But as they marched, his men gradually relaxed, reassured by the absence of enemies. Soon laughter arose, mocking the cowardice of demons. For Segun too, if Otana could be reclaimed without battle, so much the better. Now his mind was focused on whether there were survivors. The troops even began to chatter casually. With things this quiet, even if demons appeared, they must only be stragglers too slow to flee. Segun shook his head wearily. The Blue Wing Knights could keep discipline, but the conscripted militia in the army was another matter. Showing such carelessness mid-campaign was not a good sign. Then, at that moment, the vice commander raised his voice. He had spotted something. Lord Segun there. What is that? At his words, Segun looked ahead. From the side alley into the street, something stirred in the darkness. His hand went reflexively to his sword, but then his eyes widened. What had appeared before them was a small figure. Wrapped in a ragged hooded cloak, small-bodied, clearly a child, a girl. From under the hood peeked a trembling mouth. A short whimper of fear escaped. Upon seeing Segun and the others, she shrank back. A survivor. For Segun, it was welcome news. He had thought all in Otana dead, but there was still one. The information had been true. Most likely kept alive as a prisoner by demons, then abandoned when they retreated. The knights, after a moment of relief, realized they must secure her. Noble knights with strong senses of justice immediately rushed forward to save her. But then, "Eek, don't come closer, help me." The girl screamed with terror and bolted away like a startled rabbit. Segun and his men panicked. Had they frightened her, or was her trauma from demons too deep? In any case, the need to protect her remained. The Blue Wing Knights gave chase, armor clattering, followed by the rest of the troops. "Wait, we are not your enemies. Don't be afraid, we came to help you." Segun and the knights called gently to reassure her as they pursued. But the girl only cried, "Stay away, no," and would not stop. Then suddenly, she stumbled and fell. Segun approached to help her up, but seeing her recoil in fear, he stopped, realizing he must calm her first. "Listen carefully. We are knights from Frictera. We came to save survivors like you." He spoke as calmly as he could. The girl, still cowering under her hood, reacted to his words. "Truly, you came to save me." Hearing her voice, Segun's heart leapt. He stepped forward at another pace. "Yes, I will protect you until you are safe. You need not fear. Then, will you save everyone too?" The girl slowly rose to her feet, her voice trembling. Segun was shocked, then elated. There were more survivors, he nodded firmly. He would save them all. Protecting the people was the pride of a knight who carried justice. The girl breathed out, slightly reassured, then grew tense again and spoke quickly. "I'll lead you this way. Everyone is hiding." "Understood, lead the way." At Segun's word, the girl dashed off. Segun signaled with his arm for the troops to follow, then pursued her. The knights clanked in armor, torches flickering as they ran. The girl's pace was not fast, her breathing ragged, her legs trembling. She must have been terrified. She must have endured terrible things. Her clothes were filthy, and the way she had panicked at their sight, she must have been so shaken she hadn't even recognized them as knights. Those damn demons. Segun burned with anger. But first, the survivors must be saved. Despite her own suffering, this young girl hadn't asked for her own rescue first, but for her companions. That resolve had to be answered. She too would be saved. With firm resolve, Segun followed. Soon, the girl reached a plaza. At its center stood a fountain with a statue of a goddess. Around it, crates and barrels were scattered. The girl hurried to the fountain's front. As Segun moved to follow, she said, "Wait here, everyone's scared." So he halted his troops at the plaza entrance, arranging them in formation. While directing the incoming soldiers, Segun looked around. Many crates. The stench of burned flesh. Burned corpses lay strewn across the plaza. The stench was nauseating. Survivors in a place like this? But the girl had brought them here, so there must be something. Then she stopped at the fountain and looked back at them. Segun approached a little closer, perhaps 25 meters away. The girl kept her head lowered, staring at him. Segun wondered what was wrong. Then she spoke. "You'll really save me, won't you?" Her trembling voice made Segun wonder if she still didn't trust him. So he spread his hands slightly, swearing as he answered. "Yes, I will save you." At that, the girl, for some reason, smiled. "Even like this, you'll save me." Her lips twisted into a grin. Segun was stunned. Before his eyes, she slowly pulled back the hood. Gasps rippled through the knights and soldiers. In the night's dark, her hair shone like snow. Her eyes gleamed blood-red like spilled blood. A cute young girl's face smiled monstrously as she gazed at Segun. Seeing that sight, the vice commander at Segun's side murmured. The demon aspect. Chapter 28, Welcome, into the belly of the demon. "Come on, you'll save me, won't you?" I tilted my head mockingly, speaking with a laugh. The knights were murmuring. Did they not expect that the survivor they'd finally found would be a child with a demon aspect? For all their lofty words about saving, their expressions were bitter now. "What's wrong?" "Look, here's the survivor you were searching for." I spread out my arms, but their reaction was cold. Since they gave no reply, I lowered my arms as if disappointed. Well, it didn't matter. I had no need to be saved in the first place. The deputy knight beside the commander muttered something. "Commander Segun, a cursed child with the demon aspect is worthless even if saved." I snorted at those words. Segun, as he was called, looked at me with a troubled face. So that's what he says. But for a knight to break his word of salvation, that's pitiful. As I said this, the deputy shouted at me to shut up, glaring with scorn. Then Segun opened his mouth. "Even with the demon aspect, she is human. A survivor is a survivor, and she must know where the others are." For a moment I was surprised by his words, but soon narrowed my eyes. I see, he wrapped it up rationally. Is he not a bad man, or is it that he truly sees me as a valuable source of information? Either way, it doesn't matter. There's no need to search, no need to save. This is the end of the road. The knights reacted in shock to my words. Amusing, they still hadn't doubted that even if I bore the demon aspect, I was nothing more than a prisoner captured by demons. How laughable. For I, Kokot, have already invited you all into the belly of hell. I couldn't help but laugh. In the darkness of night, the laughter of a little girl rang out. Even Segun narrowed his eyes on me. The way I carried myself was no longer that of a child. His expression sharpened. The frightened little girl's mask was gone, replaced with a wicked smile. At last, he began to sense danger. "What's so funny?" Segun asked. Of course it was funny. "Do you really think there are still survivors in this town?" Segun's eyes widened at my provocative words. For me to say such a thing while grinning monstrously meant only one thing: I had lied to them. I had deceived them, lured them here. The knights around me began to raise their guard, spreading out across the square. They and the fighting men surrounded me, but I kept smiling. No, I couldn't stop smiling. How well everything had gone. When I tripped and fell while running, I panicked badly, but I managed to turn it to my advantage. That frantic display had even added authenticity, since I truly had been flustered. But the lack of stamina had hurt. This was the first time I'd ever run like that in this life. To guide the knights naturally into the square, I'd been forced to run quite a lot. My breathing had been ragged, my legs trembling with fatigue. But all of that became perfect material to make them believe I was terrified. And so, I lured them here. Knights who boasted of saving survivors were easy to handle. Yet as soon as they learned I had the demon aspect, this is how they turned. Such flimsy righteousness. Commander Segun, she's clearly a cursed child driven mad by demons. Abandon her and resume searching for survivors. The deputy shouted again, but Segun remained fixed on me. Our eyes locked in silence. He understood. I wasn't speaking out of madness, nor were my words frivolous. Though confusion lingered in his gaze, his wariness of me grew stronger. Was it because of the demon aspect, or because of the unnatural way I carried myself? In any case, it was already too late. I waited until the knights had gathered fully into the square, then slowly raised one hand. They immediately tensed in response. So easily frightened of such a little child. At this rate, who could you possibly save? The knights scowled at my hair and eyes. A brat with the demon aspect, spouting insults. No doubt they no longer had even a shred of will to save me. Not that it mattered. Don't make any strange moves. Don't lie. Our promise to save you hasn't changed. Quickly, lead us to the survivors. We have countless questions to ask. No. I cut off Segun's words with one stroke, stepping back slowly. Whether his promise was sincere or just a ploy to trick me, it no longer mattered. My emotions boiled over. My lips curled up on their own. Then a thunderous sound echoed. The front gate of Atana, which had been left open until now, slammed shut with a roar. The gate closed. The deputies gaped at the gate, but Segun alone never took his eyes off me. Impressive. No matter what happened, he focused on what mattered most. A capable man. Once, I might have wished to recruit him, but not now. Now he was a threat that must be buried for the demon army's sake, and mine. And so, "You're all going to die here," I said with a smile no child should wear. At last, Segun drew his sword. At that very instant, I swung down my arm and leapt into the fountain with a splash. Startled, Segun slashed at a nearby crate. What spilled out was black gunpowder. He cursed himself. The stench of corpses had dulled his nose. It was a trap. "We've been tricked." Everyone out of the square. Right after his shout, a volley of explosions roared, and the square erupted. I heard the noise beneath the water, holding my breath, listening to the blasts and the night screams. I sank to the bottom of the fountain, at least 2 meters deep. Outside must be pandemonium. I had filled the crates and barrels around the square with gunpowder, masking the smell with spilled liquor and burned corpses. All that remained was to lure them here, then order the demons perched on the walls to fire at the torches when I gave the signal. Hidden above, the demons used the humans' torches as markers and fired cannons for the appointed time. No human would have imagined the cannons were turned inward at the city. They'd been careless not to check the walls closely. If they'd noticed the cannons facing inward, they might have suspected something. But they trusted in our supposed lack of strategy. Serves them right. My lungs were burning. The time I'd ordered was almost up. The barrage would soon stop. Debris sank into the water around me, wood splinters, stones, even human limbs, then silence. The bombardment ceased. I broke the surface. Puha. I sucked in air and exhaled. Then I looked around. The square was devastated. The secondary explosions from the gunpowder had torn the ground apart, fires smoldering everywhere. Black smoke filled the air. Even so, I could see corpses of soldiers blown apart, and hear countless screams. "Form up. Reform the ranks. My arm. Where's the demon brat? Somebody give orders." The knights and fighting men were in chaos. A blue cloak swayed in the smoke. Segun was there, barking orders. He had survived. His cloak was charred, but he seemed unhurt. A tough one. He looked at me with horror. That look thrilled me. I gave him a cold smile and mouthed my words. "This is my victory." Understanding the meaning, Segun lunged toward me with frightening speed. Swift in thought and action. To attack me before he even fully understood meant he had already accepted me as an enemy. That decisiveness was remarkable. In an instant he closed the distance, his sword aimed at my belly. He wasn't trying to kill, only to knock me out and capture me. Even now he was merciful, but that intention would not reach me. From behind me, through the smoke, something black shot forward like a bullet, clashing with Segun. He met the strike head-on, blocking with his sword as he was driven back, sparks grinding. "It's been a while, you shitty knight bastard." Tson, the demon general. Segun broke off, gaining distance. Tson twirled her lance before planting it in the ground, glaring at him with a snort. A blessing in disguise, is it not? I'll repay what I owe you from before. Segun said nothing, only readied his sword. Her timing was too perfect. Could it be that the girl was under Tsone's control? No, from her behavior earlier, it was more likely she had betrayed them. But his thoughts were cut short. The smoke parted as a massive dragonute descended. The knights cried out in panic. Segun recognized him. The same dragonute who had interfered in his fight with Tsone. But before he could dwell on Quatra, more demons burst forth through the smoke filling the square. Mostly demon swordsmen, mixed with goblins and orcs. Demons! Where the hell were they hiding? The soldiers shouted as they drew their weapons, plunging into battle. Cold sweat ran down Segun's face. It made no sense. He had scouted himself. There had been no demons in the streets or houses. Even if they hadn't searched everywhere, they should have detected such numbers. The earlier trap had delayed them mere seconds, not enough for an army to appear. That must have been his thought, and so I laughed. Frictera's humans would never know. The people of Atana, selfish for their own survival, always built shelters beneath their houses. Hidden so well even demons would not easily find them. I had filled those shelters with as many demons as they could hold. Perfect for an ambush. When Atana fell, many had hidden in them. But against me, it was meaningless. I had already told Zoff and the others of the shelters, and so those who thought themselves safe had been dragged out one by one. After the city's fall, the shelters sat unused, and now repurposed by me. Even if Segun had known about the shelters, he'd never have guessed demons would use them. That was their fatal mistake. Tsone's army and my unit, hidden in the shelters, now struck the humans reeling from the trap. Panic soldiers were no match for demons head-on. The only real threats were the blue-cloaked knights and their commander Segun, whom Tsone was already fighting. The square was a battlefield. Knights fell to demon swordsmen, militiamen routed and slaughtered by goblins and orcs. The blue cloaks tried desperately to reform, but order would never return. Chaos reigned. And in chaos, individual strength decided the outcome. Demons were stronger. Only Segun remained a true threat, facing Tsone while still watching me. Beside me, Quatra landed, reverting to his human form. He knelt on one knee. "Princess, are you unharmed?" "No problem." A short exchange. Then he handed me a coat. I quickly dressed, pulling the cloak about me, then donned a hat. My eyes turned to Segun. His expression was frozen in shock. For he had seen a mighty dragonute bow his head to me and call me princess. I grinned. Facing him, I gave a deep, mocking bow, smiling monstrously. "My apologies for the late introduction. I am Kokot, one of the Demon King's army, a demon general. Welcome, gentlemen, into the belly of the demon." Chapter 29, The End of the Blue Wing Night. "Impossible!" Segun shouted in astonishment. A human, a general of the demons. A demon princess? The attire she wore was that of a general of the Demon King's army. And that dragonute, he called that human Kokot, who bore the demon aspect, his princess, and followed her. No mistake, this trap had all been arranged by Kokot. A human leading demons and turning against humans. How had she tamed the demons? More than that, why? That cursed child born with the demon aspect truly was aligned with the demons. No, that should be impossible. Among demons, and especially a little girl like her, how could she command demons that devoured humans? Segun was in turmoil. His eyes stayed fixed on me, wavering. But at once Segun came back to his senses. Killing intent surged from the front. He narrowly parried Tsone's thrust. Tsone grinned, baring her jagged teeth. Her crimson eyes glared at Segun, filled with murderous intent. This is no time to be looking away. GHH. Panic, shock, confusion. Such things shatter concentration. From that day until now, the tables had turned, and Segun was forced on the defensive against Tsone. I watched. Seizing onto Quatra's leg in his dragon form, I had him fly me onto the head of that damnable statue at the fountain's center, said to be modeled after a goddess. There I sat on the statue's head, legs swinging, gazing in ecstasy at the bloody chaos below. A little girl seated on a goddess statue's head, blissfully watching the slaughter beneath her, was surely a sight of pure blasphemy. But to me, gods had long since become nothing more than symbols of hate. To sit upon a statue representing one, looking down upon this banquet, was nothing but delight. Finding joy in the sight of slaughter may be called twisted, but when a plan to reach one's goal proceeds flawlessly, no matter what it entails, satisfaction is to be had. This is fun. I found myself whispering it aloud. These humans, who had trampled me and Riame with their convenient notions of justice, now lay ravaged. This was karmic retribution. Before my eyes, the soldiers and knights of Frictera, once so numerous, steadily dwindled. Fufu, fufu. You seem pleased, princess. Ah, I'm in a fine mood. Look at them, they said they would save me, didn't they? At least until they saw this hair and these eyes. Isn't it laughable? Their words were only ever worth that much. I replied to Quatra, who hovered in the air above me with wings outstretched, while continuing to watch the soldiers and knights fall one by one. Then, some soldiers shot arrows at me seated atop the goddess's head. Every arrow was deflected by Quatra's wings, and the soldiers who fired them had their necks snapped by orcs the next instant. Quatra suggested moving me somewhere safe, but I refused. When I told her, "I want to stay here," he replied, "I will protect you without fail." Truly reassuring. Once more I turned my gaze back to the battle. Filthy humans who spew filthy words, every one of them is my target for revenge. To see such abominable suffering at the hands of me, and you all makes me all the more pleased. And I turned my eyes and noticed a shift in the clash between Segun and Son, who had been dueling all this time. Segun and Son, in terms of skill and strength, were evenly matched. Son wielded the raw might of a demon's body, while Segun's technique made up the difference. But the battle had begun with traps and continued as an ambush. The circumstances were overwhelmingly against Segun. Distracted by the need to watch his surroundings, he was being pushed back by Son. If he could have focused solely on fighting her, he might have held his own, but giving orders to rally the lines while fighting was another matter. Watching closely, I noticed Segun held his sword with only one hand, so one arm was useless. That explained his struggle. The trap had succeeded in wounding even Segun. To Son, it was nothing more than the easy task of tormenting an injured foe. I wanted him to be finished quickly, but Segun persisted stubbornly. Even while fighting Son, he continued giving orders to his lieutenants. Admirable for an enemy, but he won't last much longer. Watching the battlefield as a whole, I felt the end was near. And then, nearly all of Frictera's knights were destroyed. Barely a few dozen remained alive, gathered behind Segun who knelt, breath ragged. They could form only the barest of lines. Surrounded on all sides by overwhelming demon numbers, Son spun her lance in her hands and laughed, already certain of victory. Son clacked forward toward the grimacing Segun. This ended rather quickly, didn't it? Irritating as it is to admit, it must mean that sweet General Kokot's plan was effective. Not that I wouldn't have one without it, of course. Kokot, what is that child? Segun, shoulders heaving, looked up at me seated above, then asked Son. A human commanding demons, and not only that, holding the rank of general. A young girl yet to even reach proper age. To Segun, I must have looked grotesquely unnatural. In his eyes fixed on me, unmistakable fear could be seen. Ah, in those eyes now, what did he see me as? Son snorted. How distasteful. It was I who defeated you. Look at me. To keep glancing at some human-like that makes me jealous. So you demons seduced her, did you? Ha 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 ha, that's a funny thing to say. General Kokot fights because she desires it. Oh, you mean you didn't know? The one who conquered Atana was that girl. So it was true. Something seemed to settle in him. Segun lowered his eyes. Son clicked her tongue, displeased. Then she thrust the tip of her lance to his throat and declared, "Take this with you to the grave. The one who defeated you was not Kokot, but Son. I refuse. I cannot die yet. I am already a useless commander, but I still have something to protect." In an instant, Segun knocked aside Son's lance and leapt back. He rejoined his lieutenants and formed ranks again. To think he still had so much fight left. Most of those still alive were blue-cloaked knights. They must have had a strong bond. But that was not what I wished for. I wanted despair and death. That was my revenge. What was Son doing? Useless fool. Segun and his men exchanged glances, then smiled at one another. Like heroes in some play. Facing battle with comrades they could trust at their backs, they showed no fear. I don't like it. I spat the words. Why, that's not right. Here is where you should fear. Your army is annihilated, you're surrounded on all sides, so why don't you despair? Why won't you feel the despair I felt? Segun and his knights still had not lost their will. every last one of the blue-cloaked knights. Gnashing my teeth, I glared at them with hatred. What I want to see is not faces like yours. But against my expectations, Segun and his men raised a war cry. Even now, they roared with all their spirit and charged in bravely. Tson immediately rallied the surrounding demon swordsmen to intercept them. The clash of blades and cries of battle rang out, and I simply watched. The blue wing knights under Segun, who continued their valiant resistance, hurled themselves into the demon horde and were swallowed by the tide. Chapter 30, all within the palm of my hand. I walked sluggishly through the square with a sulky expression. Fiddling with the white wavy bangs of my hair with my finger, I slowly rolled only my eyes to gaze at the devastation around me. Together with me, the demons were cleaning up the aftermath in the square, recovering equipment from the corpses of our comrades, and then dealing with the far greater number of corpses of human soldiers and knights. It was I who gave the order to seize whatever equipment could be salvaged. The soldiers of Frictera had good equipment, and if goblins or orcs were to use it, it would have some effect. That was why my orc and goblin subordinates were rummaging noisily through the corpses of the soldiers. Watching such a sight, I walked on through the sea of bodies. And then, I stopped before one corpse. A knight with a blue cloak, their commander. It was Segun, lifeless, a man whose eyes never gave up until the end, a man of terrifying strength. The knight who had so boldly declared he would save me. The reason for my sour expression was, for the most part, this Segun. Those eyes that looked at me, perhaps he alone might have been genuine. Even after I had declared myself a demon general, the eyes he turned on me were mixed with confusion. Gradually, he must have come to understand that I did not seek salvation, and that I was no longer human. The eyes with which he saw me had turned into the eyes with which one sees a demon. It's meaningless. You are dead, who can you save? Besides, a human who would hold a heart of compassion even for demons, one who would truly save them. Other than Riame, I do not know of any. I want to see Riame. Looking at Segun's corpse, I thought of Riame. Then, as I stared blankly at Segun's corpse, I noticed it. The gaping hole in his chest, Tson's fatal wound. Letting my gaze travel down to his arm, I saw one hand still clutching his sword. The other arm, the one I remembered, was injured. Its fist was clenched tight. Something was peeking between his fingers, and out of curiosity I crouched down, leaning close to Segun's body, and laid my hand on that clenched fist. Rigor mortis had not yet set in, so even my slender fingers could easily pry open the fist. What he held was a photograph. To think this world had such things in this age, I thought as I picked it up and looked. What it showed was Segun and a little girl. From the back of the photograph, where another name was written, sharing the same family name as Segun, she was most likely his daughter. So this was why Segun never gave up. He too had something to protect. Still, to grip a photograph of his daughter at the moment of death was awfully sentimental. He must have shown strong will to escape no matter what, but when he realized it was impossible, he thought of his daughter. I've taken a parent from this girl, haven't I? Undeniable cruelty. Yet, for knights and soldiers living on the battlefield, they must always be prepared for death. Leaving family behind is not rare in this world. That is why what rose in my heart was not repentance or regret, but a clear delight, and a feeling that squeezed my chest that I too wanted to see Riame. Taste the pain of losing a precious one, a girl I have never met. Segun's daughter, Keel. Having the dearest one stolen, aching with desire to see them, and yet being unable to. Tormented by sadness and by hatred for the thief. That kind of heart I understand all too well, which is why I feel good. The grief I was made to taste, surely I can now make others taste it. Ah, this battle is the sure fruit of my revenge. The gloom that weighed on me from not being able to see Segun's face in despair was swept away at once. Holding the photograph with both hands, I turned round and round, laughing. Humming, spinning, spinning, I danced again on the field of corpses I had personally created. Calamity upon the humans who took Riame from me. Tragedy upon the humans who called me demon. You dance quite cutely, don't you? To dance so happily surrounded by corpses, you are like a fairy surrounded by poisonous flowers, abominable to behold. Hemifufu, is that so? I just can't help being happy now. As I kept spinning and humming, Tson looked on in exasperation. likely about the time she had finished giving her perfunctory orders to her demon swordsmen subordinates. I saw that while my men scavenged the corpses, hers were forming ranks. Well, in any case this means Frictura's defensive forces are nearly gone, doesn't it? I'll praise you a little, just a little. That's an honor. Cocotte, I will gather the army again and go retake Frictura. You have no more part to play. With a huff puffing out her chest and looking at me as though to say, thanks for setting the stage, Tson spoke. Without even turning my face, still savoring the imagined feelings of the girl in the photograph, I replied to her. That won't be necessary. Frictura has likely already fallen. At those words, Tson's face, full of readiness, hardened. She strode straight up to me as I danced. What do you mean by that? As Tson came right before my eyes, I stopped my steps and spoke. Exactly what I said. At my words, Tson first gave a puzzled ha, look, but then suddenly her face changed as if realizing something. No way. And in the next instant, she grabbed me by the collar again, just like before. The demons around me all turned to look at once. Quatra, watching from afar, immediately transformed into dragon form and roared, but Tson ignored it all and glared at me. Cocotte, you bitch, answer me. Where the hell is the main army you moved? Where the hell did you move the army to? Section, stop, please stop. Zenbiano fell on his rear and crawled backwards as Zoff slowly closed in. The state of Zenbiano's mansion was as terrible as his room had been. The demon army had suddenly appeared in Frictura. Impossible. Hadn't they retreated? And judging by these demon forces, so different in nature from those of the previous battle, they were an entirely separate army. And what timing, as if they had foreseen Frictura's main forces leaving the town. Zenbiano, who had been so sure that Segun's departure, the fall of Atana, and all would add up to his achievement, found that just 3 days after Segun's march out, right around when they should be reaching Atana, these demons abruptly invaded Frictura. With Segun gone, and only 30% of the militia-turned soldiers left in Frictura, they could not halt the demon incursion and allowed them to penetrate the city. In no time, even this lord's manor was on the verge of being occupied. Zenbiano, in his own room, had fled to the wall, using the maidservants he had just been indulging in carnally as shields. The maids screamed, trying to flee, but the entrance was completely blocked by demons, so they either collapsed on the floor with their legs giving out or ran crying to the windows. Only one maid, while others trembled, spoke words of comfort, telling them it would be all right. This maid looked younger than the others, but she had the steadiest nerves. This maid, Kiel, though worried for her father Segun, was shocked at the fact that demons had reached here. Did that mean her father had been defeated? Still, since nothing was certain, she resolved to hold strong so as not to shame him who might yet be fighting. In contrast, Zenbiano was pathetic. He kept the furthest distance from the demons, looking as if the maids did not matter at all. Zoff, still striding toward such a Zenbiano, looked with admiration at Kiel while nearing the count himself. Zenbiano screamed, begging him to stop. Wait, I'll give you people. Women, they're young, you demons like young women, don't you? I'll give you the young slaves I have, so let me go. Not a bad deal, is it? Zenbiano forced a weak smile and looked up at Zoff. Hearing this, Zoff stopped once, seeming to think. Seeing this, Zenbiano found a sliver of hope. Haha, right away, I'll give you everyone in this room too. I've got more in the mansion. I'll give you as many as you want. Oh, so that's it. Zoff muttered, then he bared his teeth in a grin. Those teeth were stained red with blood. As for those women you'd give me, I ate them all on the way here. Zoff grinned with a bloodied mouth, and Zenbiano trembled. Imagining the fate of the maids and servants kept in his manor, he even pissed himself. Somehow he had to find a way to survive. Only himself. He had to find a way. Just kidding. We don't usually kill humans who don't resist. The young lady's orders. Massacres are forbidden. That's true. It's true, I don't want to anger the young lady. Zoff chuckled. Even that was terrifying, but Zenbiano did feel relief. With a strained smile, Zenbiano even felt gratitude toward this young lady. Haha, so there are naive demons too. If even this high ogre says he doesn't want to anger her, she must be mighty but gentle. If worst came to worst, and he became a captive, perhaps under such a demon he might be safe. If rights were guaranteed and he was properly treated as a captive, then there was still a path. No, he must be treated so. That's right, I won't become a demon's slave. If the superior of this high ogre has leniency, then offering a deal would not be bad. If he could forge a connection to a demon of high rank, his prospects would expand further. As Zenbiano thought such things, Zoff narrowed his eyes as he watched him and grinned the same way, resting the great axe he held upon his shoulder. Come to think of it, I forgot to mention, the young lady also said this. Ha. She said to kill the Lord. At those words, Zenbiano's smile vanished instantly, his face draining pale. Zoff trudged closer. Zenbiano collapsed on his bottom and thrust out both hands to stop him, but of course he did not stop. The young lady is terrifying, you see. Even though she's human, she's far more like a demon than us. Wah, human. Ah, she gets mad if you call her human though. Anyway, that's how it is. Too bad, now die. Wait. And before he could even properly beg for his life, Zoff's great axe fell. Section Fufu. I laughed, looking down with complete contempt upon Tson, who glared at me with a terrifying expression. Seeing that, Tson spat bitterly. You deceived me. You outmaneuvered me. Such harsh words. It was you who allowed me to intervene in the plan, was it not? At that, Tson gripped my collar all the tighter. Her mouth, showing jagged teeth, opened wide, as if to bite me as she shouted. You moved too fast. You aimed for this from the start. That's why you moved the army to Frictura. At the instant her arms clenched harder, and I let out a small, pained cry. Tson's body flew. Quatra, in dragon form, had charged through the air and struck her with his tail. In the impact, her grip on me broke, and I fell, landing on my rear atop the corpse of a soldier. Quatra landed, crushing soldier corpses as he stood protectively before me, covering me with tail and wings, roaring at Tson. Cough, fufu, fufu. I stood up slowly, still laughing, looking at Tson as she tumbled. Apparently she had dropped her lance when Quatra hit her, for it was stuck in the ground nearby. Tson, face flushed red, stood up and glared at me. You bastards. Fufu, don't misunderstand. Until permission to intervene was given, I wasn't going to act. There's no problem with that, is there? Besides, I recall my army was ordered to be the rear guard. If you take it as an extension of that, then fine. Still smiling, I spoke to Tson in a gently chiding tone. That only made her all the more agitated, as though she might leap at me. If we were to stand as rearguard against Frictura's main force, we'd need considerable strength, wouldn't we? So as an extension, I only placed the army nearby to watch Frictura. Well, by Mistaki, the enemy infiltrated Autana as well, but I'll apologize for that. Such blatant lies. Tson raised her arms like blades. Her red claws gleamed like knives. At the same time, Quatra lowered his head and growled. And then, the sound of many wings. Above the square, many dragonutes circled, flying. They're back. Looking up at them, I murmured happily. Quatra also lifted his head, and through the return of his dragonute subordinates, conveyed to me the outcome. Frictura has apparently fallen by Zoff and the others. The Lord is dead, and many have been taken captive. Only combatants were eliminated, the townsfolk were spared. Splendid. Well done. Zoff had kept to his orders. If I had my way, I would have commanded them to utterly ravage everything, but I hated when Lord Elcuro gave me bitter looks. So this time, Frictura was properly occupied. After all, we are not barbarians, apparently. I can count this as patience for the sake of evaluation. Hearing the same report, Tson's face turned pale. She had said there was no more leeway, and her chance to redeem her disgrace was lost. Though the command authority itself was hers, so depending on her, perhaps it could still be patched over. Hearing the report, satisfied, I laughed and said to Tson, Tson, you have no part to play. Hearing those words, Tson howled. Falling to her knees, she struck the ground with both fists again and again. Ow, damn it. Then, face deathly pale, she covered her face with both hands and groaned. I had thought she might come to kill me, but she clearly had no such thought left. Muttering, this is really bad, over and over, she shook with fear. Pathetic. For Tson, her giving up so quickly was unusual. I thought she might at least try to kill me to cover everything up. But even if she did, she would only be condemned for kinslaying. She was at least smart enough to understand that much. From the moment she allowed me into the plan, the encirclement was sealed. No matter what harm she tried on me, it would all be Tson's undoing. You're already checkmated, Tson. Now then, let's return to the Demon King's castle. Chapter 31, The Achievement in Whose Hands? Demon King's castle, Demon King's chamber. I was there. After completing the subjugation of Frictera, I returned earlier together with Zoff and Quatra, who had rejoined me, leaving behind some demons. I was immediately summoned to report the results of the operation to the Demon King and Lord Alcuro. The Demon King, as usual, sat facing his luxurious desk, pen running across some paper. Without so much as glancing at me, his eyes remained fixed on the pages. Standing at his side was Lord Alcuro. His hand rested on his hip as he stared straight at me. His gaze, as always, was bitter. Had I done something again to anger him? I had made Zoff strictly enforce the lessons learned from the previous occupation, so it should have been fine. And one more. Beside me, hanging her head, was the vampire, Tson. The faint trembling of her shoulders betrayed her fear. Since the battle at Autana, Tson had been meek as a borrowed cat. She steadily held the army together and oversaw the return, but at times I thought I heard her mutter deliriously to herself. I did not pay it much mind. Now that we had come all the way back to the Demon King's castle, I doubted Tson could do anything to me. She might try to outmaneuver me with words during the report, but with that dull mind of hers, such a feat seemed impossible. Not just Tson. In a situation like this, no one could deny my intervention in the operation or the proof of my achievements. Thus, I stepped into this place without worry. What awaited me should be nothing less than rightful recognition for my merits. The Demon King halted his pen and slowly lifted his eyes toward us. Well done, Tson, Cocotte. Word of Frictera's fall has reached me. Yes, sir. Why, yes. At those words from the Demon King, I answered with confidence while Tson stammered, trembling. Pathetic, even before the Demon King. Before a company president, a salaryman must never let slip any sign of weakness, no matter what happens. Whether suffering stomachache, migraine, bullying, or even when so happy they could laugh aloud. I glanced once at Tson, then straightened my back again. In the dimly lit room, under the orange glow of the lamps, the report began. That said, the Demon King seemed already well aware of the Frictera campaign's outcome. Whether he had dispatched spies without my knowledge or had me under watch, I could not say. The report went smoothly. First, I will commend you. You carried out the mission entrusted to you well. The Demon King's words of praise. Tson and I answered with a thank you and bowed deeply. Inside, I gave a smug little sniff, certain of my accomplishment. Outwardly, of course, I maintained a stern face. Something good had happened. I was recognized. The best kind of job. For such a workplace given to me, I could only feel gratitude toward Lord Alcuro. Then came the Demon King's next words, which made Tson's body stiffen. The conquest of Frictera. I hear you, Tson commanded. And yet you fought disgracefully, struggled, and even retreated, did you not? That is. Tson hurriedly lifted her downcast face to make excuses to the Demon King. I never retreated. Cocotte urged retreat, so I merely heeded her advice. Your army suffered considerable losses, did it not? Many soldiers died. And still you claim the town was taken. Tson faltered for words. Fool. In a place like this, any excuse is nothing but an excuse. The Demon King smiled faintly as his red eyes fell upon us, twirling his pen between his fingers. An overreach. Disastrous results. Tson, you called upon Cocotte, who was stationed in reserve. Cocotte then seized victory, single-handedly. I know all of this, or do you dispute it? W8, please. It was I who struck down the enemy's knight commander, without doubt. Oh, you would contradict me. The Demon King sniffed, fixing his gaze on Tson. Struck by that piercing red stare, Tson choked on her words. Even that so-called victory fell within Cocotte's strategy. In that case, the one who felled him could just as well be called Cocotte. Is that, too, a mistake you would refute? That is. I remained silent, listening. It was like watching a boss scold his subordinate. Unable even to speak, truly a black company. But he was not wrong, so nothing could be done. Each time the Demon King spoke, Tson trembled. The pressure weighed even on me. Though I kept up a look of composure and held hopes for recognition, I could not deny the fear and tension. My confidence lay only in my own achievements, but the Demon King was beyond understanding. No room for carelessness. It's terrifying, Cocotte. Why, yes. Called so suddenly, my reply came out flustered. Is my understanding mistaken? His gaze turned to me. A chill ran down my nape as I forced myself to endure that stare. But faced so directly, I could not speak right away. From the earlier exchange, the Demon King's displeasure was obvious, and it radiated without concealment from those blood-red eyes. When at last I forced my lips to open, Tson beside me clutched at my clothes. Turning my head, I found her desperately pleading with me. "Cocotte, please," testifies to my achievement. Her imploring looked so fragile. The same look of fear she had in Atana when she dreaded failure. The desperation of someone who confessed there was no future if she failed, now so dire she clung even to me. Proof of our worth in this battle, worth that belonged to only one. A trial by fire to become a general entrusted with decoy maneuvers. My mindset going into it had been nothing like hers. I had not fought in fear. I had fought in desire. To be reckless from fear of failure was out of the question. It only bred worse results. Good for you, Tson, a learning experience. I turned away from her and looked straight at the Demon King. Your Majesty's understanding is correct. In this battle, though ordered to remain in reserve, I received permission to intervene from General Tson, then devised and executed the plan. I take pride in its success. Cocotte, Tson cried out. Lord Alcuro looked faintly exasperated, turning a little toward me. Tson's eyes burned with shock, fear, and fury at me, but it made no difference. I was the one who cooperated with you. Without me, the plan would not have succeeded. You stole the credit, deceived me. Admit it, I am not incompetent. I let out a long sigh. After bowing once to the Demon King, I faced Tson, and I cast down a scornful gaze at her. Let me tell you something, Tson. With my knowledge and experience in the workplace, if you commit sexual harassment, you get fired. Si Keishal Hara es meant. Bewildered at my words, Tson shrank back in confusion. I could not help but smile as I continued. You stole my lips. This much retribution is only natural. Tson's face drained of color in an instant. Seeing that face, I honestly felt good. It may not be right to revel in another's misery, but I did. This way I would be rewarded, while Tson's evaluation would fall. If what she said about only one being taken for the decoy corps was true, then I would rise and she would be cast down. That overblown pride of hers, so afraid of losing her generalship. She really was just a coward, I thought with an inward laugh. At my answer and attitude, Tson stared wide-eyed, as if words failed her. Then the Demon King spoke, drawing both our gazes. By Cocotte's testimony, it seems my understanding is fact. The Demon King crossed his arms with a chuckle. At that, Tson's face contorted, then she glared at me, as though something inside her snapped. "Aye." With a wild scream, she swung her arm high, mouth gaping to bare jagged teeth, and lunged at me. Fool, before the Demon King, how reckless, how rash can you be? Inside, I cursed, but the intent in her eyes was pure murder. Reflexively, I raised both arms to shield my face and squeezed my eyes shut. Her clawed, glowing red hand reached for me. And stopped, no, it was stopped, Lord Alcuro. Opening my eyes, I found myself blurting his name. Lord Alcuro had seized Tson's arm right before me. Both Tson and I widened our eyes in shock. Don't act on your own. With quiet eyes, Alcuro said only that. Tson shuddered violently and fell silent. Seeing this, Alcuro stepped between us and turned back to the Demon King. The Demon King, watching, let out a deep sigh. Enough, I understand well. A chill ran through me, as though the room's temperature had dropped. The air had changed. My apologies, Your Majesty. For the disgrace of my subordinate, I beg for leniency. Very well. Alcuro bowed his head. The Demon King slowly sank back into his chair and glared at Tson. At that moment came a sharp crack, like something bursting. Warmth splattered across my face. Jaya! A sudden scream. Before I could even register what was on my face, my head whipped toward the sound. Beyond Alcuro, Tson clutched her face with both hands, writhing in agony. Collapsing to the ground, she convulsed, shrieking. What happened? I could not take my eyes off her. Then, arching her back, Tson lifted herself, and when she slowly pulled her blood-soaked hands away, her right eye, along with the flesh around it, was ripped apart. No, it had burst. Her bloodied face twisted in terror, smeared with tears and gore. Her remaining left eye shook violently. Too suddenly, I was frozen. Alcuro quickly stretched out his arm to block my sight. My view of Tson was cut off. Startled, I looked at him, but he only stared blankly at the Demon King. Drawn by that gaze, I too turned. The Demon King sat with eyes closed, pen set down, one hand raised. The Demon King had done this to Tson. There was no doubt. Slowly I brushed my cheek with my fingers, tracing her blood smeared upon me. I had no idea what he had done, only that he had done it. This was punishment, though for mere discipline it was too much. I thought it might be amusing entertainment, so I humored your pitiful excuses. No more, I am bored. The Demon King muttered, truly disinterested. Tson screamed, her voice shaking with terror and pain. No, I beg you, forgive me. Tson, you once disappointed me with a reckless plan that ignored casualties. Therefore, I gave you this chance to prove your worth anew. But once again you forced me to disappointment. Your worth is revealed. Your Majesty. Her cry is now a sob. Then suddenly the chamber doors opened. Entered 4 demons I could only describe as gargoyles. My eyes turned to them, watching to see what would happen. They surrounded Tson and roughly seized her. Arms, shoulders, legs, her long twin tails of hair, all grabbed mercilessly and her body forced upright. Their claws dug into her thin frame without mercy, her flesh near bursting in their grip. Tson screamed in pain. Tson, you are demoted. To those who fall, punishment is given. You enjoyed making toys of slave humans and demons, did you not? Even as he spoke, the gargoyles lifted her violently. Then perhaps, for once, you should be the toy. With cold eyes, the Demon King delivered judgment, a dreadful smile on his lips. Bloodied, Tson wept torrents from her left eye. Her black garments, stained red, now dampened at the crotch, leaving a stain on the floor that was not blood. Chattering teeth, her face twisted in terror, Tson looked at me. It was not hate, nor jealousy, nor even murderous rage. Pure pleading for salvation. But I said nothing. I could only watch her pitiful state through Alcuro's arm. Our eyes met, and I turned away. At that signal, the gargoyles dragged her off. Screaming, her once pretty face contorted with pain and terror, now a ruined mess, Tson was hauled away. No, let me go, Nuo. Leaving her cries behind, Tson vanished through the closing doors. Silence returned to the chamber. I stood dumbfounded by the events, but as the quiet fell, my heart thundered wildly. Clutching my chest against the bursting beat, my breath came ragged. Hi. So that was the punishment Tson feared, the fate of one without worth? Not what I had expected. Demotion it might be, but not the kind I imagined. It was as though everything had been stripped away. Had I made a single misstep, that might have been me. Reeling, about to collapse, I was caught by Alcuro, also spattered with blood like me. Startled and fearful, I flinched. But when I looked at him, his eyes were calm, as if to tell me to be at ease. That calm unnerved me. How could he remain so composed? I realized, unmistakably, they were beings of the demonic. My mind spun in chaos. The Demon King's voice brought me back. Kokot. Why, yes. Still supported in Alcuro's arms, I turned to face the Demon King. He was smiling at me with surprising innocence. Kokot, well done. After Atana, you have also conquered Frictera. I am deeply pleased with what you are. It is my honor. Straining, breath ragged, I managed to reply. As soon as I did, Alcuro placed his hand on my shoulder. Fear still gnawed at me that I might also be punished for deceiving and using Tson. But feeling the weight of that monstrous arm on my shoulder, I felt relief. Overwhelming relief. Exhaustion poured out of me. Perhaps sensing this, Alcuro slid his hand from my shoulder to my back, steadying my posture. Standing on my own, I hurriedly straightened my hat. Thank you. Forgive me for showing such shameful weakness. You must be tired. You may withdraw. But you may withdraw, rest well. I looked at the Demon King. But he was already back at his papers. Long black hair played idly through his fingers as his pen scratched the page. As though the events just now were already forgotten. Chapter 32, Epilogue, Dull-Colored Night. Just a few days ago, yet it feels like it had only just happened, that sudden end. On the night when the world was swallowed by darkness. I am inside the place called the Demon King's Castle. Sitting with my knees hugged, I look around and I see women like me, locked inside this iron cage, sobbing quietly. Earlier, I tried to cheer them up, to comfort them somehow, but when one of the demons kicked the cage, everyone jumped and went quiet. I suppose it meant shut up. After all, we're apparently merchandise. Don't let the goods talk, I think that's what it meant. My name is Keel. I was a maid serving in the mansion of Count Zenbiano in the human town of Frictera, but that day came. 3 days later, I learned that Lord Zenbiano had ordered my father to pursue the demons. Suddenly, demons led by a hulking high ogre stormed into Zenbiano's room. The shock and fear of that moment still run deep through my body even now. And more than anything, I was seized by unbearable worry for the fate of my father, Segun. Father went out to pursue the demons. And yet here they were, appearing before us. Did that not mean my father had been defeated? But the demons arriving only 3 short days after my father had departed didn't add up. At first, I believed they must have missed each other on the way, and that father was still alive. But Lord Zenbiano was killed by the hand of the High Ogre. His entire family was executed in front of the townspeople in horrific fashion. And we servants of the household, those of us who survived, were taken captive as a warning and dragged away. Which led us here. Along a hallway inside the Demon King's castle, humans like us are imprisoned in cages. It doesn't feel like a city, so I thought perhaps it was a military facility. Honestly, I am afraid. The demon soldiers passing by look at us in our cages with all sorts of eyes. This facility is unlike any human town. I cannot shake the fear that we will not survive intact. Just a while ago, I saw a girl-like demon, bloodied, bawling and thrashing desperately, dragged away by 4 gargoyles as if by force. Holding the hand of a maid younger than me who screamed in fright, I trembled as well. If demons show no mercy to their own kind, then there is no way they will show compassion to us humans. But even as fear took hold, part of me pitied that girl dragged away by the gargoyles. Yet even more strongly, I felt she deserved it. The greatest reason for the black emotions smearing over my heart. On the way here, I overheard demons talking. The humans who invaded Autana were all slaughtered. The knights and soldiers my father led were defeated and wiped out. My prayers unanswered, my worst fears confirmed. Father has become one who will never return. Never knowing how I let Lord Zenbiano use my body, thinking it was for father's sake. Never receiving anything in return, he left me behind. The sadness was crushing. Tears threatened to overflow, but when I saw the other maids around me, I forced myself to stay strong. Most of them are older than me, but there are also children among them. I must stay strong. For my father, who believed in justice until the end and fought against the demons. For the father whose wishes I could never fulfill. All I could think about was what I could still do. Truthfully, I was filled with resentment, hatred for the demons who laughed and chatted cheerfully outside the cage they locked us into. I suppressed those feelings with all my strength, forcing myself to instead calm the other maids. But then, our cage began to move. Wheels were attached beneath it, and now a terrifying demon had started to push it along. They must be moving us somewhere. Nowhere good, of that I am sure. As we moved down the hallway, I saw him coming from the front, that high ogre. The one who killed Lord Zenbiano, the one who led the demons who conquered Frictera. I felt my hair stand on end. Yes, I feared the high ogre. But the pounding in my chest came from something else. Walking just behind him in the corridor, a small figure, hair white as snow, eyes red as blood like those of the demons, a tiny human girl. Wearing a black military uniform different from those of the demons, she walked accompanied by the high ogre and another brawny demon. That child was human. A young girl, unmistakably human, but cursed with the so-called demon aspect that Faltmere loathes and abhors. In the midst of demons, to see a human walking as if commanding them, I could not hide my shock. And then I remembered what the high ogre had said. That he had a superior he called young lady. That this young lady was human. I understood. That child called young lady, she is the one who led the demons, who conquered Frictera, who killed my father. After shock, what welled up within me was a torrent of hatred. She's human. She's human, so how could she do something so cruel? As I thought, a human with the demon aspect was a demon's ally. Unforgivable. That child who killed my kind, my gentle, dependable father, cannot be forgiven. I clutched the cage bars, glaring at her as we passed, but she didn't even glance at us, walking on as though we were beneath notice. That only stoked my hatred higher. I will never forgive her. What will become of us now, I don't know. Human slaves would likely be nothing but food, living dolls to be tormented, or playthings for some demon's perverse desires. So I thought, being eaten or tortured would be kinder. If a demon tried to defile my body, I would rather bite through my tongue and die. But after seeing that child, I abandoned that thought. No matter what, I will live. I will live and avenge my father. That, at least, is my meager atonement to the father I could never do anything for while he lived. I swore it in my heart, as the little devil walked away and disappeared around the corner. I glared at her back until the last moment she vanished. Section. Quatre and Zoff, having escorted Cocotte back to her room, walked down the corridor. Their faces weren't pleasant. Two hulking demons with grim faces side by side gave off a daunting presence. The two had returned after the great task of conquering Frictera. Their superior, Cocotte, after reporting to the Demon King, had returned to them with a shadow over her face. Quatre had asked her if something had happened during the report, but she only said it was nothing, then went silent until they reached her room. That unsettled Quatre, and he scowled ever since. As a result, though Zoff suggested they at least head out for a drink to celebrate their victory, conversation between them was sparse. I didn't like staying in the rear, but thanks to the young lady we got to fight. That's something to be grateful for. Suddenly, Zoff broke the silence with those words. True, and yet despite such a brilliant victory, the princess's expression was dark. Something may have happened when she reported to the Demon King. Maybe she was just nervous. That too may be true, she is still a child. Quatre let out a sigh. A bit of silence followed, broken again by Zoff. Still, to think Quatre would let a human ride on his back. Zoff said it with a laugh, casting Quatre a teasing glance, to which Quatre only shrugged wearily. You, one of the most skilled among dragonutes, hated humans more than me. And yet you've softened. Don't misunderstand, I still hate humans, hate them more than enough. But the princess wished for it, so I obey. Besides, it is easier to protect her when she is on my back. I've decided I will lose nothing more. Is that so? Quatre recalled the feeling of Cocotte riding on his back. A dragonute would never allow anyone there. The back is a blind spot, entrusting it to another is unthinkable. But he knew the smallness of the hands that clutched his scaled hide. That girl is fragile. She cannot harm a dragonute like him, and yet she bears the same hatred, the same path of revenge. She chose it, clutching those little hands. She even prepared the means for it for him as well. Then he must protect her to repay that debt. That was what Quatre believed. While Quatre spoke with quiet conviction, Zoff's expression hardened, his smile gone. Suddenly, he stopped walking. Quatre turned back, wondering why. Zoff was glaring at him. What do you really think of the young lady? What? Confused at first, Quatre straightened when he realized Zoff was asking seriously. The princess is our general, chosen by the Demon King. I obey, nothing more. HMPH. Zoff scratched his chin, still glaring, and let out a snort. Don't you think you're too protective? Too trusting of some human brat? What are you saying? I don't fully trust her. Zoff, don't mistake me. I have the pride of my race, I acknowledge her, that's why I follow her. But listen, Quatre. Zoff jabbed his fist lightly against Quatre's chest. Don't get charmed by a human. We're demons, she's human. No matter how much she acts like one of us, that won't change. I respect her power. She's got a mind that comes up with things we never could, despite being a kid. Thanks to her, we've killed plenty of humans with our own hands. But if we just keep charging ahead at her word, when those little hands are stained red, who's to say it won't be with our blood? What nonsense, Quatre thought. And yet, being close, he knew the fathomless darkness in Cocotte's heart. It was true he couldn't deny the possibility she might sacrifice them one day for revenge. After all, Cocotte had used and outmaneuvered Tson to carry out the conquest of Frictera. To her, Tson had been a mere tool. Cocotte might look like a child, but her presence was not that of a child. A girl who coolly used demons to walk her chosen path. Perhaps she could just as coolly discard them someday. Zoff's words carried that weight. The young lady is unusually reasonable, for a human, unlike any general we've had. She's usually terrifyingly strict, but sometimes, she even looks kind of cute to me. Zoff clenched his fist, his eyes sharp as he faced Quatre. But demons and humans are enemies, irreconcilable. Don't tell me you've forgotten. What did humans take from us? Never, not for a single second. But the princess, too, is a child robbed of her mother by humans, abused by her own father. That hatred she harbors in her small body is the same as ours. But a child's vessel cannot contain it all. We, her subordinates, must support her as general. What is wrong with that, Zoff? Still stiff as ever, fine. I don't dislike her either if she weren't human. I owe her. For now, that'll do. Finally, Zoff let out a deep breath and stretched. Quattro said no more, silently agreeing. Then Zoff resumed walking. All right. Let's go wash human blood down with some booze. Yeah, let's. The two demons headed off into the city. Section, ha. Back in my room, I quickly stripped and changed into nightclothes, then flopped face down onto the big bed. Grabbing the pillow that was far too large for my small body, I pulled it close, hugging it tight to my chest. I was exhausted. Every part of me screamed with fatigue. Still hugging the pillow, I rolled onto my back. Staring at the ceiling, I questioned my own feelings. There was satisfaction, a sense of accomplishment, but it was cloaked over by unease, no, by loneliness. In the Demon King's audience chamber, where I reported the outcome of Frictura's conquest, where Tsone trembled, wept, and was stripped of her rank as general and cast down. There, I realized it. While I had subordinates, I had no protector. The crushing sense of my own smallness and indescribable loneliness gnawed at me. I clutched the pillow tighter, feeling my body tremble. Closing my eyes, I still saw the look in Tsone's eyes as she begged for salvation under the Demon King's punishment. Would I too one day meet that fate? No, absolutely not. I won't make such a blunder, I won't. Even without a protector. I will survive, destroy the Faltmare Kingdom. I am one who uses others. Everything is a tool, a means. Tools do not protect their user. They function only when wielded. They do not act on their own. My survival, my destruction of enemies. All is by my own judgment, I know this. And yet, what is this feeling? Fear of the Demon King? Fear of becoming like Tsone? No, that's not it. Lonely. I whispered it, hugging the pillow tighter. Then, with a bitter smile, I buried my face in it. Pathetic to speak of loneliness. Of course I am alone. Everyone around me is either a tool or enemy. The world is cruel to me, the gods have abandoned me. Humans scorn me as a demon, and among demons, what you build could be torn away so easily. In this world, I fight alone. Quattro and Zoff, even odd perhaps. For now they seem loyal, but they could slit my throat at any moment. That is the nature of demons. I must trust no one, rely on no one. Do otherwise, and I will end up like Tsone. Deceive, use, outwit, I will walk my path for my own desire. Even if it is a dark road shrouded in shadow, I must go on alone. And then I will seize a happy life. Live in peace. Whether light waits beyond the darkness, I don't know, but Riemez's will, her heart, is all I have now. For that, I need no protector. A shield to survive, maybe, but not the warmth of another's heart. That no longer exists. Riemez. I glanced at Riemez's holy stone, carefully placed on the bedside table. The beautiful gem glowing crimson purple radiated gentle warmth to me. Warmth only in my heart. Only in the memories I lived with Riemez. That is enough, isn't it? And yet, why does it feel so hollow? The chest where those warm memories should rest feels like it has a hole. No matter how tightly I clutch the pillow, it will not fill. Why? I am living as I wish, moving forward smoothly. I see, it's lacking. Revenge, results, their despair. I muttered aloud in my empty room. Rolling onto my side, I hugged the pillow tight, curling up. Yes, that's right. When I spread malice among the humans with my own hands, when I saw the result, I was happy. I didn't feel this emptiness then. Even among demons, I was satisfied. That's it. That was the feeling. If I could feel that always, I would be happy. Destroy the Faltmare, burn its people in flames of hatred. On Riemez's grave, place red flowers blooming from their corpses, and then live quietly beside her grave. Her wish for my survival, my vengeance for her death. Never forget, Cocotte. That is the only reason I live in this world. I slowly closed my eyes, drifting into slumber, my body heavy with fatigue. Closing my red eyes, my white hair faintly swaying. And beneath the heavy, clammy, dull-colored night that pressed down upon me in the land of demons, I let go of consciousness with quiet, peaceful breaths. End of Volume 1.